Chapter 3889. Even heavenly gazes couldn't see through the dark water. Cultivation didn't matter here. It became difficult to see one's own hands while stuck in the currents. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could see in complete darkness. Once they became stronger, they could even chase the darkness away. This didn't apply to this special tsunami. The ancestors had a moment of reflection and thought that they wouldn't be able to block the dual slashes. As for the top heavenly sovereigns, they could stop it, but injuries were unavoidable. Impressive. One sovereign in the shadow took a deep breath and emotionally said, "Peerless Saber Dao, at least when compared to their peers. Yes, they're at the top of this path right now." Another big shot nodded. "They're too strong. No one will dare to fight them after this." A youth regained his wits and was stricken with fear. The mad slash is absolute brutality, capable of breaking all defenses. The tsunami slash is relentless, capable of seeping through all gaps and openings to deliver the fatal blow. One genius deduced, "I saw a top defensive treasure unable to stop the tsunami slash. Its user was left with countless holes. The guy is dead for sure, he's mincemeat now." A local youth was certain of this. "Maybe the metal can save him from that pitiful state, but I'm sure he's dismembered in some way." Another youth agreed. "That's what he gets for opposing the wild child and 3 slashes." A fan snorted with disdain. The fans thought that Xueqi had no chance of surviving the 2 slashes. First mad slash. Yang Ling saw the technique earlier and asked, "This is one of the 8 variations from Senior Guan Tianba? Is it really that strong?" "It's a child playing with the saber." The old servant shook his head. "It's not qualified to be called first mad slash. Feeble, powerless, and pretentious. What does the real thing look like?" Yang Ling became surprised since she was impressed with the wild child's attack. She became curious because she had never seen the 8 variations before. Nonetheless, everyone heard about it before. The old man only smiled and didn't respond. At this point, the dark tide slowly receded, revealing the floating platform and Xueqi again. They saw him holding the black metal. The interesting part was the saber energy strands emanating from it, looking like leaves scattering to the wind. It was as if he was standing beneath a massive willow tree. Its branches and leaves served as armor, fully nullifying the 2 slashes prior. He seemed relaxed and carefree while holding the metal, not feeling the slightest pressure from the previous onslaught. Furthermore, this metal seemed weightless in his hand. The duo had channeled all of their vitality and energy, still attempting to push down with their blades. Alas, the thin saber energies from the metal stopped them completely. "I can't believe it!" a spectator exclaimed. Those 2 were red from exerting all of their strength yet couldn't break the thin strands. In fact, these strands looked feeble and light enough to be sent away by someone's blowing. This simply wasn't the case, resulting in a bizarre scene. What kind of power is this? Youths became confused. "I'm convinced that this metal is unstoppable," one ancestor said. "If I have this metal, I can stop the wild child and 3 slashes too." A prodigy said. "That's 2 moves. One more, then it's time to end this." Xueqi said. The duo became aghast and pulled their blade back to retreat again. They pointed their saber at him while realizing the monstrous nature of this metal. In this crucial moment, they could sense death coming for them, something they haven't felt before. They exchanged glances, wanting to come up with a plan. "There's no hope for you." Xueqi smiled. "Looks like you don't live up to your title." By this point, the 2 no longer became angry at Xueqi's dismissive comments. Their eyes narrowed since the situation had deteriorated. Fear reared its ugly head. As top geniuses, they had enough intuition and awareness to spot danger. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back. "We'll end this with this next move." 3 slashes uttered coldly. "Don't be so confident now, the victor is yet to be decided." The wild child laughed. They gritted their teeth, ready to fight to the very end. Of course, they would never beg him for mercy either. This wasn't in their nature. Their unyielding courage played a large part in their current achievements. Chapter 3890. Start. Xueqi smiled and touched the metal. Buzz. The metal shook a bit and the manifested saber energies came together. Clank. They started twisting and intertwining together to form a saber. It looked rather ordinary, lacking radiance. It was a whole blade without any carving and polishment. The edge wasn't sharp either, the opposite of the blades it was facing. Nonetheless, when Li Qie held it, it became an extension of his hand. The common cultivators didn't notice this extraordinary phenomenon, only the older experts. Nonetheless, they couldn't pinpoint a reason or explanation for this. Only the top ancestors and hidden big shots noticed something special about this saber. It feels as if the entire universe is in his grasp. One big shot solemnly said. This metal is so strange. Is it omnipotent? His friend quietly replied. By this point, the metal was clearly amazing even at the surface level. It transformed into a saber right away. Could it take whatever form its user desired? Resembling nature itself, this slash will be wondrous. The old servant said. He was a true master of the Grand Tao. His vision far exceeded those hiding in the shadows, so he became emotional while staring at Li Qie. The guy didn't pose at all, making people wonder if he had ever learned how to use a saber. However, the old man knew that Li Qie was untouchable right now, standing at the apex of the saber Tao. Other saber users would only be displaying their slight skill before him. Third move. Li Qie casually held the saber and told his opponents. The duo had a dignified expression. As saber geniuses, they naturally understood that something was different about Li Qie and this saber. Their insight wasn't as accurate compared to the old servants. Nonetheless, they felt that they were facing a saber guru. Li Qie lacked rampaging saber energies and his saber lacked sharp gleams. Nonetheless, he seemed to be one with the saber Tao, a natural sensation that came from ultimate mastery. The two found this inconceivable. They trained for decades before reaching the current level. As for Li Qie, how could he resemble a true expert given his weak cultivation? This made no sense. Unfortunately, time didn't allow them to keep on thinking about this issue. They strengthened their grip and focused on the battle at hand. Boom! The wild child's vitality soared to the next level, looking like a tsunami devastating the world. Everything else seemed like dried branches. Rah! Within his oceanic vitality was a monstrous creature, a primal god beast. Grand Tao laws circled around the creature and issued loud clunks. They swung around and crushed the surroundings. Activate! The wild child roared. His saber erupted with radiance. The strands of light resembled individual slashes, ready to take down the galaxy above. Rah! The god beast roared furiously and harmonized with his saber. He then raised the blade above his head. The blade became extremely sharp. Each glint emanating from it could sever the yin and yang along with the reincarnation cycle. People found it difficult to keep their eyes open. The wild child looked like a supreme god. His saber became an arbiter, ready to judge the world and its inhabitants. Mad 10th slash. An ancestor recognized this technique and shouted. Mad Blade used this to annihilate an entire sect back then. Meanwhile, 3 Slash's saber started buzzing as well. He added all of his vitality into the blade, causing its color to change from black to a ruby red. True blood? No, it's his longevity blood. A spectator gasped. The saber emitted a stench of death. He became a reaper and 1 slash could reap billions of lives. His eyes gleamed with a dark pink light at first, then it turned into a blood red. The 3rd slash. Others shuddered after seeing his frightening state. This is the 3rd slash, extermination. A genius who had fought 3 slashes before turned pale. Extermination. 3 slashes uttered the name of the technique and thrust his saber forward. Everyone felt their soul leaving their body after hearing his voice. The blade cut through everything on its path and appeared next to Li Qie's throat in the next moment. Even the ancestors gasped after seeing this. Mad 10th slash. The wild child swung his saber at the same time as well, fully blinding the spectators with its radiance. Crack! The fabrics of time were severed, leaving behind a deep scar in the sky. The crowd roared after seeing this destructive phenomenon. Their strongest technique. No one can stop this. An ancestor from a large sect claimed. In this split second, Li Qie also swung his saber in a natural and free manner. It didn't follow any pattern and technique. Nonetheless, it seemed to be outside of worldly confinements and shackles. The casual slash surpassed all laws and saber techniques, freezing time and space after the swing. 3 Slash's extermination and the wild child's mad 10th slash were both ruthless and overbearing. However, they seemed to be formless and non-existent compared to Li Qie's swing. They didn't manage to slow Li Qie down for a second. His slash completely bypassed both, doing whatever he pleased. Chapter 3891. The slash lacked any offensive potential and flashiness, looking as unique as can be versus other saber techniques. The saber simply followed Li Qia's heart and will. This was his saber Dao. The Dao intent consisted of untethered freedom and an absolute necessity to kill. This seemed rather unbelievable and impossible, yet he was one to do whatever he wanted. Extermination and the 10th slash suddenly stopped after the connection with his blade. Both suddenly dispersed into smoke and disappeared from existence. Footsteps from the duo could be heard as they staggered backward. The crowd became slack-jawed as a result. Clank! Clank! The wild child saber and 3 slashes dark tide suddenly broke into 2 halves and fell to the ground. The wild child's mouth was agape and twitching. He seemed to be trying to speak but couldn't muster a single word, only incoherent groans. His head fell to the ground. The cut was clean and smooth, akin to a piece of tofu being cut by an extremely sharp knife. Blood splashed from his neck like a spring. As his head was falling down, he saw his body slamming into the blood-stained ground. His wide-open eyes eventually closed. Meanwhile, after staggering backward, 3 slashes shouted, "Incredible saber technique dash." These were his last words since his body became split in 2 and fell down. Bam! His internal organs oozed outward. 3 slashes actually died before the wild child and didn't even realize it. The cut was clean and similar to the wild child's wound. Both the young and old along with the hidden big shots were left speechless. None of them thought that they could stop the 2 slashes earlier. Not even the heavenly sovereigns. However, Li Qia's casual slash nullified these saber techniques and easily killed his foes. At their power level, killing them wasn't that easy. Their true fate could still survive and escape after the total destruction of the body. However, Li Qia's slash also took down their true fate, instantly ending their life. The whole thing required 0 effort from him. It was as if he had merely brushed some dirt off his shoulder or sliced some tofu on the chopping board. In the present, only righteous Scion could match these 2. They have defeated plenty of geniuses and even ancestors before. Those who have fought them had nothing but praises for their cultivation and skills. A while ago, if someone said that they could kill the 2 geniuses with 1 slash, others would laugh incessantly, especially younger cultivators. They would think that this person would die to the duo right away. Now the crowd witnessed it with their own eyes and had no choice but to accept the reality of the geniuses being killed with 1 slash. Mouths and lips were quivering and twitching, but no words came out. Invisible hands seemed to be gripping everyone's throat. It took a while before they could breathe normally and regain their wits. That's terrifying. Some were scared out of their minds. A few youths dropped flat on their butt. Those who made fun of Li Qia earlier trembled with fear, thinking about the potential consequences if he were petty enough to pursue this. They turned pale and wanted to run away. Alas, the frightening event sapped their strength completely, so they couldn't even stand. Is it his own power or the saber? No, the metal? One ancestor asked. It's mainly due to the metal, I'm sure. A powerful peer responded. They all saw Li Qia not exerting any strength at all from start to finish. First, saber energies protected him, then it did the killing as well. Li Qia didn't channel his vitality or used a powerful merit law at all. The metal did all the work. The metal is all you need to dominate. Someone else murmured. Their fear eventually became replaced with greed as they stared at the metal. Nonetheless, they still had a sliver of rationality, knowing better than to do anything right now. The duo just now was the best example. Didn't I say 1 move was enough? Li Qia smiled at the corpses. His prediction came true as well. He said that 3 slashes would die to the saber. An expert from Black would quietly recalled. Others exchanged glances. He did make this prediction back in Seer Watch. However, no one believed him back then. Rumble. Their conversations needed to wait because of sudden explosions stemming from the abyss. Chapter 3892. The area started shaking, so everyone had a hard time maintaining their balance. The ground seemed to be on the verge of splitting. What's going on? The startled crowd wanted to run away. Dust storms suddenly came from the bottom. Something massive was rising up. Its movement caused dust to go everywhere. Here we go. A big shot in the shadows became alarmed. Once these words came out, something detonated from below. Next came darkness spewing upward like a whale spraying water. Boom! A skeletal claw suddenly reached out of the abyss and grabbed the edge of the cliff, causing broken boulders and debris to roll down while leaving a deep print. This one looked like an eagle claw. Boom! A second claw resembling that of a tiger grabbed the edge next. Loud noises continued until they saw an enormous monster climbing up the cliff. The abyss was bottomless, yet this creature appeared so suddenly. The thing consisted of only bones at this point. The skull was large enough to push up the sky. All cultivators looked as tiny as ants. The frame looked quite strange, perhaps an unknown creature that no one here had seen before. The shape of the body looked like some type of lizard with a long tail. Its sharp claws near the chest area looked like snow-white sabers. The ground would be torn apart like a piece of paper once clawed. The skull was relatively similar to that of a lion and an alligator as well. Upon closer inspection, one might conclude that it seems more like a dinosaur skull. It was entirely covered in dust and appeared to be damaged. Some parts had rotten flesh left on it as well. Most importantly, it wasn't the bones of a single creature. It seemed to be an amalgamation of different bones. For example, its bulky thigh consisted of different bones assembled together. This was definitely the case for its spine and its long tail as well. There seemed to be human and beast arm bones. All in all, someone most likely gathered strange bones from all over the world before assembling them together. Thus, despite its brutal and ominous presence, the skeleton looked a bit funny and out of place. But from another perspective, this made it even creepier. Oh! It raised its head and let out a roar similar to that of a wolf howling at the moon to summon its friends. What the hell is this? The majority of the crowd had never seen a skeleton like this before and became frightened. That's a monster from Black Tides. A heavenly sovereign hiding using a stealth technique announced. They're coming. The listeners exchanged glances after hearing this. Most had a vague idea of these monsters. Everyone knew that they would eventually come after a tidal recession and attack Blackwood Cliff. However, they never saw these monsters before. Their impression and knowledge were limited to their seniors' stories and ancient scrolls. Shit! An expert looked up and was horrified. The skeleton was now looking down at them as if they were worms. The bones have dried up long ago, but everyone still felt as if the skeleton was alive and sentient. It had a faint, dark red glow in the sockets instead of eyes. This made it look even more intimidating. Run! The sovereign shouted before escaping from this place. The skeleton didn't give them any time before a slash. Due to its claw's size, several hundred cultivators were caught right away. Ah! A few were instantly crushed to death right away, akin to an insect being crushed by a man. Some among them were famous masters, but they didn't have the chance to escape. Vile creature, enough! An ancestor saw his disciples being captured and unleashed a formidable sword slash. Clank! Clank! The sword ray struck the skeletal hand, resulting in fiery sparks. Unfortunately, it only left a small nick. Crunch dash! It tossed the survivors into its mouth and started chewing. Blood splashed out along with terrible screams. Blood flowed down from within and stained the lower bones to the horror of the spectators. No one expected this skeleton to have a penchant for eating men. Judging from the composition of the bones, this thing didn't used to be a wild beast or anything. The amalgam of bones shouldn't have any lingering intent or hunger. Moreover, it should be feeble and break right away from the first touch. On the other hand, it seemed to be alive with a gluttonous desire on top of being extremely strong. Zzz. After eating several hundred cultivators, flesh began to grow from the dried bones. This was an insignificant amount. In order to be full again, it would most likely need to eat 100,000 cultivators or so. It's trying to regrow its body by eating us. Many shouted in astonishment. We need to take it down. The experts and ancestors summoned their treasures for an onslaught. Rumble! A pagoda the size of a mountain came crashing down. A cauldron soared across the sky and released an endless inferno. Chapter 3893. Numerous powerful weapons attacked the skeleton, resulting in numerous explosions. Alas, all they could do was leave behind small nicks. Only one or two treasures managed to crack a bone. The bony amalgam should have been feeble since it didn't have any divine bone. However, some unknown force was holding it together, rendering all offenses useless. Poof! The skeleton opened its gigantic mouth and unleashed a raging black matter with fiery sparks scattered throughout. Ah! Ah dash! More screams resounded as cultivators were reduced to ashes by this special flame. Some took out their strongest treasures made of divine metals to block the black flame. Unfortunately, the flame destroyed the treasures as well. A mightier ancestor's treasure managed to stop the flame for a moment, buying him enough time to run away. The crowd started panicking after seeing the strength of the monster. Numerous cultivators have fallen along with several ancestors. They began scattering like birds and beasts while screaming. Some ancestors no longer gave a damn about face and fled with haste. A loss of reputation was still better than dying to this skeleton. These monsters are wicked and dangerous. They've killed so many of us back then. We need to get away now. A runner shouted. Get back to Blackwood. Let everyone know that the monsters are coming. Another ancestor ran for Blackwood. Unfortunately, not everyone got away, evident by the continuous wails and shrieks. The monster continued grabbing hundreds of cultivators and eating them. It gained more flesh and blood afterward. This is the end of the line for you, monster. A high monk wearing a shroud finally took action. Despite purposely concealing his appearance, everyone knew that he was from Heavenly Dragon Temple. He waved his hand and sent out a flying kasaya. It took root in the ground and created a colossal wall. Images of monks and Buddhas appeared on top and started chanting. They exuded the power and light of Buddhism, wanting to stop the skeleton. Bang! Bang! The skeleton began smashing the wall. Run now! The valiant monk still couldn't stop the creature. After 2 smashes, the massive wall had cracks all over. The monk couldn't handle it anymore but still tried his best to keep the monster at bay. Eventually, the wall crumbled and the monk was sent flying while vomiting blood. He used this momentum to run as well. Don't look back. Everyone else wished they had more legs in order to run faster. Rumble! The monster has fully gotten out of the abyss, aiming to pursue the cultivators for more food. The ancestors and experts looked back and saw the moving behemoth. They turned pale and mustered everything they got to run. Clank! A saber hymn sounded, prompting the monster to suddenly stop. The old servant was now standing in front of its path while holding his saber. The monster clearly stopped because it felt a potential threat. He had a calm expression, yet his hair and sleeves were fluttering despite a lack of wind. His saber was wrapped tightly by a thick gray bundle of cloth. Its actual shape remained unknown. It seemed that it hadn't been used for a long time because the cloth was old and dusty. He had no aura and saber energy to speak of. Nonetheless, he resembled an invisible wall capable of stopping the monster from taking half a step forward. He changed his posture by straightening his back. When he stood upright in this manner with his hair fluttering, the few remaining spectators found youth returning to him. He was no longer an old man with one foot on the grave but rather, a vigorous middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at his foe. A saber god seemed to be awakening since the rays from his eyes could execute anything. Young Ling became emotional. She knew that he was remarkably powerful but didn't have an actual gauge. Now, she could only use one word to describe him: invincible. Invincibility was indeed the impression he gave to the spectators. This might not actually be the case, but when he had his saber, no one should think about stopping him. A while ago, the wild child and 3 slashes emitted magnificent auras and saber energies. The crowd was lost in admiration. Now, their flashiness seemed rather childish and weak compared to the old man's stance. Unfortunately, everyone was running away and didn't get to witness his impeccable style. Oh, the skeleton roared and smashed with one hand. It didn't have any technique and merit law, only tyrannical strength. Crack! Time and space cracked, a sign of its wondrous strength. This smash alone could instantly sink a city. Boom! The old man retaliated by raising his sheathed saber up horizontally, easily stopping the smash. The shockwaves immediately destroyed the ground around him and issued violent quakes. Anyone else would have been turned into meat paste. Yes! Young Ling and Fan Bai cheered loudly. Chapter 3894. The monster roared after being stopped by the saber. Cultivators on the run were frightened stiff. They didn't dare to slow down for a second. Oh! Its other claw smashed down at the old servant with enough force to crush the radius of 100,000 miles. Clank! The old man unsheathed his saber. Its light illuminated the realms. Its prosperity meant wealth for all. Its downfall signaled destruction. He raised it before slashing vertically, destroying all laws in its path. Worlds felt tiny versus its might. The slash contained a wild and unrestrained intent. It moved in accordance with his whim. Teaming up with his saber turned the clock back for him. He became spirited once more, resembling a saber god looking down on all creation. Mad first slash. Yongling shouted despite not seeing the move clearly due to the blinding radiance. Nonetheless, she still uttered these words. Though she never saw the actual 8 variations before, she saw the wild child using the first slash earlier. In spite of certain similarities, his slash looked like a child playing with a saber compared to the old servant's slash. It was long-winded and needlessly flash, undeserving of using the technique's title. He needed time to gather power before the swing. On the other hand, the old man freely slashed while adding all of his emotions and focus within. There was joy in being unrestrained and mad. This was the style of Mad Blade. She thought that if this slash wasn't a part of the 8 variations, none other would be a closer match. Boom! The slash actually cut through the skeleton, separating it into 2 halves. Previously, ancestors have used their best treasures against this monster. They eventually learned that it was virtually impervious to attack. Now, the old servant could cut through the bones without too much trouble. Bam! The bones crumbled and fell to the ground. The 2 girls heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. The powerful monster was still no match for their friend. Unfortunately, they heard snapping and cracking noises. The bones scattered all over the ground suddenly moved as if they were alive. That's creepy. Yongling turned pale since she hadn't seen anything like this before. Watch carefully, there's a force controlling them, Li Qie said. For some reason, his nonchalant tone calmed her down. As long as he was around, nothing could ever put them in danger. They observed the bones and saw tiny red strings around them, numerous times smaller than a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, they found that these strings were actually rays. The bones flew upward and assembled again. The 2 girls noted that the rays then came together to form a circular radiance. It was faint and inconspicuous. Nonetheless, it seemed to be fueling the skeleton. So what is that thing? Yongling asked. The monster was strong enough to slay ancestors. However, this tiny ball of light was the mastermind behind it all? How could it contain so much power? Oh, the restored skeleton roared again. Yongling noted that it looked relatively the same. However, the bones that were cut earlier have now been placed in different places. There seemed to be a particular structure for the assembly. She just couldn't see the patterns right away. It looked as strong as before, eager to fight the old man again. The latter put on a serious expression and said, "No wonder why Buddha Supreme had a hard time dealing with this. They're hard to kill." The Supreme nearly lost his life fighting against the invading monsters. The same disaster might repeat itself. The old man wasn't afraid of the skeleton, but not being able to kill it was problematic. Oh, it raised its hand up for another smash. His eyes pulsed with frightening saber intent. However, a shadow rushed forward with lightning speed before he could attack. It was none other than Li Qie. Crack! He pulled a bone out of the skeleton, looking around the length of an arm but wasn't as thick. Rumble! The skeleton suddenly collapsed again. The scattered bones moved once more in order to reconstruct the monster. However, Li Qie strengthened his grip on the bone in his hand. The floating bones fell to the ground once more. They kept on trying to resist, resulting in creepy clacks. The bone in his hand was shaking, wanting to fly away. Of course, this was proven to be impossible. Li Qie had total control. This was akin to him grabbing something by the throat. He could immobilize and weaken it just by adding force. Buzz! The individual rays gathered together to form the ball. Instead of attacking Li Qie, it decided to run away. It seemed to know that messing with him was the wrong choice. Chapter 3895. Li Qie naturally wouldn't let the red ball of light escape. He raised his hand and sealed the area, instantly trapping the ball. Boom! It erupted with incredible power and sent out flames to destroy everything. So this is the force driving the skeleton. Yongling shouted. The flames here looked the same as the one spewed out by the skeleton earlier. It massacred numerous experts and ancestors. Boom! It continued to destroy the spatial containment in order to escape. Though Li Qie looked relaxed while creating the containment, the old man could see that everything beneath his palm was utterly trapped. Even something as strong as the ball couldn't get away. It didn't give up and kept on trying repeatedly. Alas, he could seal heaven and earth beneath his palm. What a shame, No big fish this time. Li Jie shook his head after seeing a lack of development. He then closed his fingers and space also shrank. The ball became suppressed afterward. It couldn't send out flames anymore. He added a bit more force every time it tried to resist. At this point, it was floating above his palm, completely stuck. Poof! He summoned a Dao flame. It lacked brightness and heat but had absolute purity. The ball became afraid, aware of how frightening this flame was. It issued an unpleasant squeak, similar to a mouse running for its life. The group was surprised. This ball looked more and more alive with its actions. The Dao flame started burning the ball, causing it to squeak louder. Li Jie ignored its cries and increased the flame's intensity. Ah! The final scream sounded like a man being burned alive. Pop! Eventually, nothing was left of the ball. The bones scattered on the ground actually turned into ashes. A gust of wind blew them away. What happened? Yongling became curious. They were just bones. The thing that mattered was the red ball of light. The old man explained. The skeleton was being used as a medium. With the ball gone, so will the bones. What is that light then? She asked, unaware of anything similar before. The old man pondered before shaking his head. He didn't have a certain answer. Top Dao lords and sovereigns have researched this topic before, unable to come up with a definite conclusion. Threads controlling a puppet, that's all. Li Jie said while staring at the bone in his other hand. All of the other bones have turned to ashes after the destruction of the light ball. However, this one was perfectly intact. It was white in comparison, looking as if it was polished before. The others seemed to be randomly chosen. This one? There were signs of refinement. Why is that bone still around? Yongling curiously asked. It's the leading medium that has been refined before. Li Jie said before raising his hand towards the old man. Saber. The old man handed his saber to Li Jie. He personally crafted this saber in the past. Few in this world were qualified to demand or borrow it from him. Alas, he didn't have a choice here. Who refined this bone? Fanbai asked. Someone might be looking for rebirth. The old man boldly speculated with narrowed eyes. The biggest clue to this statement was the skeleton trying to devour flesh and blood. Rebirth is impossible for the truly dead. Even an immortal can't do so. It'll only be living a borrowed life. Li Jie chuckled. Li Jie's responses always carried a certain implication and new information. The old man realized a few things after listening. Meanwhile, Li Jie started carving the bone using the old man's saber. The blade was heavy and long, yet this wasn't a problem for Li Jie. The cutting was accurate as if it was a carving knife. The saber danced under his control, ready to turn this bone into a work of art. What are you doing, young master? Yongling wondered. Just making a flute on this fine day. Li Jie smiled. Yongling had no response. How fine could a day be with all of these monsters coming out? She was right. Currently, numerous monsters have been spotted in black tides. Chaos ensued in the region. Chapter 3896. Rumble. Numerous colossal creatures emerged from unknown depths and gathered into an army. At first, only a few came out of the valleys and gorges. Now, more and more emerged from the seafloor itself. They have been buried for who knows how many years. The bones were decaying, but this didn't affect them in the slightest. As a whole, they were still powerful and fast. Crack, crack, crack. A few monsters decided to pick up random bones on the ground and attach them to the missing spots on their body. It seemed that the bones here were interchangeable and didn't have a negative impact. The monsters had diverse forms. Some were tall and resembled a giant human skeleton. Another looked like a primal beast with 4 legs. The bone spurs on its spine pierced upward, looking extremely sharp. One more was tiny like a praying mantis. However, it could cut someone's throat before they got a clue. They all shared the same chaotic arrangements for bones. For example, one had an ox skull, tiger tail, elephant body, and eagle wings. A different one had a human body and a snake skull. From a distance, this army of monsters instilled fear into the spectators. They seemed to be the harbingers of death and destruction. Some treasure hunters were caught off guard by their appearance and became delicious food. Crunch! The larger skeletons were able to capture cultivators by the thousands. Agonizing screams came from their mouth during the chewing process. It didn't take long before black tides turned into hell. Just run, the monsters are here. Many ran for their lives while stricken by fear. Some ancestors tried to ambush these creatures, utilizing their strongest merit laws and treasures. Rumble. However, the majority of the skeletons had no problem withstanding the offenses. Some had broken bones, but the pieces eventually came together again. The ancestors eventually found that the creatures were unkillable. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for them. Numerous ancestors started falling. Run back to Blackwood. The top ancestors realized how futile it was and sent this message to the rest. Meanwhile, the sounds of gongs echoed across Blackwood Cliff. Its inhabitants began panicking. Recall everyone right now, the monsters are out. This was the command from the upper echelons. The Biendu and the Guardian Legion blew their war horns. These special horns could be heard not only in black tides but also in the holy ground. They served to tell adventurers to pull back as well as asking the holy ground for reinforcement against the invading monsters. Monsters are about to reach the shore. We need all capable men to help. The Biendu clan master's words echoed. Boom! A beam soared upward from the clan and spread out to form a mighty barrier. A platform in the clan also rose up, and on top was a gigantic fort. The platform had numerous chaos true stones engraved everywhere. However, many were dimmed and had no energy left. Replace the depleted stones. Do it well. The clan master ordered. Meanwhile, by the shore, explosions could be heard as Buddhist light materialized and formed a gigantic wall. This wall separated the cliff from black tides. The surface was covered with Buddhist runes. They formed complete characters, all part of a top defensive scripture. Images of high monks and Tao lords could be seen. They started chanting the characters found on the wall. This resulted in an impressive Buddhist affinity serving as fuel for the wall. Alas, this wall was too old and had experienced too many battles before. Many places lacked runes and empowerment with clear flaws. Fortunately, Tao platforms and even forts were built in these weakened parts. Empower the platforms to help the wall. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple ordered. Amitba. Monks began heading for the various platforms and forts. They poured their energy and vitality into these creations. Buzz. The buildings lit up, the same with the embedded chaos stones. Children of the East, prepare for battle. The Praetor also commanded the Alliance to help cover the weakened portions of the wall. Due to the massive size of the shore, there were thousands and thousands of platforms. This required the help of numerous cultivators. Don't rest now. If the wall falls, the monsters will break in like a tsunami. The Biendu clan master told everyone. No one had time to relax right now. They searched for unmanned Tao platforms in order to do their part. Buzz. As time passed, more Tao platforms became activated. This made the Buddhist wall brighter as well. Chapter 3897. The wall became tougher with the help of the chants and cultivators channeling their energy for fuel. It served to separate the continent from black tides, the first line of defense against the approaching monsters. Rumor has it that it was built by Buddha Tao Lord. Of course, there were theories of it existing way before that. It just wasn't as grand versus its current form. During the era of Buddha Tao Lord, he decided to rebuild and add more sections to deal with black tides. Only someone as powerful as him could create such a colossal architecture. This majestic contribution was nothing short of a miracle. Later on, Dhyana, Vajra, and even righteous Tao Lord blessed the wall. Other top masters in history did the same. The wall would have crumbled long ago without their effort. After all, it had faced relentless assaults from the creatures before. Though it was not in its peak state, it still served as a capable defense for Blackwood Cliff. Rumble. Adventurers have hastily returned with skeletons right behind them. Hurry, Blackwood is up ahead. They became ecstatic after seeing the Buddhist wall. Alas, not all made it since the skeletons caught up and devoured them. We did it. The lucky survivors got close enough. Enter the main entrance now. An expert from the Biendu in charge of this area shouted. There was a large gate, perhaps the toughest spot in the wall. Supreme runes and a Buddha could be seen on the surface. The Biendu clan personally presided over the gate. They sent their strongest elders along with more than 1,000 elites. This has been their responsibility ever since the era of Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, Their clan had another name, the Gate Guardians. Open the gate, the clan master ordered after seeing the survivors. The gate opened. They hurriedly ran inside. Some monsters took note of this and wanted to follow them. However, the closest platform had a cannon fortress under the control of the praetor and his generals. Open fire, the praetor commanded. Eastern soldiers have already channeled energy into the cannon. Thus, it was already activated. Boom! A bright flash detonated as a ball of pure energy flew towards the monsters. Boom! 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 The other fortresses in the area fired as well. Rumble! Massive skeletons fell to the ground. Their bones scattered everywhere. Click! Clack! Unsurprisingly, these bones assembled again and the skeletons got up. What the hell are these things? The experts on the wall took a deep breath. Are they unkillable? One of them shouted. No, it's just hard to take them down. The Biendu clan master personally manned a cannon and said, find their main bone and devil flame. Boom! His cannon struck a skeleton, causing it to fall. Red strings appeared for the reconstruction. Fire the beam! He roared and the fortress floating above their clan began firing. This was the largest fortress in all of Blackwood. It instantly shot out a beam consisting of thousands and thousands of little energy pulses. The targets were the scattered bones and the red strings on the ground. With the red strings gone, the bones became useless and were no longer a threat. The Biendu has rich experiences dealing with these monsters. The clan is their nemesis. One expert commented after seeing the effective beam. However, it required an enormous cost to fire the beam each time. The clan disciples needed to swap due to their energy being depleted. Rumble! More monsters made it to the shore and began attacking the wall. Fire! The sounds of war began with cannons detonating everywhere. Return to the gate now and get inside before the monsters come. We will not open it again. The clan master loudly warned those still stuck in black tides. Shit, go go go! Survivors did everything they could to make it back to Blackwood. Without the gate, they would be stuck outside with these monsters. Waves of survivors could be seen in the distance. Sure enough, they were being pursued as well. Fire! Cannons and the beam fortress launched multiple barrages at the monsters. This firepower made it impossible for the skeletons to break down the wall. However, this was only the beginning. Earthquakes and dreadful footsteps could be heard on the horizon. Colossal skeletons began pushing for the Blackwood along with an army of smaller monsters. It wouldn't take long before they made it to the wall. The experts on the wall became nervous. Though they had taken care of the first wave, they knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The area in front of the gate was completely empty at this point. Most survivors have returned by now. A while later, the guard saw 4 people slowly walking closer. They looked completely carefree compared to the running survivors earlier. Who are they? One guard asked. That's Li Chia and his group. Many recognized the 4 right away. Chapter 3898. The appearance of the 4 garnered everyone's attention. This brat got the black metal. Someone brought this up. Greed immediately flashed in many cultivators' eyes. He's still alive, the metal must be on him right now. A big shot murmured. Even top characters couldn't hide their desire. First, this metal played a pivotal part in the ascension of the previous Dao Lord. Putting that aside, what it has shown so far while being in Li Chia's possession was enough to tempt anyone. 3 Slashes and the Wild Child were virtually peerless among the young generation of the Southern West King. Both were dead now, killed by a weak cultivator due to the metal. It appeared that possessing this frightening treasure would allow one to dominate 8 Desolaces. Plus, it contained Supreme Grand Dao as well, meaning that it would be immensely beneficial for a clan or sect, the same as possessing a top scripture. If I can get it, a big shot still in stealth muttered under his breath. All in all, those in the know thought that their life would soar to the apex after seizing the metal from Li Chia. Close the gate. The Biendu clan master commanded. The disciples from the clan were surprised for a bit before following his order. Bam! The Buddhist gate shut tightly. Those nearby exchanged glances after seeing this development and understood the reason. 3 Slashes was killed by Li Chia at Dark Abyss. This was an irreconcilable feud. The clan naturally wanted revenge. This was one way to do it, not allowing Li Chia's group to seek safety in Blackwood Cliff from the monsters. The guy wouldn't be able to handle the hellish horde regardless of his devilish abilities. All of them would be decimated soon enough. Remember, even Buddha Supreme and his peers had a tough time, let alone Li Qia's group. Thus, everyone assumed the worst for them. The result of opposing the Biendu. Someone from the last generation murmured. This was the reason why the big shots didn't want to mess with the Biendu in Blackwood Cliff. They have been the local tyrant for generations now and had plenty of methods to deal with enemies. A young expert snorted and said, he brought this upon himself since the Biendu wouldn't show mercy. Numerous stronger beings than him were killed by them. His treasures don't matter anymore. Amit Ba. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple placed his palms together and said, Clan Master, this place exists to protect the people. This is the will of the Tao Lords and wise sages. Now, you're purposely keeping someone out with malice. It is going against their will. All eyes turned towards the Clan Master. After all, the temple had a pivotal position in the holy ground. No one would dare to underestimate them. In fact, one could argue that the temple had more influence than the current leader, Vajra dynasty. It's too late. The Clan Master seriously responded. The horde is almost here. If we don't close the gate early, we're putting all of Blackwood at risk. No, all of Buddha Holy Ground and West King, 8 Desolaces too. This was clearly an excuse because people could see that the monsters were still far away. There was plenty of time to let Li Qia's group in, but he wanted to avenge his son. There's still enough time. One big shot said. Let them in. Indeed, the army isn't here yet. Another ancestor added. We can spare this much time to save him. Others started chiming in. These powerful beings urged the Clan Master to help Li Qia. Of course, this had nothing to do with benevolence and compassion. As long as Li Qia came in, anything was possible later. This included their chance to seize the metal from him. One man's life can't compare to the safety of the world. The praetor spoke. We can't jeopardize Blackwood's safety. Plus, it is his fault for not returning fast enough after hearing the warnings. The Clan Master has nothing to do with him being killed by the monsters. This was another man whose son was killed by Li Qia. He shared the same goal as the Biendu Clan Master, wanting to see Li Qia being trampled by the army. In fact, he was gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yes, think of the bigger picture. The Clan Master said firmly. Anyone who tries to open the gate will be our enemy. His aggression shut everyone up. His clan was in charge of the gate, and others didn't want a direct confrontation right now. By this point, Li Qia's group made it to the front of the gate. He smiled after seeing this scene. Open the gate, let us in. Yongling knocked on the gate. The monstrous horde is coming, so the gate is sealed. You are on your own. The Biendu Clan Master coldly uttered. They're not here. Yongling looked back. It was obvious that this army still had a way to go before reaching the shore. This gate will not open, the Clan Master asserted. His goal became clearer and clearer. Can't you see? Li Qia smiled and told Yongling. He wants to keep us outside of the wall so that the monsters can trample us. This is to avenge their son. It is karma. The Clan Master sneered. I'm not the one pushing you off the edge. It is your greed for only caring about treasures and not returning on time. We're not to be blamed for this. Chapter 3899. Despicable. Yongling angrily shouted before forming a madra to attack the wall. Boom! She obviously had zero chance of breaking this wall. She summoned a treasure for another direct attack. It didn't leave a single mark. Stop daydreaming. The praetor said. Just sit back and wait. You'll be nothing more than food for the monster soon enough. His tone contained nothing but hate, as if he wanted to tear the group to pieces and devour them too. He most likely found it a shame that he couldn't personally take down Li Qia. Think about how to make your last moments more pleasant now. Don't bother trying. The Clan Master had a sinister smile. They have no chance if the gate doesn't open. One expert said. The wall has lasted for eras against the relentless onslaught of the monsters. In fact, it played a large part in the successful defense in the last generation. Buddha Supreme alone wouldn't have been able to stop the horde. Eventually, the wall did fall down. Nonetheless, it bought enough time for Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord to come. The trio lasted long enough for the water to come back. Thus, since Li Qia's group couldn't make it past the wall, the only thing left for them was to wait for death. I've been known to hold a grudge. Li Qie glanced at the gloating enemies and said, should I destroy your clan after coming back in? You'll never set one foot past the wall. Just think about how you want to die. The clan master laughed before glaring at Li Qie. Dying to those monsters is your fortune. If it was up to me, I would let you suffer a fate worse than death. The praetor's eyes gleamed murderously. Come inside and I'll be the first to kill you. A cold voice came from a platform nearby. It was none other than Sword Hero who was in charge of Vajra's army. A loser should stop barking. Know your place. Li Qie glanced at him and said. Sword Hero's face became as red as a monkey's butt. He trembled with rage. People who have heard of this event exchanged glances. Back in Duality Academy, Sword Hero was blown away by one hammer smash. Truly a humiliating defeat. Bastard, you relied on trickery for that fight. He roared in response. Show me what you can really do. Fight with your own power instead. Your stupidity is the reason why you're not the king. The current one is 100 times more capable than you. Li Qie shook his head. If you somehow survive this, I'll cut you to pieces. He shouted. Li Qie's words hit a sore spot. This was his life's biggest failure. He had incredible talents and pride, thinking that the throne was his for the taking. He didn't expect to lose to the incapable archaic Sun King and become a laughingstock. His face became twisted with rage, no longer looking like a swordmaster. Brother, no need to be angry, he'll become food soon enough. The Biendu clan master said. Sword Hero still had a hard time restraining his rage after hearing this. I pity the fools who mistake my mercy for weakness. That's fine, I'll cut off your dog heads in just a bit. The horde is approaching, the only thing you'll do is scream in pain. The clan master retorted while staring at the horizon. Can't wait to see you squirm in their jaws. The praetor had a cruel grimace and couldn't wait to see Li Qie's demise. The trio started laughing after fantasizing about this. Our young master will be avenged. A disciple from the Biendu said. His fellow clan members agreed. Opposing the Biendu is courting death. Other experts sneered since they found Li Qie's perpetual arrogance off-putting. His haughtiness is his downfall, nothing more than food in the end. One genius snorted. The geniuses here wanted Li Qie to die so that they would have one less competitor later on. How amusing, foolish enough to think that this wall can stop me. I'll have zero problems bypassing it. Li Qie chuckled. Those who were laughing at him stopped right away. Is he serious? They started wondering because no one really doubted Li Qie by this point. He had performed too many crazy feats before. He could do the impossible while putting in zero effort at all. He was Li Qie, the son of miracles. No way, the Buddhist wall is too tough. He can't break it down. One expert said. It is unprecedented, at least for one man to do so. A big shot pondered. Even someone from the central region doubted him. Right, the wall was created by Buddha Dao Lord and blessed by other sages. Can Li Qie do it? The majority remained skeptical of Li Qie's claim. There's no way he is that strong. One youth said. Li Qie was just too much of a threat right now for the young generation. Who knows? Li Qie's sorcery can accomplish any task. Maybe this isn't beyond him. An ancestor remained neutral and said. Full power right now. The Biendu clan master loudly commanded. Channel everything into the wall, keep it at peak state. Sword Hero did the same. The members of the Biendu, the coalition army from the east, and Vajra's legion channeled their vitality and power into the various platforms. Boom! Flames ignited on the surface while beams shot to the sky. It became tougher and brighter after receiving mass empowerment. Even a supreme can't take down this wall. Li, drop this foolish notion and prepare to become food for the monster. Give us a good show now. The Biendu clan master's confidence increased. Chapter 3900. The majestic and towering wall stopped any existence from taking half a step forward. This was doubly true after receiving the vitality and energy from countless cultivators. It could stand for billions of years without faltering. All eyes were on Li Qie. Though he had performed numerous miracles, this wall was still the creation of numerous Dao lords. The only thing that could take it down was the relentless onslaught of the monster army. He alone stood no chance. It seemed that his group was destined to die and become food for these massive creatures. Of course, they wouldn't be enough to fill the gap between the teeth of one monster. There's no way he can circumvent this disaster. An expert murmured. Nonetheless, no one had the guts to be absolutely certain. Li Chia was different from everyone else. There was always a sliver of hope when it came to him. He can't be lucky forever. He'll die without a grave this time, humph. One genius considered Li Chia a thorn on his side. Li Chia became the sole focus of attention. They wanted to see if Li Chia could prove everyone wrong by making it past the gate. For the first-timers, they became excited to see this famous cultivator in action. So much blind trust in a wall, how idiotic. Li Chia smiled and got in front of the gate. He placed his palm with the bronze ring on it. Buzz! The gate suddenly became hollow, seemingly melting from his touch. The fortified gate looked like liquid as Li Chia pushed his hand deeper inside. The whole thing was unbelievable. He started walking into it as well. This entrance was the toughest part of the wall. It had the most complicated runic engravings and blessings. However, it was completely ineffective against him. He simply treated it as a curtain, brushing it aside and walking past. Of course, Yongling was astonished in the beginning to see the young master bypassing the gate. When she calmed down, she hurriedly followed him inside along with Fan Bai and the old servant. The spectators were astounded, unable to formulate a coherent thought. Jaws dropped to the ground. There was no flashy explosion and earth-shattering destructiveness. Li Chia actually just walked through the gate as if it was another arched door. He didn't use any power, treasure, or special method during this process. One or two people could see a similar illusion, but when everyone saw the same thing, they had to accept this as fact. An elderly high monk from Heavenly Dragon was present, having higher seniority than the Monk of Wisdom. His beard was as white as snow. As he watched Li Chia, his muddled eyes became clear again with Buddhist radiance. He placed his palms together and had a respectful expression. Amitba. He lowered his head without saying anything else, maintaining his look of reverence. Eventually, people regained their wits and reacted. I'm impossible. Some started shouting despite seeing it with their own eyes. He knows magic. It gotta be magic. A genius bellowed. Otherwise, how could he get through the gate like that? In the beginning, most thought that Li Chia would resort to a powerful treasure such as the black metal for a direct confrontation. Others thought that he would use a devilish merit law to get through. It could be another unprecedented method or a mystical evasion law. All of this didn't happen. The only thing Li Chia did was push with one hand. There's no one as mysterious and unfathomable as him. A top master sentimentally said. Someone from the plateau smiled wryly. You know, I wouldn't be surprised at all if the Son of Miracles becomes the next Tao Lord. What sorcery is this? The Biendu clan master staggered backward while shouting in astonishment. Their clan has been protecting this gate for eras. He knew full well how impregnable it was, hence his shocked state of mind. Chapter 3901. The Biendu's full force was present. Their strongest elders were here outside of a few not currently in Blackwood. The crumbling of the gate meant that they would be the first to face the waves. Thus, they always did their best to guard this area. Their disciples and elders channeled all of their power into the wall. Alas, this didn't stop Li Chia for a split second. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop him. They simply couldn't. They didn't feel Li Chia's existence as he was passing through at all. He didn't use any force to attack the gate or them. The laws and restraints of the gate had no effect on him either. The clan master was rightfully alarmed. There was no explanation for this, at least not one that would be considered logical. The ancestors among the crowd had cultivated numerous merit laws and read ancient scrolls. None sufficed in explaining this scene or Li Chia. The clan master and the praetor eventually calmed down. Their eyes flashed murderously since the killer of their son had returned. Want a fight? Li Chia smiled at their aggression. Looks like you prefer the hard way. The praetor spoke. This will be your last moment. I will make mincemeat out of you. Don't see how you can, given your abilities. Li Chia smirked. The praetor turned red from rage. He had absolute authority right now as the chief commander of the Eastern Coalition. Even ancestors needed to be respectful towards him, let alone a junior. Putting his son aside, the disrespect alone was enough for him to kill Li Chia. Everyone's responsible for taking down villains. The clan master of the Biendu raised his voice. Your greed drove you to kill fellow men and commit unforgivable offenses. The world is a better place without you. The clan master tried to take the moral high ground, unlike the praetor. He wanted to be on the side of justice while taking down Xueqi. Yes, we're all responsible. One ancestor shouted in agreement. That's right, we need to work together for the sake of justice. Other experts chimed in. The crowd seemed to be against Xueqi in no time at all. Of course, they didn't care about any of the bullshit rhetoric. Their goal was Xueqi's treasure. As the saying goes, excessive wealth will arouse the envy of others. Xueqi had a priceless piece of metal, so all were against him. The experts here forgot about the incoming horde, completely blinded by greed. No medicine can cure your stupidity. Xueqi looked at the people around him and smiled. Having said that, he gestured provocatively. Come, wannabe heroes, let's see what you can do. These cultivators exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. Xueqi's monstrous abilities were as clear as day. The metal seemed unstoppable too, only requiring one slash to kill the two geniuses. Who would want to be the first to attack? Even a fool knew that the vanguard would die right away. Thus, it was better to wait and take advantage of the situation. Let someone else fight Xueqi instead. Morons. Xueqi sneered at the suddenly hushed crowd. I've had enough of your antics, Xueqi. The Biendu clan master shouted. My clan will make sure that you will not leave Blackwood Cliff alive. Vengeance was another strong driving force. Thus, the clan master dared to take the initiative. Your courage is wasted on you. Xueqi smiled and said, your decision today will be the end of your clan. I can easily destroy it. The clan masters and other clan members became furious right away. Brat, you're dead. The clan members began yelling at Xueqi. No one ever survives after crossing us. We will exterminate your clan no matter how far away it is. The aggressive shouts drowned out the area. There was no way the authoritative Biendu would let a junior humiliate them in public without barking back. Does he think he's a Dao Lord? An expert from another sect murmured. Just wait and see, the Biendu won't let him off easy for this transgression. A young cultivator snorted. This was precisely the development everyone wanted, for the Biendu and Xueqi to fight. I want to see who dares to destroy my clan. A thunderous voice echoed, causing everyone's ears to feel pain. They staggered backward from shock. A massive power descended and affected all of Blackwood. There seemed to be a giant looming above everyone. The pressure stemming from this being could crush them all. Boom! A person landed on the ground with the weight of countless mountains, causing shockwaves to shoot out and sweep people off their feet. When people got up to look at him, they saw an old man wearing a resplendent robe. Runic halos pulsed around him. Images of sages sang praises for him. He looked like an uncrossable mountain. Others had no choice but to look up in deference. That's the Biendu Paragon. An ancestor recognized the runic halos right away. Even those who had not seen him before still recognized his title. An ancestor serving as the current leader of the Biendu. Rumor has it that Buddha Supreme had a high evaluation of his talent during his youth. A high elder became startled. Chapter 3902. The Biendu Paragon was currently the strongest ancestor with the highest status. He was born during the previous era, as talented as can be. During his youth, he actually witnessed the battle between Buddha Supreme and the Horde. As he grew older, he found success with the Dao and was summoned by Buddha Dao Lord. This was a rare honor. Of course, many cultivators saw the Supreme in that turbulent era. However, to be personally summoned and appreciated by the Supreme was an entirely different matter. Recently, rumor has it that the 4 Grandmasters have been summoned as well. This couldn't be verified. Ultimately, the summoning was a testament to the Paragon's talent and achievement. Some even said that he was stronger than the 4 Grandmasters. However, since his clan was located in a remote region and due to his old age, his fame wasn't on the same level as the 4. Nonetheless, the crowd was still shaken to see his appearance. Many bowed slightly, the ancestors included. This gotta be the end for Xueqi. A young expert was murmuring while bowing. The Paragon's notoriety made the crowd think that it was looking bad for Xueqi. The young ones could already imagine the scene of Xueqi being taught a lesson. The Paragon's eyes swept through the crowd like divine sabers. People felt a sharp pain on their cheeks as if the blades had scraped them. The eyes eventually fixated on Xueqi. His aura became torrential and struck everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. This was akin to facing a mightier foe who could crush you at any moment. This was the power of a top heavenly sovereign. The crowd trembled while being utterly intimidated. Of course, Li Qie remained nonchalant despite the overwhelming aura focusing on him. The paragon's eyes narrowed and increased the intensity of his aura. However, he suddenly noticed the bronze ring on Li Qie's finger. He looked at it for several seconds before changing his expression and staggering backward. While everyone thought that he would be furious and immediately cut Li Qie down, his actions thus far didn't reflect this. "Ancestor, that's the brat who killed my son." The clan master walked over and told the paragon. The strangely emotional paragon raised his hand. However, his target wasn't Li Qie. He ended up slapping the clan master's face without holding back, causing his cheek to swell. He then got on his knees and bowed repeatedly. "It is our clan's mistake to offend someone above our station. Please forgive us." This rendered the crowd shocked and speechless. The Biendu paragon arguably had a higher status than the four grandmasters. Just a while ago, he seemed keen on teaching Li Qie a lesson. The sudden shift left everyone slack-jawed. The clan master himself was overwhelmed with confusion. However, their paragon was wise and insightful. He immediately realized that he had offended the wrong person. "Please forgive us for overstepping our bounds." He was smart enough to immediately kneel and beg for forgiveness. The other members of the clan felt the same sentiment. However, both their paragon and clan master were subservient. They had to do the same as well. "Please forgive us." The members of the Biendu got on their knees. The spectators became frozen just like the atmosphere. "Please forgive our temple for the lack of reception, Sacred Lord." A high monk led his disciples to greet Li Qie as well. "Please forgive us." The monks circled and kneeled, seemingly wanting to protect their lord. The loudness echoed and intimidated everyone. Their Buddhist energy emanated across black wood with Li Qie at the center. This scene established Li Qie's authority and status. If these monks have accepted him as their leader, others needed to do the same as well. "Sacred Lord?" Ancestors were shaken to hear the honorific. "Who's that?" A youth found this scene too strange. "Just kneel." A senior nearby slapped him then pushed him to the floor. Both of them kneeled at the same time. "We deserve death for not greeting you earlier, Sacred Lord." An ancestor kowtowed and shouted. "It is an honor to be in your presence, Sacred Lord." Numerous experts joined the ceremony. Meanwhile, Wei Qianqing, who was standing in the distance, didn't expect this. She calmed down and also followed the crowd. By this point, the majority of cultivators from the Holy Ground had submitted to Li Qie. Only those from the East, Righteous, and other locations remained standing. "Does anyone know who he is?" A disciple from Righteous asked. Not long ago, Li Qie was everyone's target. Even the ancestors from the Holy Ground wanted to kill him. How did everything change so quickly? The Lord of Sacred Mountain and the Holy Ground. A prime minister of a dynasty in Righteous also bowed towards Li Qie. The juniors nearby took a deep breath and lowered their head as well, despite not liking Li Qie. The Lord of Sacred Mountain had the same seniority and status as their Righteous Supreme. Even the sect master of Righteous was half a rank lower. Thus, though the members of Righteous weren't under the Holy Ground's jurisdiction, they still needed to show respect to someone on the same level as their Supreme. "Sacred Lord." The praetor stared at Li Qie. The coalition army didn't bow either since they had no love for the Holy Ground. Chapter 3903. The imperious ancestors from the Holy Ground were subservient to someone for once. Their juniors did the same. Their land had countless sects and kingdoms. Normally, these individual powers did whatever they wanted. Even Vajra, who was in charge, couldn't directly interfere. Nonetheless, they still knew that ultimately, the Holy Ground still belonged to Sacred Mountain. It had complete control and could decide the direction of the land. It normally didn't interfere in mundane and administrative matters. Its disciples and the mountain itself were rarely seen. Because of this, it felt like it didn't exist to some. This would change the moment it showed up again, proving its dominion. This was especially true for its sacred lord. All members of the Holy Ground had to get on their knees. There have been numerous sacred lords in history, yet none disappointed. They conducted themselves honorably and powerfully. The previous lord was Buddha Supreme. A cultivator famous not just in West King but all of 8 Desolaces. Some would put him on the same level as 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Plus, due to his valiant effort at Blackwood against the previous invasion, his prestige reached an untouchable height. Today, the revelation of their new lord shocked the members of the Holy Ground. Not a single soul predicted this. Of course, they didn't dare to question his status either. First, the paragon of the Biendu had met Buddha Supreme before. There was a chance he had been invited to Sacred Mountain and knew more about its rules, hence his ability to recognize Li Qia's position. Most importantly, Heavenly Dragon Temple recognized Li Qia as well. They were the most loyal supporters of Sacred Mountain and maintained a communication line. Therefore, Li Qia was clearly the real thing. This didn't stop people from finding it strange. Why did Sacred Mountain not announce their new lord? A sudden change in leadership wasn't unprecedented. The lack of announcement was. The next question became, what happened to Buddha Supreme? Are the rumors true? Many thought about him potentially passing away in Sacred Mountain from his injuries in battle. No wonder why everything comes easy and miraculously. He's the Sacred Lord. One ancestor murmured, the Lord is peerless and godlike, it all makes sense now. Why would it be surprising for the Lord of Sacred Mountain to be an unfathomable and omnipotent being? Some found comfort in having certain questions explained, no longer jealous of Li Qia's sorcery and luck. There was no lack of people sweating either. They trembled while kneeling on the ground because they looked down on Li Qia earlier, going as far as scheming against him. What would be the punishing of offending, insulting, and going as far as scheming nefariously against the Sacred Lord? This could be construed as treason and sacrilegious. If Li Qia pursued this matter, death would absolutely be the penalty. They might drag their clan and sect down with them as well. All Li Qia needed to do was give the command and numerous powers would toil for him. Rise! Li Qia waved his hand and told the kneeling crowd. Yang Ling was standing next to him. She knew that the young master was special but not to this level. How could someone so young be the Sacred Lord? Other Sacred Lords in history were far older. The crowd stood up after receiving permission. Evacuate citizens to your camp. He then ordered Wei Qianqing. Affirmative. Wei Qianqing accepted the command, then told her subordinates to carry out the order. Remove the wall. He then told the monks and the paragon of the Biendu. What? Astonishment struck the listeners. Everyone knew that this Buddhist wall served as the first line of defense, perhaps the most effective one too. Blackwood Cliff would be exposed without it and would fall to the monsters right away. Sacred Lord, Blackwood will fall without the wall. Billions of cultivators and mortals will die. The Biendu paragon said anxiously. If Blackwood were to fall, so would his clan. Hence the evaluation to the Guardian Legion's camp. Li Qia said flatly. The crowd exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Was this a decision to abandon Blackwood Cliff instead of fighting? What is this plan? It's too risky. An expert from the Holy Ground whispered. The High Monk of the Heavenly Dragon was startled as well. He placed his palms together and respectfully spoke. Sacred Lord, I don't think we can hold this area without the wall. The Supreme Back then relied on it to keep the monsters at bay. I have a plan, follow the orders. Li Qia instructed. How illogical and sloppy. I can't believe we're running away instead of defending Blackwood. An old cultivator from Blackwood muttered beneath his breath. Chapter 3904. No one took the evacuation command in stride, whether it be cultivators from the Holy Ground or the other powers. Some would have called Li Qia insane if he wasn't the current Sacred Lord. How are we going to stop the monsters without the wall? Nonetheless, they still complained among themselves. If they had a say in the matter, they would never agree with this decision. This isn't a game, billions of lives are at stake. Someone coldly uttered and the crowd heard him clearly. Remember, no one dared to criticize Li Qia. Even the Biendu Paragon and the High Monk of Heavenly Dragon Temple merely made suggestions. The tone of this speaker, on the other hand, showed a lack of respect towards Li Qia. In fact, it sounded like criticism. Others followed the direction of the voice, wondering who had the audacity to speak to the Sacred Lord in this manner. It turned out to be Sword Hero, which was rather understandable. Some found this to be the right development and secretly gave him a thumbs up since Li Qia had to be stopped. Sounds like you are strongly opposed. Li Qia glanced at him and smiled. Sword Hero arched his chest proudly while being under the spotlight. As a top genius, he had experienced plenty of hardship and tribulations. He wasn't afraid of Li Qia's status in the slightest. The Buddhist wall is the strongest defense in Blackwood Cliff. Recalling it is the same as handing this area over to the monsters with both hands and exposing the holy ground to their violence. It is unvirtuous and harmful. Everyone should denounce this choice. Stop, I've grown bored of these pompous speeches. Li Qia interrupted him. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Go play somewhere else. Li Qia showed himself to be dictatorial and imperious, not listening to anyone. A ruler like this wouldn't win the heart of the people. Alas, no one uttered a single word. The master of Sacred Mountain could make all decisions for the holy ground. Sword Hero turned red with rage. He would have yelled at Li Qia if the guy was just another junior. However, the Sacred Lord had a higher status than him. They already had an ongoing feud. Now, Li Qia suddenly became his superior and chastised him in public. This left him in an awkward position. I don't know the rules of Buddha Holy Ground. The praetor suddenly interjected, but in our wild East 8 kingdoms, when there is an incapable ruler whose decisions are detrimental to the people, we'll remove them. This caused a stir in the crowd, especially the members of the Holy Ground. Such talk was akin to betraying the Holy Ground, which was punishable by death. That's why everyone kept their mouth shut. Stand to the side. Li Qia waved his hand at the praetor as if he was chasing a mosquito away. The praetor had an ugly expression. Li Qia's new status made revenge difficult. His son's death would be in vain. He needed to do everything possible to avoid this. You are blinded by arrogance. He replied. I am not under your jurisdiction. Our coalition army will protect this place till death. Anyone who wants to recall the wall is our enemy. Vajra will do the same. We will not stand down to anyone because this pertains to the greater good. Sword Hero shouted. The generals and soldiers behind him became alarmed. This was nothing short of a declaration of war towards Li Qia and most importantly, Sacred Mountain. I see. Li Qia smirked while staring at the duo. You two wish to challenge Sacred Mountain's authority. That's fine, I'll give you a chance. Want to fight alone or with your armies? Everyone took a deep breath. Anyone would need to think twice before challenging Sacred Mountain. The price in doing so was prohibitive. Remember, Vajra's current leadership position was bestowed to them by Sacred Mountain. In this situation, Vajra would be dragged down this mess as well. My brave soldiers, follow me into battle. The praetor roared heroically. We are at your command. Victory shall be ours. The soldiers chanted awe-inspiringly in unison. They didn't have the same qualms as the members of the Holy Ground. Who will follow me to battle? Sword Hero gritted his teeth and asked. He's crazy too. A crowd member whispered. No one from the Holy Ground would support this treasonous act. The soldiers of Vajra hesitated, not knowing what to do. They understood that although they worked for Vajra, the true power in charge was Sacred Mountain. Moreover, Sword Hero couldn't represent Vajra either. Guardian Legion, follow me. Wei Qianqing stepped forward first. The soldiers in this legion left the formation and followed her, refusing to go against Sacred Mountain. Legions of the dynasty, march. Another commander of Vajra also left. The legion would never go against Li Qia without the permission of Archaic Sun King and Ancestral Temple. It didn't take long before only several thousand disciples in black uniforms were left behind Sword Hero. They were his personal squad, ready to die for him. Good, you're all I need to sweep through the world. Sword Hero's morale remained high despite losing 2 main legions. He then pointed at Li Qia and declared, We're more than enough to take you down. The spectators took a deep breath after seeing a formal challenge. Chapter 3905. I don't think this is right. An expert of the Holy Ground said. Though Li Qia wasn't the traditional Sacred Lord and his command was questionable, he was still in charge. Furthermore, the previous Lord, Buddha Supreme, was rather unconventional as well and had his fair share of irregular deeds. Sacred Mountain's prestige remained in the Holy Ground. Thus, they didn't think Sword Hero's challenge was appropriate. Indeed. A big shot with more information quietly replied. I believe Sword Hero already dislikes Sacred Mountain. It might be more than just his hatred of the current Sacred Lord. The latter was well known. How Li Jie sent him flying with one smash. This humiliation should be unbearable. Now, Li Jie's new status was fanning the flame. In the past, Sword Hero had all the advantages back then versus the average archaic Sun King. However, Vajra picked archaic Sun King instead of the genius swordsman. Thus, many found this strange. Why didn't Vajra pick the clearly better candidate? Rumor has it that this was due to Sacred Mountain's involvement. It wanted archaic Sun King instead. Outsiders didn't know whether this was true or not. Nonetheless, it wouldn't be surprising for Sword Hero to dislike Sacred Mountain. Therefore he had two reasons to challenge Li Jie right now. This wasn't driven by a sudden impulse. Is this enough? An expert asked. They're going against the Sacred Lord. Prior to this, the crowd would think that this force could easily crush Li Jie, who was virtually alone. But now, he became the leader of Sacred Mountain. Their evaluation and opinion of him completely shifted. He became unfathomable despite his meager cultivation. They initially attributed his success to sheer luck. Now, they thought that he was the reason for the miracles. We'll find out soon enough. A big shot from Vajra responded. I heard that ever since his setback, Sword Hero has been in isolated training. He learned a new sword technique and sword formation, confident in them enough to try and take the throne back. Really? Those nearby became emotional. It'll be a good show. The big shot responded. This is it. Li Jie wasn't impressed by his opponents. The Praetor, in particular, didn't appreciate Li Jie's haughtiness. After all, his coalition army was truly impressive. Conversely, the members of the Holy Ground accepted Li Jie's attitude. The Sacred Lord should act in this manner. We'll cut you to pieces in just a moment. The Praetor said murderously. Sword Hero had an ugly expression as well. I have created a sword technique capable of contending against anyone. Your life is mine. The veil of courtesy between the two of them has been ripped apart. Sword Hero had no reason to be afraid of Li Jie's status. I don't fight people who have lost to me before. Li Jie chuckled and lazily stretched. Lil Yellow, Lil Black, take care of this. The crowd had no idea who these people with the silly names were. During their curiosity, they saw a yellow dog and a wild boar running out of nowhere. Gow! The dog barked at Sword Hero and gave him what seems to be a disdainful gaze. This is a thing? Everyone was surprised to see the two animals. There was nothing special about them. The dog's fur was an ashen yellow with empty spots. It was as thin as a stick, perhaps malnourished for a long time now. The boar didn't look any better either. It barely had any mane left, a sign of old age. One of its fangs was broken as well, maybe from fighting against another beast. Li Jie chose these two for battle? They were up against capable cultivators. The Praetor wasn't weaker than Sword Hero, not to mention the coalition army. Is this a joke? A spectator blurted out. The whole thing was ridiculous. I don't know, how can these two animals take them on? Someone from the Holy Ground still found this astonishing. Yes, everyone thought that the Sacred Lord was unfathomable. The issue was, he wasn't the one fighting this time. The Praetor and his armies were livid. They were battle-hardened warriors, yet he sent out two animals against them? This went beyond underestimating them. It was a blatant and deliberate insult. Sword Hero didn't fare any better, especially after seeing the dog's disdainful gaze. It was one thing for Li Jie to look down on him. After all, he's the leader of the Holy Ground. But now, even a random dog dared to treat him in this manner? Ha ha ha. The Praetor laughed from being too angry. I can't wait to see the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the Holy Ground. They must be so great to look down on us like to dash, rumble. He didn't have time to finish because the area started shaking. Dust blinded everyone's vision as if a massive dragon was attacking. Lil Black somehow appeared behind the coalition army for an ambush. Its rapid dash created a frontal gale with the force of a mountain range. Oh! Ah! Thousands of soldiers were sent to the air by the gale. They vomited blood after having their bones and internal organs crushed from the impact. Those who survived the impact died after smashing into the ground due to their grievous injuries. Their blood stained the battlefield. Chapter 3906. Black was brutal, looking outwardly harmless yet having plenty of nefarious thoughts within. It was different from the prideful Yellow. Once it decided to fight, it wouldn't mind resorting to despicable means. Thus, while the praetor was speaking, it already snuck behind and began. Agonizing cries echoed across Black Wood as soldiers from the east died in gruesome manners. The feeble-looking boar showed no mercy after receiving Li Qi's command. In fact, people should be more afraid of it than the incoming horde of monsters from black tides. The gales alone inflicted untold damage. Some also died from being pierced directly by the boar's fangs. These veterans weren't weak at all, having seen more than a fair share of battlefields. Alas, Black ravaged the area like a tornado and killed thousands in the blink of an eye. Defensive formations, Moon. The praetor regained his wits and roared. The coalition army was well trained. Even though the ambush took them by surprise, the remaining soldiers formed a formation in no time at all. Clank, clank, clank. They assumed a crescent formation consisting of numerous layers of raised shields. They then roared and added their energy to this metal wall. Their shields became resplendent with Dao laws activated. The complete formation looked like a mountain of steel, seemingly impregnable. The Moon formation is probably their best defensive stance. A big shot from the east said, "Boom!" Gales and clouds gathered above the formation and turned into an enormous maelstrom. There seemed to be a palm in there pressing down. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a beast hoof pulsing with a black light and incredible energy. It looked like a beast king was trying to trample the land, destroying mountains and rivers. Given the magnificent spectacle, people thought that the formation was finished. Sure enough, cracks appeared from the pressure. Though 100,000 soldiers or so were roaring and channeling their vitality and energy into the formation, it was far from enough to stop the stomp. Boom! The cracks proved to be too much, so the formation collapsed. Ah! Ah! Screams, bone-cracking sounds, and blood splashing took over the area. The soldiers within the formation were annihilated by the stomp. Not a single one survived. It's a massacre. One spectator got goosebumps all over. The rest felt the same way. You're finished. The maddened praetor's spear thrust through the air like a soaring dragon. The boar retaliated by swinging its tail to stop the thrust. Boom! Sparks splattered everywhere, looking like the eruptions of numerous volcanoes. The praetor staggered backward from the pushback. Once he stabilized, his chest was heaving up and down. His expression changed greatly. No one expected this result either. The coalition army had suffered untold losses, losing more than half of its soldiers. How could this wild boar be so powerful? Some had seen the two animals following Li Qi before. A few even made fun of him since they didn't look cool at all. No one expected that these sickly animals with one paw in the grave were so frighteningly strong. My God, I actually mocked them before. A duality student's knees buckled repeatedly. He dropped to the ground from fear. Back at the academy, Yellow and Black had eaten some students' mounts before. They were furious and came to Li Qi, demanding an answer and retribution. A few even wanted to slaughter the two animals. Now, they recalled the past and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they didn't successfully provoke these two, or they would have died just like these soldiers. Some youths turned pale and vomited. They have never seen such a gruesome massacre before. It's strong. Yongling murmured to herself. She and Fanbai knew that Yellow and Black were extremely strong despite being Li Qi's pets, just not to which extent. Now, a coalition army was as feeble as paper before Black. This still surprised her. The old man already knew that they were strong during the first meeting. That's why they were qualified to leave Myriad Beasts Mountain with Li Qi. What are they? An expert took a closer look at Black. It just looked like a normal boar. Gao! Yellow barked. It wasn't taunting its enemy but at Black, seemingly telling that boar that it's nothing special. Black looked back at it with an arrogant stare in response. The two were evenly matched rivals, always competing with each other. Gao! Yellow wasn't happy with this and raised its paw at Sword Hero, seemingly telling the genius to come here and accept his death. Though its opponent was Sword Hero, Yellow kept on glaring at Black as if telling the boar to watch how it would deal with these weaklings. Black grumbled and ignored Yellow. It raised its chin in a haughty manner at the praetor, acting as if it could take him down in 2 or 3 moves. Both the praetor and Sword Hero nearly vomited blood from anger. Sword Hero always looked down on others due to his talent and power. Now, this old dog dared to be so contemptuous? This was the case for the praetor as well. As the High Commander of the Eastern Forces, he was in charge of numerous soldiers. The boar's attitude was unacceptable. Chapter 3907. Though infuriated by the contempt, both Sword Hero and the Praetor maintained their composure. They had enough experiences on and off the battlefield to always stay calm. Nonetheless, they must kill the two animals in order to keep their reputation and prestige. So arrogant. An expert from Righteous said. Like master, like pet. This is to be expected. His ancestor smiled wryly while shaking his head. Others agreed because they have seen Li Chie's imperious style before. It seemed that he wasn't the only one. His entire group seemed to share the same characteristic. Are the Sacred Lord's pets from Sacred Mountain too? Those from the Holy Ground had no problem with this group's arrogance. The Sacred Lord was the ultimate existence in the south. Only Righteous Supreme could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Therefore, his attitude couldn't be considered arrogance. I haven't heard of Sacred Mountain grooming any divine beast. Maybe this is the case, it's just that we don't know since we've never been there. An ancestor from a large sect responded. Sacred Mountain is the ultimate auspicious ground in our land. The chaos energy there is immensely dense. Having divine beasts there makes sense. A national teacher said confidently. Few in the Holy Ground have visited Sacred Mountain. The 4 Grandmasters were fortunate to do so according to rumors. Some believe that archaic Sun King before his coronation went there as well. Others included Guan Tianba and Righteous Supreme. Because of this, though everyone knew about Sacred Mountain, there weren't many details about this area. The crowd wondered whether Black and Yellow were from there. An auspicious place like that should have auspicious beasts. Most nodded in agreement. They look like king-level chaos primal beasts. On the other hand, an old ancestor observed the beasts for a while before suggesting, albeit without confidence. Show me what you can do then. Sword Hero shouted but didn't dare to underestimate Black after seeing its power. Boom! He activated his power and released 12 palaces. Chaos energy engulfed the area around him. However, the 12 palaces didn't float above his head. They started spreading towards all 4 directions. My brave warriors! Follow me to hell itself! Sword Hero roared. To hell itself! The 3,000 loyal soldiers shouted with great bloodthirst. Rumble! They all released their fate palaces as well. More than 10,000 palaces floated magnificently in the air. They started connecting with each other while relying on Sword Hero's 12 palaces as the cores. A great city came into being. Clank! Sword Hero then took out a sword box. The moment it appeared, numerous sword hymns could be heard. Sword harmonization box. Didn't Sacred Mountain give this to Vajra? A big shot was shocked to see it. Right, it is for their administrative contribution. An ancestor nodded. This box wasn't from a Tao Lord but was still an ancient artifact with incredible power. Clank! 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 The swords belonging to the spectators started ringing and shaking. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind Sword Hero transformed under the effect of the box. They turned into 3,000 divine swords of various colors. Blood red, dark red like pills, blue like the ocean. These swords then fused with the box, causing it to be pulsing with bright rays just like the sun. Sword Tao. Heed my commands and turn into a citadel. Sword Hero chanted and released fiery sword rays. The rays could sweep through an army easily. The crowd became frightened and retreated. He eventually turned into a divine sword himself, looking like the king of the blades. This sword also joined the box like the rest. What are they doing? The spectators became confused. The box floated into the city made from their palaces and hovered in the center, slowly materializing into a divine sword as well. Loud sword hymns and bright flashes detonated, giving off a world-ending impression. A derivation of the sword Tao initiated and the divine sword started spinning. Its majestic sword Tao became one with the city, empowering the walls with the sword affinity. Clank! The sword citadel had numerous sword Tao and sharp energies circling around it. Sword Hero and his soldiers utilized the box to start a supreme sword Tao. They relied on their fate palaces to create the physical structures of a city. They then combined the two to form an entity capable of ending the world. I've never seen this before. Experts became startled. This must be the supreme merit law he created. A knowledgeable ancestor said. No one knew the name of this technique since this might be its first appearance. Sword Citadel. Finally, a talent from Vajra with close ties to Sword Hero revealed. He took 1,000 years of meditation to create this merit law. This was the fruit of his training after losing the competition for the throne. It seemed that his time wasn't wasted. He trained 3,000 soldiers and relied on the sword harmonization box for this merit law. It consisted of Sword Hero's own power and his soldiers' fate palaces. The end result was a mighty sword citadel capable of both offense and defense. They would never lose as long as the citadel remained standing. Moreover, the floating sword Dao around the walls were ready to attack at any moment. Thus, Sword Hero was very pleased with his magnum opus. Chapter 3908. The Sword Citadel looked unbreakable. Calling it impregnable would be an understatement. The most important aspect of this technique was the divine sword hanging above. As it rotated, it also derived numerous sword Dao of both the past and the future. These Dao could slay gods and destroy myriad realms. They deterred anyone from getting closer. It became apparent for the stronger cultivators that the citadel itself has become a part of a new sword Dao. Both ancestors and high elders knew that getting close would instantly turn them into targets. Their defenses weren't enough to stop the slashes. Sword Hero believed that his magnum opus could rival any techniques from the Dao Lords. Thus, he was brimming with confidence. All eyes turned towards Lil Yellow, an old and feeble dog facing a citadel of swords. It seemed as if one remnant sword energy alone could decapitate it. Gao! Lil Yellow balked and stared contemptuously at the citadel. The spectators found this astonishing. They had no idea who the dog was, but its arrogance put the ancestors to shame. These top experts shuddered before the great citadel, not daring to get close. This dog, on the other hand, didn't care in the slightest. A while ago, some would attribute this to the dog being ignorant and foolish, simply courting death. Now, no one dared to say a thing after knowing Li Qie's identity. The pets of the Sacred Lord couldn't be ordinary. They actually thought that both Lil Yellow and Lil Black were divine beasts from Sacred Mountain. In other words, they were guardian deities. Amidst everyone's contemplation, Lil Yellow suddenly barked at the sky. Boom! A blinding beam of light shot out of the dog's mouth, looking as if it was trying to spew out its internal core. Space trembled as the dog grew at a rapid rate, going from being tiny to the size of a mountain. Its fur was standing on ends. Its eyes became larger than lanterns, bright enough to illuminate the surroundings. Clank! 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 Metallic sounds similar to swords unsheathing could be heard. However, it was just the dog scratching the ground with its sharp, black claws. They emitted tiny rays that could pierce through any defense. It added a bit of strength and its paws dug into the ground. Cracking noises could be heard by everyone. They thought that it had more than enough power to tear Blackwood Cliff into two halves. It's massive. They had to look up to look at the dog. Its fur looked like billions of arrows aiming at the sky. So it's actually a divine beast? One spectator shuddered. It looked gallant and intimidating without trying to do so. A duality student dropped to the ground, looking as pale as can be. I've never seen such a big dog before. The true form of Yellow frightened the students. It was a good thing that they didn't sneak in to kidnap it. It wouldn't have had any problem devouring them. Senior, is this one of the divine beasts from Sacred Mountain? An expert quietly asked a mightier ancestor. The ancestor had no response and exchanged glances with his peers. No one had an answer since they haven't been to Sacred Mountain before. However, an elderly high elder pondered for a bit before speculating. This should be a chaos primal beast, an earthbreaker Bion. What level is it, high heaven? A junior has never heard of this type before. No, a king. The high elder solemnly said. A king? Is that another classification? The junior asked for elaboration. You're unaware because you're not strong enough. High heaven level is only the starting point for beasts. Their true power far exceeds your imagination. His ancestor nearby replied. An earthbreaker Bion? I've heard of it before. My grandfather said that he saw one killing a high heaven level beast with one slash. A royal member became frightened. Others found this astounding. High heaven level beasts were monstrous enough, yet this dog killed one in one move? Die! Sword Hero's voice came from the citadel. Sword hymns echoed as a maelstrom of swords materialized above. The maelstrom instantly gushed forward like a tsunami, bringing enough destruction to kill just about anything. The crowd gasped after seeing this. Gao! Lil Yellow barked at the incoming tsunami, and its body started vibrating. Whoosh! 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 The dog's hair shot out with unstoppable momentum, instantly turning the sky into a sieve. The hair strands struck the incoming swords, easily crushing them in no time at all. The bright particle remnants from the swords scattered before astonished eyes. Hair can be that tough? Mouth became agape in disbelief. Meanwhile, the praetor who was dealing with Black became serious as well. Chapter 3909. The praetor couldn't afford to be haughty like always. Though he managed to stop Lil Black earlier, the power shown by this boar indicated that he had met a mighty foe. The massacre committed by Lil Black so far was unreal. More than half of the coalition army was dead. Rain of blood poured down while bones piled like mountains. Normally, no one would take a second look at this boar. Now they shuddered at its sight. Is this also a chaos primal beast? Someone brought this up. The survivors from the east kept a far distance from Lil Black after seeing the fate of their brethren. They were heroic and battle-hardened, yet this beast still frightened them. Hump Dash, the boar, growled at the praetor while slowly moving forward, still looking harmless. It was different from Lil Yellow in this regard. Normally, Lil Yellow always looked down on everyone else. On the other hand, Lil Black liked to play innocent. In reality, it was far more dangerous and nefarious. It didn't mind resorting to ambushes and despicable means to catch its opponents off guard. Some powerful cultivators would question how the hell did they die to a boar during their last moment. As Lil Black approached, the praetor became alarmed and staggered backward while shouting, "Form the arrow formation." The Eastern army was well trained. Though they lost more than half of their men, they still hurriedly formed a formation after receiving the command. Boom! The praetor took out a resplendent diagram. It immediately illuminated the battlefield. Go! Several 100,000 soldiers released their unceasing vitality and formed a boundary capable of pushing up the firmaments. They disappeared into the diagram and out came bright stars. The stars immediately assembled into celestial arrows that gather on the quiver behind the praetor's back. It seemed as if he was carrying an entire galaxy and its power. Buzz! He summoned a longbow with celestial particles pouring from it. It was crafted from an entire planet. Thus, as he pulled the string back, he also drew on the planet's power. What treasure is this? Its power was obvious to the crowd. Crystal God Bow. An expert from the East said, a treasure from this race left behind by their emperor, at least according to the ancient scrolls. When combined with the right formation, it can be immensely destructive. Oh! Lil Black roared and faculae appeared on his body. As the faculae rotated, it also grew larger. The faster the rotation, the faster the growth. The praetor didn't let the boar have time to power up. He immediately released the string and shot out the first celestial arrow. It had extreme speed on top of the power of a galaxy, resulting in an unstoppable sharpness. An ancestor thought that this arrow alone could destroy a sect. Boom! The arrow didn't hit the boar but rather, one of the faculae. The facula crumbled and the boar's size increase stopped right away. The praetor seemed to notice something and unleashed several dozens more. Each arrow managed to destroy one facula. He didn't miss a single shot while maintaining ample power. Lil Black started shrinking in size like a balloon being popped. Yes! Those from the east started cheering. The praetor lives up to his fame, such accuracy. Another became excited. He let out a sigh of relief after finding the right method to force Lil Black back to its original form. Perhaps the boar wasn't that terrifying. You brought this upon yourself. He roared as his murderous intent intensified. He channeled more power into the bow this time. As he drew the string back all the way, it became blindingly bright. Spectators couldn't keep watching due to the pain inflicted on their eyes. He looked like a god in a mortal world. This next arrow could slay immortals themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lil Yellow's hair continued flying towards the citadel. This was a magnificent scene due to their massive size. Millions of them turned the sky black. Not to mention one city, the entire world could go down to this. Even the big shots were impressed by this apocalyptic attack. Chapter 3910. Just Lil Yellow's barrage of hair alone could instantly destroy a kingdom. The crowd's shock and fear were warranted. After seeing the sheer immensity of the arrows blotting out the sun, they thought that it should be able to break the sword citadel. Loud explosions detonated after the first wave of impact. The citadel became filled with holes but still remained standing. What a tough fortress. Impregnable is the right word. Many experts were amazed to see this. Sword Hero is a capable cultivator. This project of his is impressive. His claim of being able to contend against a Dao Lord's merit law in the future seems rather plausible. One ancestor said. Others found relief in that he could withstand one move from the dog. Heavenslay! Sword Hero roared thunderously. His words seemed to be the decree from a king above the firmaments. Spectators felt the urge to gasp in admiration and kneel before him. Clank! The swords in the ocean fused together for a single cut sweeping through 8 desolaces. They couldn't believe the might of the slash and were scared out of their wits. Buzz! Lil Yellow became shrouded in a golden light. It opened its mouth and spewed out 3,000 laws soaring towards the horizon. Their momentum resembled an invisible hand lifting up the earth. The slash named Heavenslay struck the 3,000 laws, cutting through the earth and causing debris and dust to blind the spectators. What's the result? They were interested despite not being able to see. Is the dog dead? Someone murmured. Right now, the members of the Holy Ground had conflicting feelings about the outcome. Boom! On the other side, the Praetor wanted to deliver a fatal blow using his arrows against Lil Black. Lil Black also howled and shot out a pulsing Dao, splitting the ground into 2 halves. The Praetor channeled his energy to create a celestial wall. The pulse still pierced through it, causing the commander to stagger backward. The arrow formation trembled as well. Lil Black took this time to grow again. In the next second, it became as big as a mountain. The hot air coming out of its nostrils looked like 2 waterfalls. Its fangs resembled 2 curved blades. Though one was broken, it was still as frightening and effective as before. Its mane draped down in a majestic manner, completely engulfed in chaos energy. It had revealed its true form. The spots on its body were actually moving continuously. Once the speed reached a certain level, the spots exuded a black light. Lil Black's true form was grander than Lil Yellow's. Its muscles brimmed with power. The spectators thought that this beast could easily destroy the region with just brute force. They held their breath after seeing the enormous creature, still lost in shock. I know what it is. The old ancestor's mouth was wide open as he spoke. That's a Stygian king, the mortal enemy of the Earthbreaker Bion. The revelation took the crowd by surprise. Both creatures were violent and destructive, yet they could live together as Li Qie's pets? The Sacred Lord is insane. His cultivation must actually be unfathomable. We just can't see it. Many big shots regained their wits and said. Forcing mortal enemies to live peacefully together required ultimate power. The ancestors here had no chance of subduing one, let alone both in this manner. The Lord of our holy ground is wondrous. The experts of the holy ground began praising Li Qie. Due to Li Qie's new status, his followers thought that anything was possible for him. Capturing these 2 beasts wasn't a big deal for someone with his abilities. Lil Black and Lil Yellow hate each other? Yongling was surprised to hear this. She saw that the 2 didn't get along and always competed. However, there was no big conflict and they lived together just fine under Li Qie's roof. The old servant remained nonchalant. He already knew the 2's identities at the start. Die! The Praetor shot another barrage of arrows towards Lil Black. Millions of celestial arrows damaged the fabrics of reality and created black holes. The Dao spots on Lil Black retaliated by boosting its light production. Thousands of black holes emerged and fully absorbed the arrows. Rumble! Once the dust cleared, the spectators saw a crater with a huge beast inside. Lil Yellow was covered in dirt, but the slash earlier didn't harm it at all. It shook back and forth to remove the dirt. Clank! Sharp noises echoed as the dog readied its golden claws. It leaped to the sky and went on the offensive. Chapter 39:11. It simply relied on the sharpness of its claws. No need to pretend to be mysterious with complicated movements. Boom! The claws struck the wall of the citadel and easily crushed it. The whole thing started crumbling. A while ago, everyone found this citadel technique to be unbreakable. Lil Yellow proved this to be a silly notion. So sharp. An ancestor didn't know what else to say. Those claws didn't need power and merit laws. Their sharpness alone was more than enough to deal with anything. Some cultivators thought that the claws were the sharpest things they have ever seen. Just a slight brush could lacerate them. Kill it! Sword Hero and his 3,000 men became visible again after the destruction of the Sword Citadel. He had no other choice but to keep on fighting. His men channeled their vitality into his divine sword. He then fused his sword Dao into the treasure box. The combined effort and sacrifice of the group created a bloody sword. 3,000 Dao laws circled around it. The profundities and powers of the individual sword Dao all gathered into a single entity. Clank! Sword Hero seemed to be standing at the apex of the sword Dao, acting as the ultimate authority of this path. 3,000 Dao slash. He mustered everything he had for this slash. It didn't let him down. The affinities that made up the world faltered in its path. Clank! Lil Yellow raised its front legs, revealing 10 sharp claws. Their flashes alone tore apart the sky as they became divine swords. Sword energies rampaged all directions. Stopping them was impossible. The crowd became astounded. No one expected that a beast would be so versed in the sword Dao as well. Boom! It became a contest between 10 swords versus the single slash encompassing 3,000 sword Dao. The former easily parried the attack and kept moving forward. Crack! Crack! The 3,000 Dao crumbled and the losing side became exposed again. Pluff! The 10 claws had the same glint as a reaper's scythe, ready to devour all lives. Head started flying in the air and blood gushed out from the neck like a spring. Sword Hero was included in this long list of victims. He saw his legs, then his ankles. Boom! He watched his body fall to the ground. He opened his mouth to scream but no words came out. Eventually, his true fate extinguished and he closed his eyes, bidding goodbye to the world. The prideful and arrogant genius who thought that he was destined for greatness met his end to the claws of an Earthbreaker Bion. All 3,000 loyal soldiers died as well. None could escape the 10 slashes. Boom! The spectators paying attention to the second battle couldn't keep their eyes open. They had to resort to using their heavenly gazes instead. The vitality, chaos energy, and grand Dao power of the Praetor and several 100,000 troops have gathered in one place, culminating into a matchless celestial arrow. The arrow's size was beyond words. It should be enough to reach the high heaven itself. Whoosh! The largest arrow in the world flew out with extreme speed. What would be the result of something so large flying unhindered? Definitely capable of destroying all of Blackwood and leaving a huge hole in the holy ground. The spectators bellowed in horror after seeing this horrific attack. Lil Black's fangs started glowing with a black light. Rumble! It ran crazily forward, going faster than the arrow. Its fangs looked like spears now, looking like two beams due to the speed. Once these two forces collided, the deafening blast temporarily robbed the crowd of their hearing. Crack! The unimaginably large arrow created from the formation was pulverized. Screams came next, but of course, the crowd couldn't hear them yet. Blood started dripping onto the ground. The spectators saw the fangs skewering countless bodies. The one at the top was the Praetor. Someone as mighty as him still couldn't react in time. The fang pierced through his chest, instantly delivering him to the other side. He never expected to die in this manner. His eyes were wide open. It looked like he had become a piece of meat on a skewer. The survivors of the coalition army were frozen. Some soldiers soiled their pants from fear. Earthbreaker Bion and Stygian King. These king-level chaos primal beasts are too strong. A top master from the court shuddered while murmuring. 2 famous characters and their men have fallen today. The fights didn't look fair in the slightest. Run for your life. The survivors from the east started fleeing away from Blackwood, forcing their shaking legs to obey them. Lil Black didn't bother pursuing these soldiers. It shook its body and gradually became smaller until its original size. Lil Yellow did the same on the other side. The two looked like regular animals again. Lil Black growled and stared at its rival with one eye, telling the dog that it had killed countless more enemies. Gow! Lil Yellow responded with a disdainful bark. The crowd thought that the rumor about these two being enemies was true. However, they showed restraint when Li Chia was around. Chapter 39:12. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. Inexperienced cultivators couldn't help feeling nauseous. Prior to this, everyone thought that Xueqi was being a suicidal fool, choosing to oppose Sword Hero and the Praetor. He didn't even need to get his hands dirty. Just his pets alone killed those two. It seemed that in reality, they weren't qualified to even challenge Xueqi, being nothing more than ants. Our sacred lord has no equal. The experts from the Holy Ground felt a deep respect for their new lord. They once attributed his success to sheer luck. This was no longer the case since he suddenly became the ultimate being in their heart and mind. Thus, his pets killing two top cultivators wasn't surprising in the slightest. This only increased their respect for him. Of course he is unbeatable, that's why he inherited our system. Another said with admiration. Few in this world can be uttered in the same breath as him. The members of the Holy Ground couldn't contain their excitement. On the other hand, those from Righteous and the Eight Kingdoms were shaken. None dared to say that Xueqi wasn't worthy of his current post. They admitted that the new sacred lord of the Holy Ground was unfathomable. Are we done here, gentlemen? Xueqi asked the crowd. Lil Black and Lil Yellow were back behind him now. They didn't have a fierce expression or anything, but their arrogant expression said it all. Oppose Xueqi and be eaten by them. Who would dare to say anything at this point? Xueqi was the supreme lord of the Holy Ground and had absolute sovereignty. All needed to obey his commands. This was before taking into account his actual power and abilities. Anyone with a little sense knew that going against him was suicidal. My wise lord, we obey your command. A member of the Holy Ground prostrated and shouted. Everyone else copied him. Some found this unbearable because just recently, the majority of the crowd disliked Xueqi. Numerous experts and ancestors schemed against him secretly. Now, they had no problem kneeling. Of course, they had no other option. To go against the mass right now could be considered disrespectful or treacherous. Even those from Righteous and the Eight Kingdoms bowed, the ancestors and high elders included. Showing respect to someone of his status was necessary even though they weren't under his jurisdiction. Rumble. By this point, a fair number of monsters have come and began slamming the wall. In fact, the assault had already started during the previous battle. Their number had only increased, so did the pressure on the wall. The crowd began paying attention and became frightened after seeing the endless horde. Rise. Xueqi glanced at the monsters and told Wei Qianqing. Evacuate to your camp and start the defense there. Wei Qianqing lowered her head and shouted. Follow me, everyone. We're defending the camp, not Blackwood Cliff. The crowd didn't hesitate and followed her into the military camp. The ones in charge also evacuated the mortals from Blackwood. Fortunately, the encampment was right outside the city, so this didn't take long. The camp was large and had favorable strategic geography. Nonetheless, the population of Blackwood still densely packed the camp. However, there was something different about the camp. A particular statue at the center. It was brought back by Wei Qianqing from Minor Sacred Mountain. This statue depicting Diana Dao Lord was brimming with Buddhist affinity and great prestige. The newcomers immediately bowed after seeing it. Buzz. After the evacuation was complete, everyone heard a chant, Umitba. The Buddhist affinity erupted and bathed everyone in its light. Oh great Dao Lord! They felt as if the statue was coming back to life. Both mortals and cultivators got on their knees. Diana Dao Lord had a special position in the Holy Ground and was loved by all. The light poured down along with Buddhist laws. They looked like supreme chains firmly locking the camp, turning it into a mighty fortress. We should be fine under the protection of the Dao Lord. No wonder why the Sacred Lord told us to come here. He cared about our well-being. Many heaved a sigh of relief, no longer being as nervous as before. Meanwhile, they heard loud explosions coming from the cliff. Too many monsters have gathered outside the wall. These strange creatures began attacking with all of their might. The wall shook violently, seemingly unable to stop the continuous beatings. The collapse wouldn't be long now. The wall's going down. Someone shouted after seeing the entire wall disappear. Due to a lack of empowerment, the wall couldn't last any longer. Blackwood became exposed to the invaders. Rah! A monstrous skeleton let out a deafening roar, scaring the hell out of the listeners. Chapter 39:13. the monsters in the horde leaped into Blackwood Cliff. The scene of the invasion would terrorize the bravest men. A tsunami of mighty creatures struck the area, seemingly capable of crushing the whole thing. Pavilions and houses were trampled by the large skeletons. This locust blotted out the sky, robbing others of the sun. Apocalyptic would be the right word to describe this. Nonetheless, people have evacuated from the city, so the monsters didn't find a single victim. A particular skeleton looked like it was sniffing. It noticed something and stared in the direction of the army camp. Zzz, it made a strange noise and started walking towards it. Rumble! The monstrous horde changed its direction as well, trampling everything in its path. Shit, they're coming! The spectators in the camp turned pale from fear, dropping to the ground. This is it, they found us. Others panicked and shouted. Boom! The first wave of monsters slammed into the Buddhist barrier. The ground outside had cracks everywhere. There's nothing we can do. Despair took over. Some cried while closing their eyes and covering their ears, simply waiting for death. The horde could easily destroy both the camp and everyone inside, turning them into mincemeat. However, seconds passed and they found that they were still alive. In fact, not a single thing happened to them. They opened their eyes and saw that the barrier emitted from the great statue successfully stopped the monsters. Nonetheless, a great feast was right in front of them. There was no way they would give up, so the relentless assault continued. Some started crawling on top of the barrier. It didn't take long before layers of monsters were on top. The spectators looked up and saw nothing but skeletons slamming into their last hope. This bizarre and dreadful scene was one of a kind. They became buried in an ocean of bones. Worst of all, the monsters looked hungry as well, opening their jawbones. Just thinking about being eaten by these monsters left cultivators in shambles. They wanted nothing more than to escape this nightmare. We're completely trapped. An ancestor wavered. Will anyone save us? We're gonna die here. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. Alas, the cries weren't as loud as the explosions and bangs from the monsters trying to get in. Eventually, cracks appeared on the barrier. It wouldn't last much longer. By this point, even the powerful ancestors and big shots turned pale. An old master analyzed the cracks and said, "This barrier is weaker than the Buddhist wall, it won't hold." Then what the hell are we going to do? Just wait for them to devour us. An expert cried due to a lack of countermeasure. Rumble! The cracks gradually became larger. The crowd trembled as a result. Just give up, this is the end. Many lost courage during these last moments. Suddenly, a flute temporarily woke them up from fear. They clearly heard it despite the deafening cacophonies. The notes were sharp and pricked their eardrums. It immediately took over as if it was the only sound left in this world. The monsters slamming into the barrier suddenly stopped as if they heard the flute as well. They then moved away from the barrier. Those trapped inside could see the sun again and heaved a sigh of relief despite not being aware of the situation. "It's Li No, His Excellency." One soul regained his wits and followed the direction of the flute. Everyone looked over and saw Li Chia standing on top of the Biendu's ancestral peak and playing a flute carved out of bones. Though this peak was extremely far away from the camp, both humans and monsters heard the tunes. What is going on? Spectators expressed their confusion. Is the sacred lord controlling them with a peerless flute? A master from the holy ground speculated. Rah! This was proven incorrect because a massive skeleton roared loudly. Its mouth was filled with flames. After this loud roar, monsters started rushing towards Li Chia like angry bulls. Chapter 39:14. The previous rampage towards the camp was frightening enough. Now, the movement was crazy and loud. The monsters actually roared at Li Chia. They looked furious and wanted nothing more than to take Li Chia down. The spectators had no idea what was going on, still feeling intimidated by the loud roars and rumbles. This frantic tsunami could crush Blackwood Cliff right away. At the start, some thought that Li Chia could control the monsters with the flute. This didn't seem to be the case. The sharp tunes only served to anger them. The ancestral peak of the Biendu had no chance of outlasting the horde. Will the sacred lord be able to stop them alone? Experts became worried for their leader. Of course, they thought that he was unfathomable, but the circumstances didn't look favorable. There were too many monsters while he was alone. It should be fine. A big shot hesitated for a moment before adding, His Excellency's abilities and power are above our imagination. Though he said this, he wasn't actually that confident. No one should be considering the number of those terrible monsters. I'm sure you're right, the Sacred Lord will be triumphant. A different expert from the Holy Ground raised his fist in the air, trying to make himself feel better as well. Buddha Supreme barely made it back then. An ancestor from the east said softly. He wasn't trying to mock or look down on Li Chia. In fact, he was hoping for Li Chia to win. After all, a defeat would mean death to all of them. Alas, the mighty Supreme that could contend against Dao Lords had such a hard time against the Horde. Li Chia's age made the situation look worse. While everyone felt nervous, the Horde suddenly stopped when they made it to the base of the peak. This was akin to a galloping cavalry stopping out of nowhere before attacking their foes, leaving behind deep trails on the mud. From the top of the ancestral peak looking down, the world turned into a terrifying realm of skeletal monsters. For some strange reason, none dared to take half a step further. They stared at Li Chia, still as furious as before. Li Chia ignored them and continued playing the flute. The sharp noises reached the depths of black tides. This naturally astounded the spectators. Everyone could see that the skeletons wanted nothing more than to take Li Chia down. Why did they stop? What's going on? No one had an answer. Why aren't they attacking? A powerful answer became confused. Do you know why? An amazing cultivator asked the paragon of the Biendu. The latter waved his hand helplessly and responded, I'm afraid I do not. This is rather unprecedented. It hasn't happened before, at least not recorded on any scroll. Another ancestor familiar with black tides added, It's because His Excellency is invincible in this world. They're afraid of his might. An expert from the Holy Ground suggested. The big shots didn't buy it. First, these skeletons didn't look intimidated by Li Chia at all. They were glaring and roaring at him. Perhaps His Excellency is in possession of an eternal artifact, powerful enough to deter these creatures. One ancestor remarked. Many found this to be reasonable judging by the current situation. What item can frighten these monsters? A high elder asked. In the past, the courageous trio fought against these monsters in person. They brought top Dao Lord weapons which weren't enough to suppress their foes. Could it be that Li Chia actually had something far stronger than Dao Lord weapons? That black metal perhaps? Someone speculated. The majority nodded in agreement. An important character of the court replied, There's a high possibility for this. It came from the abyss as well. Perhaps it is the core of black tides. If what you say is correct, then it is priceless, far more valuable than any Dao Lord weapon. An old official from another kingdom said solemnly. This became widely accepted by the big shots. The metal from the abyss checked all the boxes. Rumble. Suddenly, tremors came from the horizon. Everyone looked over and saw another massive horde of skeletal monsters heading for Blackwood Cliff. Chapter 39:15. The second horde's rampage created a massive dust storm. From a distance, they looked like ants completely engulfing the earth. The spectators felt their scalp tingling as a result. Why are there still more monsters? The experts in the camp couldn't believe it and shuddered in horror. Where the hell did they come from? Legs started trembling after seeing the unending number of monsters. The first wave of monsters alone already packed the entire region. It was more than enough to destroy Blackwood and its inhabitants. Thus, everyone assumed that all the monsters from Black Tides had arrived. None expected for there to still be more. Li Chia's sharp tunes reached the depths of Black Tides. He seemed to be playing with an ant's nest. All the ants rushed out and wanted to take a bite in order to appease their uncontrollable anger. Nonetheless, though more and more gathered at the base, not a single one tried to climb the peak. It became abundantly clear that Blackwood didn't have enough room for the uninvited guests. Both the ground and the air were filled with strange skeletons. Blackwood turned into a mountain of bones. This was a horrifying sight for the spectators at the camp. A hellish nightmare that they would never forget. No wonder why Buddha Supreme faltered in the past. There are so many of them. An old cultivator turned pale. Despite their overwhelming number advantage, the skeletons still didn't come for Li Chia and only roared from below. I think people were right. They're afraid of something. This became the consensus. It's not the ancestral peak. The paragon of the Biendu said. He obviously knew more about their territory than anyone else. Moreover, in the past, they have attacked the ancestral peak before during previous invasions. Thus, it had to be due to Li Qie and most importantly, the black metal found in the abyss. Rah! One particular roar was louder than the rest. It made the clouds disperse and silence the other monsters. Black wood and all of black tides became hushed as a result. One particular creature appeared. The others remained quiet. Some even lowered their skull. Its body wasn't the largest compared to a few behemoths touching the sky vault. However, its skull was especially large compared to its tiny body. This made it look like a mushroom. This skull was absolutely the largest out of all the monsters. A few spectators wondered if this skull would fall off if it walked a little faster. Due to its skull's size, the dark flame that could be seen through the eye sockets was also bigger. Perhaps this was the reason for its high status. That's the leader of the monsters? People started wondering. It might be the source of the disasters each time for millions of years now. One ancestor became surprised. I didn't see it during the previous tidal recession. A big shot with experiences said. The ancestors from the Biendu exchanged glances. Their clan had seen numerous tidal recessions, so they understood this process quite well. They had no records of this big-headed creature. Roo! It stood right at the base and roared at Li Qie. He finally stopped playing the flute and glanced at it once. He shook his head and said, "How disappointing, another small fish instead of the big one. Must be too afraid of death to appear." The concentrated masters heard Li Qie but didn't understand what he was talking about. Gale! It roared angrily, seemingly understood enough to know that he was looking down on it. Fool! Li Qie smiled. Still a dead entity, no intelligence at all. Not to mention insignificant bones like you. Even your master will tremble to see me here at 8 decalaces. How fierce, that's the sacred lord for you. The top masters from the holy ground took pride in Li Qie's style. Their perspective of him shifted completely the moment they knew he was their sacred lord. Ignorance turned into courage. Arrogance turned into heroism. He had their full support. Gale! The creature roared furiously again. Li Qie ignored it and waved his hand provocatively. Whatever, I'll deal with you bunch all at once today, then find the coffin later. Come. Chapter 39:16. Li Qie's direct challenge against the creatures, or rather, black tides, caught everyone off guard. He wants to challenge black tides? One ancestor from righteous sect murmured. I think so, but in history, only the Tao lords dare to do this. An old man from the east replied. For millions of years, numerous cultivators have been buried in this ocean. They were all gifted and prideful geniuses who eventually reached the top of the ladder. Alas, few managed to come back alive. The real challengers were the Tao lords. For example, Pure Sun Tao Lord, Sword Queen, and a few others. Later on, with an established path, only top Tao lords such as Buddha did the same. As for a new Tao lord such as Scarlet Moon, they stood no chance against this ocean. Thus, Li Qie's challenge was an earth-shattering event. In our era, only someone like the Sacred Lord can challenge black tides. Many from the holy ground took pride in this. He's the son of miracles indeed. Once he starts, he'll eradicate them all. Another nodded in agreement. Though most praised their new Sacred Lord, the ancestors remained worried. They were aware of how monumental a task it was to challenge this region, potentially fatal for even Tao lords. Li Qie certainly was capable, but this was still a reckless ass. However, they kept their mouth shut because of Li Qie's status. Gale! The big-headed creature roared. The other monsters did the same. Their roars echoed across the region, similar to a million thunderbolts hitting at once. The sound waves spread out and uprooted countless trees. The big-headed creature turned around and made some strange sounds. The others started calling as well. The next development surprised everyone. The skull of the leader rolled off its body. The latter crumbled into pieces as well. Crack! 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 Bones started falling and clicking everywhere. All the skulls fell off the body of the skeletons. Their main frame shattered as a result. Thus, all of Blackwood and a large area of black tides became filled with pieces of bones. What are they doing? The spectators became lost after seeing this bizarre scene. Li Chia hasn't done a thing yet his foes crumbled already? A passerby unaware of the situation would think that this was a mass suicide. Of course, this couldn't be the case. Did they go crazy from being too angry? One ancestor asked. They didn't have time to think because the large skull started floating in the air. The other skulls subsequently followed. Thousands and thousands of skulls floated in the air and blotted out the sky. The spectators in the camp found this as creepy as can be. How bizarre, a youth commented. They then saw the largest skull opened its jaws and started sucking. The dark red lights hidden in the other skulls were absorbed by this force. After losing their light, these skulls fell to the ground as if they had been drained of their life force. The light inside the largest skull became far brighter than before after the full accumulation. Flames started oozing out of the eye sockets and mouth just like a volcanic eruption. Its power intensified. Pulses shot in every direction and turned all geographic features into plains. Crack, crack, crack. The mountains of bones began assembling together. Not random bones but only the finest and toughest of each previous monster. The hardest bone in each monster is known as a resolute bone. The paragon of the Biendu took a deep breath and said, "They're extremely hard to destroy." Millions of resolute bones came together to form a massive body. The floating skull then landed on this new frame. A new creature appeared before them, far taller than the ancestral peak. It didn't have legs, only a blade-like tail to support its body. It had 2 hands but the fingers were thin and sharp, capable of harvesting 10 million lives with one swing. It looked somewhat like a human-scorpion hybrid, an entirely new species. The resolute bones were as white as snow, looking like stones that have been polished. Most importantly, unlike the chaotic arrangements of the other monsters, these bones fit together perfectly. It was as if the whole thing used to be a single mountain, eventually carved into this shape by a master artisan. The power oozing from it horrified the ancestors and the high elders. Regular cultivators had a hard time breathing. Some became paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 39:17. Spectators found themselves to be utterly insignificant compared to this behemoth. It was larger and stronger than any previous skeletal monster. The ancestral peak of the Biendu and Seer peak were high enough yet they paled in comparison versus this creature. Don't tell me this is the true form of these monsters? An ancestor from the court gasped. That might be true. A different ancestor calmed down and quietly whispered. The horde of monsters abandoned their own body to form this single creature with the resolute bones. Some top masters thought that this might be the real thing. In the previous invasions, it simply decided to split itself into numerous smaller monsters. Rumble! The skeletal behemoth pierced the ground with its tail, creating a large chasm. Boom! It suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. What is it doing? The spectators stared at the dark chasm, confused. Didn't it want to fight Li Chia? Is it running away? One expert asked. I don't think so, the worst is yet to come. The ancestor from the court responded. Boom! Sure enough, the world seemed to be spinning after a loud explosion. A massive peak exploded next. Seer Peak. The crowd blurted in horror. They saw the peak being destroyed with debris and dirt flying everywhere. Seer Watch that has lasted for eras was now gone. It's gone. A big shot from Blackwood murmured. This divination observatory has always been a part of Blackwood. Now it has become a part of history. No, as long as the people survive, so will the watch. A seer from there said. The Grand Seer said that this is actually a blessing, not a disaster. Boom! The behemoth dug out of the ground and stood in the rubbles of what used to be Seer Peak. Gao! It roared intensely at Li Chia. This roar could tear the sky apart and make listeners explode. Since it was taller than the peak, it was now looking down on Li Chia. However, he remained calm while facing it directly. Can the sacred lord kill it? Cultivators became worried. Even a fool could see the power of that monster. The top masters thought that even Buddha Supreme wouldn't be a match for it. Absolutely. One disciple from the holy ground raised his fist and said, "This won't be an exception for the creator of miracles. He'll defeat this giant." Nonetheless, his expression and tone indicated a lack of confidence. Gao! The creature then looked up at the sky and began to absorb the essences from the ground. People heard buzzing noises and saw earthly energy permeating upward. The tail of this skeleton was dug deep underground for the absorption process. As it absorbed more and more, this energy circulated around its body in an endless manner. Its aura actually surged after receiving an immense power boost. The Well of Seer Watch. Many thought about the famous well. That well is connected to an earth vein. It's absorbing the chaos true energy from there. An ancestor took a deep breath. Yes, it's becoming more powerful. Another seer said softly. The seers had no control over that well and couldn't stop the monster from absorbing its energy. Who'll be able to stop it after it sucks up everything? One high elder became worried. The monster itself was already strong enough. Once it drained an entire earth vein, it would become invincible. The eyes staring at Xueqi became filled with woe. Your Excellency, you must stop it now. An expert at the holy ground channeled his voice to communicate with Xueqi. Xueqi showed no sign of urgency. They only saw him raising his palm and it started to pulse brightly. Due to the long distance, they didn't know what he was doing. Once he fully opened his palm, rays of light blinded the spectators. What is His Excellency doing? People found it strange that he hasn't taken out a mighty treasure or weapon yet. Those standing next to him would see that the rays of light were falling onto the dried stump. The light seeped into the stump like water. Buzz! A miracle happened as a green sprout could be seen. The stump lit up and started growing at a shocking rate. It didn't take long before a tree with long branches and verdant leaves could be seen again. They fluttered to the wind, brimming with life and spirit energy. As the tree matured, the leaves' green light became stronger. I think I see a tree growing," one master shouted. In the next moment, the tree became large enough to blot out the sky. All the spectators could see it now. Ha! Did the Biendu's peak always have this magical tree? An expert wondered while staring at the radiant and divine tree. Chapter 39:18. The tree's branches flickered back and forth and exuded a verdant glow, resembling a laurel tree in an immortal paradise. The spectators inside the camp stared in astonishment. The locals found it strange because the ancestral peak didn't have a divine tree like this in the past. The members of the Biendu felt the same way. They obviously knew more about this peak than outsiders. It didn't have a tree like this at all. The place had no spirituality and energy to speak of either. Thus, the appearance of this tree was rather bizarre. "Ancestor, did our peak have a divine tree?" one of them asked his ancestor. The ancestor didn't answer because he was busy thinking about this issue as well. In reality, most have wondered why their progenitor chose this place to be their ancestral ground. When comparing the two great peaks in Blackwood, these ancestors thought that Seer Peak was simply superior compared to their own. Buzz! The green light pulsed in a magnificent manner as the tree continued to grow. The crowd couldn't believe it. It became gigantic in the blink of an eye, and could contend against the colossal skeleton. As everyone was lost in admiration, the tree radiated brighter after reaching a certain size. Rumble! The ground started shaking as if two powers were contesting deep in the earth core. The even struggle beneath tore the world apart. Everyone felt the region breaking down and had a hard time standing straight. Some became dizzy as a result of the overwhelming turbulence. "They're tearing everything apart." The crowd started screaming. They had no idea what powers were contending underground. Nonetheless, the result wouldn't be pretty. Boom! Finally, a majestic energy from the earth vein shot to the sky like a rainbow. It originated from the ancestral peak of the Biendu and lingered on the divine tree. The verdant glow became brighter, enough to illuminate all of 8 decalaces. With this new empowerment, the tree grew larger. Its roots and foundation have been firmly established underground, turning it into the new ruler of the earth. Buzz! On the contrary, the energy circling around the skeletal creature started receding like the tides. It didn't take long before nothing was left. "I see." The experts understood right away. The two powers fighting earlier were the creature and the divine tree. The latter seized the vein's energy from its opponent. By this point, the tree looked like a god, capable of looking down on all creations and suppressing the devils. Its leaves looked like swords pointing at the creature. The spectators felt the urge to prostrate since this guardian deity seemed to be protecting Blackwood. "Has it been protecting us all this time?" an expert on his knees asked. "No wonder why the progenitor chose this peak. We couldn't figure out this secret." Even the paragon of the Biandu prostrated while reflecting. Thank you for protecting us. The members of the Biandu prostrated. Gao! The creature became livid. Its roar alone destroyed everything within 1,000 miles radius. Even ancestors were nothing more than ants in comparison. Bam! It finally attacked by swinging its large arm with no need for merit law and weapons. Blackwood Cliff sank downward just from the pressure even before the skeletal hand made contact. Shit! The spectators turned pale. This smash can destroy all of Blackwood. A big shot shouted in horror. The creature's brute force alone was so devastating, enough to take down the Biendu. In the past, this clan has survived numerous invasions. If it were to go down like this, it would be too much to take for the survivors. Their home would be finished and they couldn't put up a good fight. But then again, who could actually survive the smash? The strongest sect would still be reduced to ashes. Many screamed while thinking that Lichia would die to this terrifying attack. That's strong enough to annihilate all of Vajra. An important cultivator commented, paled. In this split moment, time suddenly stopped for them. They thought that something had happened but didn't get a clear look. Some spatial and temporal morphing seemed to be going on. One thing was moving from one dimension to another in an indescribable manner. Once they calmed down, they saw something unbelievable. The tree had somehow moved inside the massive skeleton and started growing in there. Its branches made way through the gaps in the creature's bones and began coiling and sealing it. Clank! 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 The branches acted like the toughest chains, tightening and not allowing the creature to move an inch. Chapter 39:19. Because of the tight seal, the creature's smash couldn't connect with Lichia and the ancestral peak. Gao! It roared again and became resplendent. The resolute bones erupted with power, wanting to destroy the branches. Clank! This violent upheaval wasn't enough. The individual bones have all been locked by the branches. Yes! The spectators cheered excitedly. This divine tree is mighty. An expert became emotional after seeing this. It's not just the tree. It is empowered by the energy from the earth vein. Plus, let's not forget about the Sacred Lord's peerless ability. An ancestor corrected while staring at Lichia. He was now standing on the treetop, looking dominating and above all. The spectators then saw him taking out a treasure bottle. Does he want to trap it inside? Someone from the holy ground asked. This wasn't the case. Lichia simply poured out ashes onto the skeleton. The moment the ashes touched the skeleton, even the resolute bones started melting. Gao! Gao! This prompted the creature to struggle and roar. Alas, the divine tree was in total control, so it had to accept its fate. The resolute bones' color changed. They were initially as white as snow, but now, the ashes made them turn gray. Poof! The flame inside the skull erupted as a last-ditch effort, wanting to incinerate the falling ashes. Alas, this was akin to a bonfire meeting a tsunami and was instantly extinguished. Ah! The loss of its flame caused the creature to roar in agony. Its massive frame twitched in pain as it became weaker. What is that? It seems to be the monster's nemesis. The spectators were astounded with their mouth agape. The ashes didn't look special at all. Maybe ashes from burnt wood. However, the specks managed to weaken and corrode the resolute bones of the creature. The crowd had a hard time accepting this. The monsters from Black Tides were powerful and virtually impossible to kill. This was why each invasion left so much damage to Blackwood. This final form of the creature should be able to defeat Buddha Supreme. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the King of Bones. However, it couldn't stand against Lichia even though he didn't resort to any offensive method. Is it an immortal-grade bottle? A sacred ancestor from the court wondered. I don't know, could be an ultimate artifact of our sacred mountain. A peer responded. However, most big shots disagreed. If Sacred Mountain had these ashes in the past, it wouldn't have waited until now to use them. Buddha Supreme nearly died from the fight at Blackwood. That would have been the perfect scenario to use it. Yongling stared at the ashes in astonishment. Among all the spectators with the exception of Lichia, her group was the only ones who knew about its origin. They saw Lichia producing the ashes in person back at Myriad Beast Mountain. He spent every day collecting firewood then burning them. She was curious about it and had asked him before. However, He smiled each time without responding. The old servant didn't know why Li Qie wanted these ashes either. Nonetheless, he knew that given Li Qie's attentiveness and method, they must have some special uses. Others wouldn't be able to create them despite copying Li Qie's exact method. It required a special ability from Li Qie alone. Now, it became obvious to the group. Li Qie's time in the wilderness was for the purpose of dealing with the skeletons in black tides. This revelation was quite shocking for the group. It was as if he could see the future before setting foot into Myriad Beast. No one expected a tidal recession in this generation. He must have been the only one. Using the word omniscient to describe him wouldn't be an exaggeration. The creature weakened due to the damages to its resolute bones. Crack. One crack appeared on the top of the skull. A tiny red ray flew out of the gap, looking like the soul of the creature. Its speed was extraordinary, but Li Qie naturally wouldn't let it escape. He sent ashes towards that direction and trapped the ray. The moment the ashes directly touched the ray, it extinguished right away. The creature let out an echoing cry and squirmed. Its resolute bones were finally corroded and turned into ashes as well, wafting away with the wind. The remnant mountains of bones on the ground also turned to ashes. No more bones could be seen in the region. Chapter 39:20. The mountains of bones dispersed into specks in no time at all, wafting away with the winds. Meanwhile, the spectators looked like frozen statues due to shock. Even the sacred ancestors couldn't regain their composure. The knowledgeable existences that have lived for eras have seen plenty of strange things before. Nonetheless, this took it to the next level. Words couldn't describe the event and their current emotions. Previously, Buddha Supreme did everything he could to protect Black Wood from these skeletal creatures. He was only successful with the help of Righteous Supreme and 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Those who saw the fight in person remembered it for the rest of their life. The images of 3 brilliant beings unleashing their might against the endless horde. Today, the Lord of the Holy Ground, Li Qie, didn't resort to magnificent merit laws and invincible weapons nor his actual abilities. He showed no sign of nervousness and anxiety despite facing countless enemies. Thus, this battle was rather quiet compared to the brutal struggle back then. He didn't exude a ferocious aura in the slightest, not that he needed to do so before easily taking care of the skeletons. Nonetheless, what he did today shocked the crowd more than the trio back then. The spectators' memories of today have been carved in their mind by thousands and thousands of slashes. They became frightened, especially those who harbored malicious thoughts against Li Qie. Their legs started trembling as they broke out in cold sweat. It became apparent that cultivation didn't matter to him. Enlightened being or Samadhi realm, he would be invincible all the same. Is this what invincibility is? After a while, a big shot managed to whisper. An ancient ancestor quietly responded. It's the greatest move in history. The Sacred Lord's cultivation is not as strong as Buddha Supreme. However, his methods are absolutely peerless. Their peers nodded in agreement. Li Qie's feat today would be remembered forever, more than enough to outshine other historical figures. So what are those ashes? One big shot turned his attention towards the ashes that took down the creatures. It's not from Sacred Mountain, that's for sure. An ancestor responded, because if this were the case, Buddha Supreme would have used it back then. Maybe the Sacred Lord created them? A high elder said, Sacred Mountain has been dealing with black tides for so long. This generation, it finally noticed something new, so the Sacred Lord cleverly used an unbelievable method to create the ashes. I agree. High elders and ancestors supported this speculation. Buzz. After the bones were gone, the divine tree's light gradually dimmed down. It then turned into particles and dispersed into nothingness. Li Qie landed on the ancestral peak. It looked the same as before. The tree stump became conspicuous again. However, those who paid attention to it would notice something different. This stump looked dead in the past, but now, it was brimming with life and ready to bud again at the first sign of spring. The crowd was still amazed by its appearance. The ancestors of the Biendu exchanged glances. This was definitely great news for them. They knew that the tree might be gone for now, but its foundation still existed at the ancestral peak. If they could understand it one day and be able to use it, their power would reach the next level. Okay, the disaster is over. Li Qie nonchalantly declared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, finally able to relax. A second later, a celebration ensued. "We're okay, everyone's okay, that's great," someone shouted. For the locals, they were actually ready to fight to the very end in order to defend their home. But now, the invading creatures were no more. Everything seemed like a dream. "Let's go home." The happy locals ran out of the camp. Joy took over as they returned to Blackwood. Venerable Sacred Lord, the protector of Buddha holy ground who blesses its citizens. Someone got there first and kneeled at the base of the peak. The others also showed their respect and chanted the same thing. Their voices echoed far into the horizon. It didn't take long before the members of the holy ground prostrated without any hesitation within Blackwood. A few from Righteous and the east also did the same. Most from these regions refrained from a full kowtow but still bowed to show respect. "Rise," Li Qie said casually. Chapter 39-21. The prostrating audience got up but kept their head lowered. The members of the holy ground were too excited after the battle. In the beginning, many thought that Li Qie's choice was too reckless. At this point they thought that he was omnipotent. Recently, Buddha Supreme has not shown himself, so the holy ground lost confidence. Numerous whispered about his potential demise. At the same time, Vajra grew stronger while Sacred Mountain's influence weakened. Now, Li Qie's invincible style to save the holy ground reminded everyone of Sacred Mountain's might again. It was still the leading authority of the holy ground. As for the outsiders, they watched Li Qie with respect in their eyes. At first, the ancestors from these powers thought that Li Qie wasn't worthy of this role, whether it be his cultivation or prestige. Of course, none would be singing this tune any longer. They were completely won over by him. The young master is incredible. Yongling was elated as well, not knowing what else to say. The old servant who has traveled across the world couldn't believe it either. He was someone who had fought against black tides before. The dangers here required the top masters to give everything they got. But now, it seemed that Li Qie was more frightening than anything else. As for the quiet Fan Bai, she was still astounded but refrained from commenting. Li Qie only smiled at the girl and said, "Let's go." "Okay, but where are we going?" Yongling didn't expect this. The crowd hasn't gotten a chance to breathe yet after the destruction of the monsters. This seemed too early. Deeper into black tides, time to end this. Li Qie stared at the horizon and responded, "Oh." She also followed the direction of his gaze. Her heart skipped a beat due to the terrible tales about that area. "You guys can stay here. I'm only going to finish some mundane matters," he told them. "Young master, I would like to follow and serve you if you don't mind." The old man immediately spoke. He also gazed in the same direction, becoming quite excited. He couldn't help touching his saber's hilt. Last time he went there was without a tidal recession. Unfortunately, he didn't make it to his destination. He knew better than to risk his life and decided to flee. Now the lack of water made this easier, but most importantly, a peerless existence was by his side. Thus, he wanted to see what waited in black tides, the dreadful entity that has haunted the world for eras. This was one of his wishes. "Young master, I want to tag along too, please?" Yongling begged. She knew that she had no chance of getting anywhere in black tides. If she couldn't tag along with Li Qie this time, that would be the end of it. "Come then." Li Qie started walking while the group followed him. Yongling was both nervous and excited. Fan Bai remained calm because she didn't know much about black tides. Plus, she was willing to follow Li Qie wherever he went regardless of the danger. The Sacred Lord is entering black tides again? The spectators watched the group. They thought that this would be the time for a grand celebration. The Lord of the Holy Ground has shown his supremacy. An announcement to the rest of the world should be next to let everyone hear about his exploits. He wants to push forward while having the advantage? Another disciple said. He wishes to change the tides of history with the next battle? One ancestor murmured. One man alone trying to stop the eternal chaos. Is it possible? A big shot took a deep breath. In fact, his evaluation of Li Qie couldn't be any higher. The problem was, black tides has haunted the world for millions and millions of years. There was something terrifying deeper in there. Numerous wise sages and top masters have planned expeditions against this place, yet it remained standing. Nonetheless, they were successful in the sense that it was calmer now compared to how it used to be during the chaotic era. Now, did Li Qie wish to fight and destroy black tides? Many worried about him. This isn't the right time. A sacred ancestor said. The present holy ground requires his leadership. This was obvious due to the waning influence of Sacred Mountain. He needed to show everyone that they were untouchable again. On the other hand, those with their own plans thought that it would be perfect for Li Qie to die in black tides. The decline of Sacred Mountain would actually accelerate. Sacred Lord, we are willing to follow you and be of service. A group of ancestors came over and respectfully asked. Our court will follow your commands in this battle against black tides. A sacred ancestor vowed loyalty. It's nothing, I'm only going to take a look, don't bother me. Li Qie waved his hand in refusal. Though these big shots wanted to help Li Qie, there was nothing they could do after being refused. Many experts from the holy ground followed along in order to see him off. They actually reached the edge of black tide's inner region. They then knew that it was time to leave. They bowed towards him and said, Please take care, Sacred Lord. Chapter 39-22. Just the mentioning of black tides alone instilled fear into the listeners. Cultivators never dared to venture to this place. Powerful sovereigns took the risk and never returned. As for the depths of this region, only top Dao lords and invincible supremes bothered trying. The area certainly became safer during a tidal recession. Nonetheless, this inner region was still extremely dangerous. After all, Dao lords could meet their end there and most people weren't suicidal. Yang Ling's group followed Li Qie towards this perilous destination. Once there, they were greeted by relentless heat waves. When looking from a distance, the place resembled a marsh. It's just that instead of being waterlogged, it was lava-logged. In a sense, the entire place looked like a sunken continent. If one were to look down from above, a great power must have devastated the area. Gorges and deep ditches could be found everywhere. Being careless would mean falling into one of them right away, akin to being swallowed by a monster. Normally, powerful big shots capable of reaching this area had total freedom in their movement, able to fly and travel underground. Their body was as light as a feather, allowing them to easily float on anything. Unfortunately, there was just something about the holes and mud here. They served as quagmires, always pulling down the uninvited travelers. Brilliant movement techniques were useless in this place. This was similar to the phenomenon seen in the abyss. Some deaths weren't accidental either. Yang Ling's group saw an expert just walking by a cave and a gust of wind pulled him inside. He struggled and roared, but it was useless. Something seemed to be in that cave and sent him to meet his maker. The flowing lava was special as well, as red as molten metal but lacking the same viscosity. It flowed quickly just like regular water. Strangely enough, the heat stemming from the lava was rather pleasant, similar to sitting in a hot spring during the harsh winter. One would actually think about jumping in there. Of course, doing so meant certain demise because the lava would turn them into ashes right away. Along the way, the group saw an adventurer confident in his cultivation. He thought that since his body could withstand samadhi flames, this lava shouldn't be a problem either. The guy screamed once before being reduced to ashes after jumping into the lava for a shortcut. Another adventurer saw a bright light in the middle of a gully. He became excited about this potential treasure and yelled, "A treasure is emerging over here." He and his friends ran over, only to hear a buzzing noise. This light swept through them like a net and turned them into dispersing particles. Nothing was left of them in the next second. No one would have a clue that they have died here. All in all, the Reaper was potentially hiding in every nook and cranny here. Only the Supremes and Dao Lords could avoid the danger. The mass lacked the ability to return alive. Yang Ling and Fan Bai could see that this place was ominous. There seemed to be eyes in the shadow watching their every step. Thus, they stuck as close to Li Qie as possible. Even the mighty old servant became tense, grabbing the hilt of his saber and always ready to perform a quick draw. What a different world, not as moving as when the water is still around though. The old man commented. What is it like before a tidal recession? Yang Ling became curious. Words aren't sufficient to describe the terror, but if I have to put it, imagine millions of devils rampaging and destroying the world. As for the gods, they howl in grief while being stuck in hell. The strongest cultivators were still at risk of being torn to pieces. The old servant smiled wryly. A glint of anxiety flashed deep in his eyes since he couldn't forget what he had seen here. The two girls could imagine how terrible the place used to be after listening to him. Fortunately, Xueqi led them through this arduous journey without any issue. Their path was surprisingly uneventful. The hidden monsters in the caves and abysses didn't dare to bother Xueqi. The eyes hidden in the darkness would run away into a darker dimension. The gaping jaws were no longer open. All wanted to hide their presence. These hidden entities seemed aware of Xueqi and didn't want to be exposed to him. Therefore, the so-called most dangerous region in West King was nothing more than Xueqi's garden. He and the group sauntered towards their goal. Yongling and Fanbai didn't notice the imperceptible changes. They simply felt safe while walking behind him. As for the old servant, he clearly sensed these entities running away out of fear. Chapter 39-23. Xueqi eventually stopped before a rather normal-looking cave devoid of danger. It was only wide enough for several people to jump down at the same time, pitch black with no bottom in sight. A heavenly gaze wouldn't spot anything either, resulting in an uneasy feeling. Because of this endless property, one would think that by jumping down, they would enter a new world. This darkness would also bite back on those daring to stare at it for too long. It gave the impression of not allowing anyone to return after jumping down. What's down there? Yongling also attempted to use her heavenly gaze and didn't see anything. The old man had a terrible feeling about the cave. Intuition told him that if he were to jump down, he would never return alive. His grip on the saber hilt tightened as he tensed up. This is the place very well hidden. Xueqi glanced below and said, We're going down there? Yongling was slightly afraid. Nonetheless, she thought that it would be okay with Xueqi around. The only problem was not wanting to be a nuisance to him. No longer want to see a magical world? Xueqi smirked at the group. I'm not afraid as long as you're around, young master. Yongling hesitated for a moment before answering. Go down then. Xueqi smiled and jumped first. Fanbai followed him blindly without thinking twice. As for Yongling, fear of the unknown struck her, but she eventually mustered enough courage to take a step forward. The old servant was the last one to jump in. He readied his saber in order to deal with any potential complication. As the group fell down, the only thing they heard was heavy wind noises. The drop was lasting for what seems to be an eternity. Yongling would be screaming right now if Xueqi wasn't close by. After a long while, they finally touched the ground and heard something cracking beneath their feet. Darkness still blinded them. They activated their heavenly gaze and found this place to be virtually infinite in size. It seemed larger than all of 8 desolaces. They only saw faint outlines, something like a mountain range ahead. The rest was a blur. Crack. They felt something moving beneath their feet. Something's awakening? Yongling became alarmed. Watch carefully. It'll be quite a spectacle. Xueqi smiled. Due to the creepy nature of this place, his answer frightened her even more. She thought that nothing good would be here. Pop, pop, pop. They heard quiet pops, similar to something opening their eyes. Red lights suddenly appeared in this dark world, just bright enough to slowly illuminate the area. Once enough of them manifested, the group could see again. Ah! Yongling screamed right away. Fanbai turned pale as well, speechless. Skeletal monsters. The old man took a deep breath and said, still shaken despite his experience. What they saw were skeletal creatures as far as the eye can see in this infinite world. There seemed to be nothing but bones here. A while ago, the 2 hordes attacking Black Cliff were populous enough. But now, the disparity was immense. We've fallen into their lair. Yongling shouted. The waves of invaders they saw first could destroy Buddha holy ground. As for the army here, it might be enough to take down 8 desolaces. These creatures were awakening, evident by the red flame in their skull. Xueqi's group came uninvited to their world. Gigantic skeletons began walking over. The 4 looked as small as ants. This was enough to frighten anyone. Young master. Yongling tugged Xueqi's sleeve. Click, clack, click, clack. The awakened ones approached the group. They didn't roar aggressively and attack like the waves on the surface. Nonetheless, the group was still intimidated.
"They're coming, young master."
Yongling spoke again. The old man was ready to fight to the very end. However, he knew that it would be futile with his power alone. Still a bit left, let's give it to them. Li Qie took out the bottle containing the ashes. There wasn't much left. He removed the cork and blew ashes in all 4 directions. Zzz. The skeletons hit by the ashes immediately turned to ashes. This opened a wide space for the group. Alas, though thousands of them were cleared out in the blink of an eye, Li Qie was running out of ashes. This was akin to pouring a cup of water on a burning wooden house. The endless horde didn't stop moving. They didn't need to do anything either. Just them squeezing together would be enough to make meat paste out of Li Qie's group.
"What should we do, young master?"
Yongling noticed that they didn't have any ashes left. Chapter 39-24. The ground shook and shadows engulfed the group. Yongling became as pale as can be, feeling as insignificant as a speck of dust.
Li Qie looked up at the sky and let out a penetrating roar for a long while.
However, he didn't do anything else afterward and simply stood there. Boom! One giant has made it here and raised its foot for a stomp. The sky turned dark above them before an immense pressure pressed down from above. "It's here!" Yongling bellowed. Alas, Li Qie still didn't do anything, so she closed her eyes.
The old man was ready while staring at the incoming foot.
However, he patiently waited for Li Qie. Boom! As the 2 girls thought that they were finished, something massive flew over and slammed the giant. Boom! It cut the giant into 2 halves and the massive frame fell down like a collapsing building. Bones scattered on the ground. They looked up and saw something looking like a colossal warship. They had never seen something like this before. "Up we go!" Li Qie ordered and leaped up in the air. The rest followed and landed on this unknown entity. Once the 2 girls got up, they realized that it wasn't a monster or a battleship. It turned out to be a wooden nest of unimaginable size, large enough to swallow the stars in the galaxy. It was made from an assembly of countless branches. The 2 girls have never seen this type of wood before, dried and black, looking tougher than any metal. The affinity of chaos engulfed the nest, always pouring down visible strands that look like heavenly waterfalls. Boom! 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 Several skeletal giants approached and started smashing the nest. Explosions shattered the spatial fabrics even though they were only swinging their hands. Regular cultivators would be blown to smithereens in the blink of an eye. "Go!" Li Qie ignored them and commanded. The nest instantly broke through the barricade. Its chaos energy turned into a violent maelstrom and propelled it forward in an unstoppable and domineering manner. Every monster along the way was sent flying and pulverized regardless of its size and power. This world was packed with skeletons, more than enough to deter the strongest characters. However, they couldn't stop the nest in the slightest. It left a wake of destruction behind its path. The group couldn't believe it. This was even more shocking than the previous battles to them. After calming down, they started taking a careful look at the gargantuan nest. It resembled an independent world or an ark that could take everything else with it. They saw an ancient wooden pavilion pulsing with chaos energy. It seemed to be the center of the nest. Despite not exuding any divinity, other existences didn't dare to get close without prostrating. It wouldn't be surprising to see ultimate secrets and archaic artifacts within. The group felt a mysterious power from there, not allowing any intruder to approach. It would suppress them right away. "What is that building?" Yongling stared solemnly at it. A remnant of the past. Li Qie glanced at it. His expression softened. He came here once with different companions. So many years have passed by this point. Certain things remained while others were long gone. Its creator must be a magnificent character. The old man became sentimental. Only a truly terrifying being would be able to create this wooden nest and supreme pavilion. Li Qie didn't answer. His mind seemed to be wandering somewhere else. The gentle breezes of past memories, including smiles and cries, comforted his cold heart. "I wonder what's in there." Fanbai was curious since she felt something special there. Alas, she couldn't bypass the suppressive pressure. Not to mention the 2 girls, even the old man couldn't get close. He also felt the same way as Fanbai but didn't have a clear idea. They no longer exist. It is impossible to pursue things that have passed. Li Qie lacked interest. The group found this answer puzzling but didn't dare to ask for elaboration. Even if those treasures are unobtainable, just sitting there to comprehend the Tao will save tens of thousands of years. The old man said. He saw the pulsing chaos strands from the pavilion. Being able to meditate inside would be an earth-shattering fortune. Chapter 39-25. The nest continued its rampage against the skeletal creatures. Its speed was matchless as well, able to travel through 10 million miles in the blink of an eye. Though the creatures reassembled themselves after being crushed, they had no chance of keeping up. Eventually, the nest left everything in the dust. Yang Ling's group heaved a sigh of relief once they got away from the horde. They thought that only Tao Lords would have managed to escape the hellish containment earlier. The nest reached the end of this world and entered a boundless void. Its speed suddenly became 1,000 times faster. While the group thought they were away from any potential danger, they suddenly felt a terrible power looming over them, rendering them breathless, akin to having billions of boulders placed on their shoulders. They struggled to look ahead and became shocked. The nest has finally stopped and floated in the air. They then saw a dark star, far larger than other celestial bodies. 8 Desolaces looked considerably smaller as well. Flames engulfed the star, capable of sucking in and obliterating all existences. It had enough power to treat planets like specks of dust, easily incinerating and turning them into ashes. Time and space were melted around it. Due to a lack of these physical affinities, the core of the star wasn't restrained by distance and the flow of time. The nest was far away enough, yet the suppressive power was still unbearable. The group activated their heavenly gaze for closer observation. They saw the star seemingly being made from numerous smaller continents pressed together with no discernible pattern. Or perhaps that it used to be one whole piece but something else started separating them. Lava flowed on the surface and headed for the core in the center. The liquid closer to the core was different, far redder and similar to blood. This creeped out the group. Once their heavenly gaze reached its limit, they could faintly see something like a coffin in the core. Alas, they couldn't see the content inside, only flashes. It could be a living person or a corpse. It took a while for them to calm down enough to think about the situation. They didn't know why Li Qie brought them here.
What is that thing?
Yang Ling spoke softly.
The old man gestured for her to be quiet because he could sense something different in the air.
Li Qie's expression indicated that this was a serious moment. Wait here. Li Qie ordered before flying towards the dark star. She was worried to see him fly towards that horrifying star but couldn't open her mouth. The others felt the same way and clenched their fists. He stopped once he got close enough, completely impervious to the dark flames.
The might of the star didn't affect him in the slightest.
Boom! The flames gathered together to shoot a straight beam at the intruders. The nest retaliated by exuding chaos energy to form a defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't move at all. The higher concentration of flame was still ineffective against him, always 3 inches away from reaching him. The old man started thinking. Was Li Qie's power stopping the flame, or was it too afraid to actually attack him? Looks like you're recovered quite a bit. Li Qie smiled and spoke to the coffin at the core. The hibernation is working. I see that you have found the door. Humph. A thunderous scowl detonated. The old man felt a sound wave piercing his body. His innate defense couldn't stop it at all. Fortunately, the nest's chaos energy took most of the brunt. Li Qie's shadow suddenly became large enough to encompass the nest itself, stopping the sound wave from damaging his allies. Nonetheless, the old man's palms became sweaty. Just one scowl from this being was so terrifying? Still won't submit? Li Qie smiled and calmly stated, "With my return, the myriad Tao and all worlds are all under my grasp." The nonchalant comment expressed his total authority and dominion. Both powerful Tao lords and deities would need to prostrate before him. The being inside the coffin didn't retort this rather haughty declaration from Li Qie, implicitly agreeing. He knew the significance of Li Qie's return and the reason for the visit. "You surely know what you're doing." Li Qie spoke. A brief silence ensued. The being in the coffin eventually responded. "You're here to judge me?" The enigmatic voice was ancient and seemingly originating from the 9 layers of shell. Yongling and the others had a hard time listening to the piercing words. No, that's the villainous heaven's job, not mine. I'd rather be more direct and just reduce you to pieces instead of wasting my time. Li Qie shook his head. Boom! The flames around the star exploded in an apocalyptic manner. Li Qie finally angered the unknown being. Alas, the flame still stopped 3 inches before Li Qie despite its violent eruption. Li Qie stood there, not batting an eye. 1. The wooden nest and the dark star last appeared around chapter 557 or so. Chapter 39-26. The being in the coffin might not want to actually attack Li Qie with the flames. To do so meant a declaration of war, and he understood the consequences. You have 2 choices. Either hand the item over or I will take it from your corpse. Pick. Li Qie said flatly, not leaving any room for negotiation. His allies thought that he was more direct and overbearing than any previous encounter. The fact that his opponent was mighty didn't matter. He said something that Dao Lords wouldn't dare to in such a trivial manner. The being in the dark star needed to heed his threat. I have many of those things. The ancient voice spoke again. You know what I'm referring to, so don't waste my time. I'm in the mood to talk right now, but this might change and you'll have to be in that coffin forever. Li Qie chuckled. The being fell into contemplation. He naturally didn't want to hand it over since it was too important to him. It allowed him to see hope in the door. Unfortunately, he must make a choice right now. Either to obediently hand it over or to go all out against Li Qie in a gamble. Creak. Eventually, a cosmic shift occurred. Space seemed to be sweeping down and flattening everything. The creaks made the group uncomfortable despite being shielded by chaos energy and Li Qie's shadow. It felt as if the heaviest thing in existence was pressing down on them. Of course, they knew full well that without the protections, they would be meat pastes right now. The lid of the coffin slowly moved enough to leave a tiny gap. Boom! The aura rushing out was insane and destructive. The old man shuddered. Someone like him would have gotten down on his knees from the pressure. He thought he had a good idea of ultimate power before. Now, he realized that he was just a frog under the well. True power far exceeded his imagination. The Dao Lords had nothing on this being. Yongling couldn't speak at all. The old man, on the other hand, focused on Li Qie and respectfully said, the young master is even stronger and scarier. Li Qie stood still, completely unaffected. This aura could crush the firmaments but failed to move him an inch. It seemed that he could easily take it down if he wanted to. Take it. The ancient voice spoke as a box flew out of the gap. The being chose to obediently hand the item over instead of escalating the issue with Li Qie. It would be foolish to challenge Li Qie in this epoch. He and other top existences witnessed their neighbor being crucified, tortured for millions of years until death. This level of torment was unbearable. That's why acquiescing was the right choice. Opportunities could always resurface in the future. He chose embarrassment for this era in order to live many more. He had already endured and toiled for so long. No need to throw all of that away because of pride. Those who live this long are never stupid. Li Qie caught the box and smiled. The being didn't reply, still feeling frustrated and helpless after being threatened. Meanwhile, Li Qie's allies heaved a sigh of relief since no battle would occur. They thought how incredible it was for this monstrous being to yield to their young master. Therefore, the real monster here was their young master. Others, regardless of their power, needed to lower their head before him. Boom! Suddenly, the dark star suddenly opened. It was as if this being opened his mouth in order to devour the world. Poof! Red flames scattered across this endless world started shooting towards the star. The crowd knew what they were right away. These flames powered the skeletal creatures earlier, serving as their soul. Without the flames, the creatures were useless husks and bones. The flames granted them power and allowed them to terrorize black tides and black wood. Though they didn't see what was going on inside the coffin, they imagined the being swallowing all the flames. Back in the starting area, the hordes of creatures crumbled and became mere bones once more. In reality, these bones only withstood the test of time due to the fire's empowerment. With it gone, the mountains of bones slowly turned into dust again. The group then understood that this being was the mastermind behind the unceasing invasions in history. Boom! As they were still occupied with thoughts, the dark star suddenly pierced through space and disappeared from sight, heading for an unknown destination. Who knows if it would ever appear again? Chapter 39-27. Li Qie returned to the wooden nest after the Dark Star's departure. The others finally relaxed with the pressure gone. The aura from that being suffocated them earlier. Young Master, was he the master of black tides? Yang Ling spoke softly, still intimidated by that being's power. No, black tides has no master. Li Qie casually responded. So in history, multiple Dao lords underwent expeditions against black tides. What was their goal? She continued since the public didn't have access to this information. Uncertainties. Li Qie said. Uncertainties of Dao search. The old man's eyes narrowed since he knew a little about this matter. There are many uncertainties and black tides is one of them. The curtain will drop eventually. Li Qie added. The old man contemplated. He had the chance to look at existences at the Dao realm before and understood some of the reasons. On the other hand, the two girls couldn't follow the conversation. Li Qie turned his focus towards the box, gently rubbing it. It was old and had spots everywhere, looking quite damaged. It resembled an heirloom item that has been around for too long, being dropped on the ground every once in a while. Of course, the damages had nothing to do with it being dropped. They stemmed from a terrible suppression. The group became curious about the thing inside the box. It had to be something magnificent in order to be worth their young master's time and effort. Moreover, that being inside the coffin reluctantly handed it over. It should be priceless and peerless. Young master, may I ask what is inside? Yang Ling asked. Longevity loop. Li Qie glanced at her and responded. Longevity loop? The group has never heard of it before, not even the old servant. He thought that this precious artifact should be well known, yet there were no legends regarding it. Of course, if it wasn't for Li Qie, they wouldn't have found out about this dark star hidden in black tides and the origin of the skeletal creatures. Thus, certain things were clearly above their station. Li Qie opened the box and out came a lustrous glow. Time came to a halt as a result. Everything affected by this light became infinitely slow. The group saw tiny particles barely moving as a result while being bathed by the light. This light seemed to be a pathway towards a different timeline and era. They didn't get to see the item, only its light. Nonetheless, they were still lost in awe. Li Qie took a quick look before closing the box and said, Longevity loop, a wondrous creation. Unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Few in 8 Desolaces knew of this item. The same could be said about those from the 9-world epic. Only characters similar to Li Qie were privy to its existence. The loop first belonged to the ancient Ming, but it wasn't created by them. It granted immense benefits to their race. Their immortal emperors and lords were extremely hard to kill because they possessed the loop. Later on, the Dark Crow successfully used the immortal emperor slaughtering formation to suppress the loop and crucified its master. Many eras later, the seal of the ancient Ming was finally erased by the suppression. Li Qie then fought above the firmaments and died. Some of his treasures became lost and forgotten with his death. The being inside the Dark Star somehow obtained the loop. Others might have been unaware of the loop's effect, but this eternal being had lived long enough to know. It helped him see the way, allowing him to recover. It was of paramount importance. He wouldn't let anyone else touch this treasure, and a fight to the death would ensue. Alas, Li Qie was a different story. It had nothing to do with Li Qie being the original owner of the loop. The problem was, Li Qie was simply terrifying in this generation, and he didn't want to die. His neighbor had been killed by Li Qie. Following the same path would be stupidity. The loop returned to Li Qie once more after so many years. However, it was no longer useful to him. The only thing it gave him was resurfacing memories of the bloody war. The ancient Ming era was arduous. Numerous heroes and brothers died, but their sacrifice heralded prosperity to the 9 worlds. Now, the ancient Ming was no longer around, the same with the 9 worlds. This epic named 8 Desolaces was so familiar yet not. He became sentimental while gently rubbing the box. After experiencing the torture of time, he could understand why so many lords and top existences fell to the darkness. They have lived for too long and everything became foreign to them. The world was no longer theirs, so scruples became unnecessary. The only thing that mattered became their own survival, hence their eventual decision. "Am still me," he murmured. He didn't belong to this world, or any other for that matter. This would apply to the future epics as well. But as long as his Tao heart remained the same, so would he as a person. Li Qie, the dark crow, didn't soar for anyone or anything. He simply wanted to fly even higher, so he must continue flapping his wings. Keeping this mindset allowed him to endure the torment of time without succumbing. Stopping was not an option. 1. Could be a bracelet or a ring/loop. Chapter 39-28. Not long after the group entered the depths, immortal radiance appeared once more. At first, it was faint enough to be unnoticeable. It looked just like little spirits playing around. Later on, more spirits appeared as if it was a party. Something seemed to be attracting the individual lights. Cultivators eventually took note of this, not because of the visible light but rather, their weapons reacted. The first to do so were the strongest weapons. For example, top masters bringing Tao Lord weapons in secrecy. They noticed their weapons shaking violently. These beings have been hiding in the shadows. Were they here to fight against the horde, or did they have some other goals? No one could answer this question but them. They became shocked at this sight. What kind of omen was this? Was it auspicious or ominous? Normally, when a Tao Lord weapon vibrated, it was a warning for its master that powerful enemies were coming. In this case, none could be seen. Next, weapons at the sovereign level vibrate as well. The big shots became startled. "What's happening?" One of them blurted out. Lower-level weapons vibrated next, even the ones stored in treasuries. Cultivators became startled. Clank, clank, clank. The loud sounds could be heard from the Biendu clan. They had the most members on top of the largest treasury in this region. The sounds became louder as the shaking turned violent. The owners gradually lost control of their weapons. The things seemed to be wanting to fly away. Those with Tao Lord weapons were horrified. They tried sealing the weapons for stabilization. This proved to be futile because the weapons were just too strong. Losing these weapons would be unacceptable since they would become sinners of their sections. During this strange phenomenon, the air started twisting deep in Righteous sect, akin to a giant sitting up. The immortal weapon has shown up. A whisper as gentle as a soft breeze could be heard by everyone. The big shots from Righteous were shocked to hear this voice, becoming frozen. "The Supreme!" One of them regained his wits and shouted. This news spread like wildfire across the realms. Righteous Supreme is still alive. People were shocked to hear it. He was one of the two Supremes in the south. However, he was actually many years older than Buddha Supreme. The latter has only been around for one generation. He was already famous before Buddha Supreme made his mark. After 8 Stallion Tao Lord's generation, he hasn't shown up for a while, so there were rumors of his death from old age. Many didn't believe it, especially the members of Righteous. Nonetheless, the rumors continued to spread. Today, they were proven wrong since his voice was heard once more. However, for the big shots, the second piece of information was more interesting. The emergence of an immortal weapon. The legend is true. Black Tides really has an immortal weapon. One big shot couldn't stay calm. This legend was only known by the powerful and older cultivators. Black Tides had a weapon far stronger than Tao Lord weapons. In a direct confrontation, Tao Lord weapons would crumble right away. This seemed rather impossible for many because Tao Lord weapons were considered to be the strongest. Because of this particular legend, a few thought that it was the reason for the continuous expeditions against Black Tides. Alas, numerous Tao Lords and top masters have entered that place but none came across it. Creaking noises came from the Biendu's ancestral ground. Chaos energy and an ancient aura emerged, permeating every corner of the land with a mercury-like density. Those in Blackwood Cliff felt it right away, even though the clan was under a defensive barrier. A similar sensation to the appearance of Righteous Supreme occurred. The cliff shook from the pressure of a being sitting up. Who is that? People from all over the world haven't left Blackwood just yet. They found this astonishing. What kind of invincible being is waking up in there? A big shot shouted. Today, the Biendu performed a grand ceremony to greet its sacred ancestor. A sacred ancestor from the Biendu? Who? Others found this confusing because they assumed that the Paragon was the strongest living ancestor of this clan. Black Tide Saint. This title came from a member of the Biendu. The young and the weak had no impression of this title. However, the older cultivators were shaken to hear it. One of the 8 saints from back then. They gasped in response. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns, right? Most had a hard time remembering these figures. The famous characters during the prime of Buddha and righteous? Someone else became emotional.
That's the one.
A big shot answered. The 2 powers during their golden age had a group of top geniuses who swept through 8 desolaces, virtually uncontested. They then decided to work together against the 8 kingdoms to the east. The coalition defeated the eastern armies repeatedly. It seemed like a one-sided war. Chapter 39-29. The saint is still alive? I heard rumors about him being dead long ago. Someone from the last generation said. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns led the coalition army against the east. They enjoyed numerous victories until the eastern forces were pushed to the edge. Finally, the ancient empress appeared and defeated all of them alone, routing the coalition army. Black Tide Saint was a survivor of this battle, suffering grievous injuries and never appearing again. This was the reason why most thought that he had succumbed to the injuries in the clan. The regular disciples of the clan never saw him afterward. In fact, even the current elders had no idea that he was still alive. Only the ancestors had access to this secret. The clan became spirited after seeing his appearance. It meant that their foundation was still deep. On the contrary, outsiders shuddered in fear. This was someone who had fought against the ancient empress and lived to tell the tale. A truly incredible achievement. Who in the holy ground can stop him right now? Someone murmured. The first character that people thought of was Buddha Supreme. Alas, there were rumors of his early demise as well. In a sense, this meant that the Biendu's power has increased by 1 level, potentially being above Vajra dynasty or even Sacred Mountain. The Sacred Lord is here with us now. One expert disagreed. The crowd was impressed with their new lord and his miraculous deeds. However, he was still too young compared to the saint who had lived for eras. Of course, no one would dare to say this out loud. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted the crowd's rumination. The immortal light has finished gathering and tore apart the sky vault. The ray wasn't that large, but it seemingly pierced through the walls of 8 desolaces and opened a gateway to the immortal world. Chaos energy poured down like waterfalls along with Tao runes. Visual phenomena merged right away. The strands of energy emanating from this weapon could cut through Tao laws and dominate the myriad eras. Other weapons resonated loudly and became silent, a sign of their submission. Cultivators trembled emotionally by this mighty display. It seemed that even powerful supremes and sovereigns could be killed by a single strand of energy from this weapon. This made people break out in cold sweat. It's unbeatable. A big shot's knees buckled. The main ray only dissected the sky for a split second. Buzz! A different force materialized and suppressed the ray, forcing it to disperse. It's here! Big Shot started heading towards the source of the ray right away. Go! They no longer cared about the dangers in black tides. In fact, even the top masters who have been hiding their identity dropped their stealth technique in order to increase their speed. The famous weapon was more important than anything else. Boom! Violet energy surged like a rainbow, connecting one end of black tides to the source of the ray. Spectators saw an old man with surging vitality and power. An ocean of blood containing runes and lightning followed him in a dreadful manner. 8 Tribulation Blood King. Someone shouted. He's fast. Others were impressed by his speed and noticed that he came from Black Wood, not Divine Ghost Division. One of the 4 Grandmasters and the leader of Divine Ghost was here in person. Everyone's losing their cool. A top master said softly after seeing this. They knew that their peers have been here from the start, just choosing to keep a low profile for a multitude of reasons. However, the appearance of this immortal weapon agitated them enough to force them out. Another loud explosion detonated as the main gate of the Biendus opened. A powerful legion marched towards Black Tides. Its leader was their paragon. The clan had ample knowledge about the ocean and this legendary weapon, not wanting to fall behind. Let the sect know about this. Ancestors commanded their juniors to go back and send reinforcement. They knew that a bloody battle was inevitable since everyone coveted this weapon. Black Tides became lively again. This time, more people rushed forward in higher numbers than the previous treasure hunt. A while ago, The hidden big shots weren't tempted by regular treasures, so they continued hiding. Now, this was no longer the time to hold back.
Rumble.
Another legion blotted out the sky. 100,000 soldiers wearing black armor looked like a tsunami of steel.
War camp.
Others took note of them.
Vajra is going all out.
Someone commented. This isn't a personal matter any longer. More sects will send their full force. One ancestor had a solemn expression. By this point, most realized the gravity of the situation. Being alone was too disadvantageous. Winning required utilizing the full power of a kingdom or a sect. War Camp was the strongest legion of Vajra, serving as an important pillar for many generations now. Although a legion wasn't that effective against a top master, if it had some effective ace cards such as deadly formations, it could be very helpful during crucial moments. Chapter 39:30. Immortal Weapon. The arrival of Vajra's main legion surprised everyone. In the tsunami of steel, they saw a carriage moving rather slowly compared to the others. However, it became part of the cavalry and didn't hinder their movement. It wasn't gaudy, seemingly made from a single piece of metal. It was heavily guarded, not even a gap could be seen. It looked out of place and gave off an impression of being impregnable. The door to the carriage was shut and no one could see who was inside. Because of how strange it looked, numerous experts noticed it. Who's inside that carriage? Someone whispered.
It should be the Guardian of Vajra.
In that dynasty, only archaic Sun King and the Guardian can mobilize all of War Camp. Another answered. Others agreed with this because the Guardian was a likely candidate to pursue the immortal weapon. Moreover, the archaic Sun King was lazy and useless. He wouldn't come to a remote and dangerous place like Black Tides, deeming it too risky. Plus, another Grandmaster was here already. It wouldn't be surprising for one more to come. Tell me more about this Guardian. An expert from Righteous asked a member of the Holy Ground. The latter had no answer. In fact, the officials in the court and the royal family might not be able to answer this question.
Everyone knew that the Guardian was one of the 4 Grandmasters and had a pivotal position in Vajra. That's the limit of their knowledge.
I was in the vicinity once but didn't actually meet the Guardian. An official shook his head and smiled wryly.
Rumble.
It didn't take long before more legions arrived at Black Tides. The other kingdoms and sects from the various divisions have arrived. Even powers from Righteous sect came running. Thousands and thousands of cultivators poured into Black Tides, creating a scene of excitement greater than before. Even big shots who haven't shown up for eras came to join the fun. Someone found it. This news erupted across the region.
Really? Where?
Those who were busy searching stopped right away.
Go, don't fall behind.
Everyone headed for the actual location of the immortal weapon. It looked like tsunamis converging towards a single point. The weapon wasn't inside the depths of Black Tides, only the core of the fringe region. This meant that it was relatively safe for everyone to come. The ancestors were the first to arrive. The place became packed with layers of people, making it difficult to reach the weapon at the center. This central area had flowing lava and hot air. No one cared about the high temperature right now since their eyes were fixated on the air. A floating mountain had appeared out of nowhere, red from top to bottom. It was devoid of life. It seemed that everything had been killed. Pinned on top of the peak was a weapon, or what's left of one. It looked like a saber due to the remaining handle. However, the blade must have been partly broken. This hilt had rust spots everywhere despite being so wondrous. The test of time must have gone on forever. White rays occasionally flashed from it, enough to pierce through the realms and cut down the hand of an immortal. Even the top sovereigns present shuddered after seeing the rays. They knew that they would be killed in the blink of an eye. This broken weapon was being sealed by thick iron chains. The chains extended around the mountain and reached deep underground. They also had a serious rust issue, making it difficult to tell the original material. Nonetheless, the crowd could imagine an eternal existence throwing down his supreme Tao laws to seal this weapon underground. Today it has emerged before the world once more. Initially, the mountain and the weapon garnered everyone's attention. However, as they looked downward, they became shocked as well. Blood and bones filled the area, and it was recent as well. The corpses still had blood flowing out from a single wound, a hole in the chest area. All of them clearly died to a single move. Some of them were famous characters, ancestors and high elders. A few were reclusive heavenly sovereigns too. That's why the crowd only watched. The victims didn't kill themselves competing for the weapon. It took them down instead. The strongest characters remained apprehensive. 8 Tribulation Blood King floated in the air, engulfed in a violet energy. Everyone thought that he could soar for the weapon at any moment. The cavalry from Vajra wasn't far away. The carriage in the center remained quiet. Everyone also stayed away from a group of clouds and mists. No one could see how many people were in there, only that the banners were from Righteous Sect. It had to be someone of high status as well. That has to be Righteous Supreme. People speculated about the powerful pressure coming from there. He was one of the strongest characters in the South right now. His presence definitely intimidated the crowd. Of course, they kept a distance to show respect as well due to his contributions to humanity. Though numerous cultivators were present, all of them watched with bated breath instead of taking risks. Chapter 39-31. 5 colored sacred sovereign hearts beat faster at the sight of this so-called immortal weapon. Alas, it was just too powerful and could kill anyone. The corpses below were the best lessons. So what is it exactly? One spectator looked at the damaged weapon. This was the first time the crowd had seen this weapon. Their previous knowledge of it was strictly the relevant legends and tales. One tale tells of heavenly corpses and immortal weapons raining down during the Great Calamity. An elderly cultivator revealed. What the heck happened during that calamity? Raining corpses? The listeners became curious. The grand disaster was too distant for the young generation. Most have never heard of it before or only the title itself. A scene of total destruction. Numerous lineages and top masters turned to ashes in one night. They were nothing more than insects. All living beings wailed in lamentation. The old man repeated what his seniors told him before about the legend. A silence took over as people enjoyed the tale. A while later, one expert said, "This looks like a saber, right?" They could faintly see part of the narrow blade being pinned to the mountain. Not necessarily. A weapon master said, "I think it could be a sword or a long scythe as well. It's too rusty to tell." "I suppose it doesn't matter too much, it's unbeatable all the same." An ancestor from a powerful clan said, "Tao Lord weapons can't hold a candle to it." "True, they'll be obliterated right away." A steady voice answered. Everyone followed the direction of this voice and saw an old man riding a 5-colored elk. He wore a simple white robe without any decoration. It looked common but was spotless. Keen observers would note that the sewing lines on the robe were immaculate. White hair didn't diminish his spirit and vitality. He had the appearance of an old man yet the vigor of an 18-year-old. He had hidden his aura but each of his movements still gave off the style and control of a master. The Dean of Duality, 5-colored sovereign. A crowd member shouted, "Sir!" Both the young and old bowed towards him. The Dean was well respected in the South. After all, numerous cultivators had the fortune of learning at Duality. Those from the smaller sects or vagabond cultivators would love to study at the academy and were fans of the Dean. His comment made the crowd emotional. Tao Lord weapons stood no chance against this broken thing? No one would question him either. The academy had plenty of treasures so the Dean was an expert in this regard. So what severed the blade? This became the key question. If the weapon was so mighty, what thing bested it in the past? No one could come up with an answer. It was difficult to imagine something stronger. It has to be an immortal. One ancestor boldly speculated. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing this. Immortals are real? A doubter said. Numerous Tao lords have broken through the sky and left. However, none of them returned or became immortal as far as people know. Wasn't true immortal sect left behind by an immortal? One youth said. A big shot opened his mouth but eventually kept it in. True immortal was the strongest lineage in 8 Decelaces. It was better to exercise prudence. Nonetheless, many have heard the legend of blessed Tao Lord during his youth and the immortal. How do we take it? People didn't wish to dwell on this sensitive topic and changed their focus. It would be more frightening. 5-colored sacred sovereign spoke. There's no doubt that this weapon is being sealed right now. Removing the chains might result in a murderous rampage. They stared at the thick chains keeping the weapon together with the mountain. It seemed that the weapon was actually in a weakened state. Alas, it was tough for people to restrain their greed. They would do anything, no matter how reckless, for this weapon. I'll overestimate myself and give it a shot first. An elderly cultivator walked forward. The Prime Minister of Celestial. Others recognized this big shot from the holy ground. He stroked his beard and said, "I'll regret this my whole life if I don't at least try. I'll play the role of a scout for everyone even though it might end in death. We pray for your success." Many supported him right away. He certainly was doing this for himself, but he put it in a pleasant manner. Plus, they didn't mind having someone else take the risk first. Boom! His power erupted with flashing celestial rays as he shouted, "Activate!" He became a cosmic defender with large stars circling around him. After putting on this defensive technique, he leaped towards the peak. Once he got close enough, he roared, "Cosmic Rain!" With that, he shifted the stars and separated his position from the rest of the world. Not bad. An ancestor praised after seeing this defensive technique. The top cultivators thought that the Prime Minister's full force effort was impressive. He then reached for the weapon in the next second. The weapon retaliated right away with a simple bright flash. Ah! Blood splashed afterward. Chapter 39-32. The Monk of Wisdom. Another white ray pierced the chest of the Prime Minister. He screamed and fell backward on the ground. Bam! The pile gained another corpse. None here could say that they could break the old man's celestial defense easily. Alas, even a stronger merit law or defensive treasure couldn't have stopped the white ray. Silence took over right away. He wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last to die to the rays. The crowd has seen numerous deaths so far but still became frightened. The rays seemed capable of nullifying all defense and treasures. This immortal weapon lives up to its name. An ancestor shuddered and said softly, "Just the random rays alone had such power. What if the weapon was actually activated in battle? Would it be capable of destroying 8 Desolaces with one move? What should we do now?" An expert looked at his senior and asked. This big shot had no response. In fact, he wasn't the only one. No one had a clue on how to deal with this immortal weapon. Maybe a Tao Lord weapon can last a bit against the rays? A high elder stated a new idea. True. A few big shots nodded in agreement. Thus, eyes turned towards the clouds hovering above, the location of Righteous Supreme. Of course, he was the prime candidate to have a Tao Lord weapon or even several. Another candidate was Sacred Mountain. This sect might have more Tao Lord weapons than Righteous Sect. Alas, their Sacred Lord has entered the depths of black tides, so he couldn't be here. I heard Vajra dynasty has a Tao Lord weapon too. One ancestor quietly said. Attention focused on the carriage inside war camp. Another whispered, "Vajra really has one?" Although the dynasty was proud to bear the title of Vajra Tao Lord, he never admitted this. Most thought that he didn't leave his legacy to them. They do. An old man with deep knowledge of the dynasty said, "Their ancestors did everything they could to curry favors with the Tao Lord. He eventually granted them a treasure out of old affection." I see. The questioner replied. Therefore, the next issue became, did the Guardian of Vajra bring this treasure along? I know for a fact that Myriad Blood Sect's heirloom weapon isn't inferior to a Tao Lord weapon. Their god monarch was a supreme sovereign. One high elder brought up. Right, Myriad Blood God Monarch's weapon should be on the same level. Others agreed with this assessment. The God Monarch was the strongest ancestor of Myriad Blood Sect, the second to become a supreme sovereign after Space Dragon Emperor. Myriad Blood dominated that era thanks to his talents. The crowd then stared at 8 Tribulation Blood King, who didn't react at all. They wondered if he brought this weapon with him. Amit Ba. A dignified chant could be heard. It commanded respect from all the listeners. An old monk appeared out of nowhere, sitting on a damaged mat for meditation. His white eyebrows were long. His face was covered in wrinkles. His kasaya was turning gray from being washed too many times. He had a treasure glow despite not having any visible Buddhist treasure on him. This made him look enlightened. People couldn't help but respect him despite a lack of aura and divinity. The Monk of Wisdom. Many bowed after seeing him. Those who have never seen him before had still heard of his title. They bowed as well. Another Grand Master was present. Most importantly, he was the leader of Heavenly Dragon Division and the monks of Buddha Holy Ground. Even though he always kept a low profile, His status and prestige were exceedingly high. Brother Shangxian, you don't want to try? The monk smiled while glancing towards the Biendu camp. He was talking to their paragon. The paragon smiled wryly and shook his head. You think too highly of me, my slight skills can't last a single ray. Others were surprised at his humility. The Biendu rarely acted like this. Your clan obtained a regalia from Black Tides by chance. I'm sure it's connected to this. You have put so much effort in searching for this weapon. This is your time to shine. The monk placed his palms together. The crowd then realized how strange the Biendu's passiveness was. They were the first to arrive in this place yet maintained their patience. Did they know something or had a special treasure capable of resisting the rays? Nothing can elude your eyes. The paragon sighed. Amitba. The monk chanted without revealing anything else. Everyone became anxious again, waiting to see what the Biendu could do since they were the most knowledgeable of Black Tides. Yes, we have indeed come across a certain thing in Black Tides. The paragon stopped hiding it. The crowd listened with bated breath after hearing the confirmation. What is it? Someone wondered. They benefited so much from having the most knowledge regarding Black Tides. Another murmured. This was indeed the truth. The clan had searched Black Tides and found numerous treasures across the years. That's why they became increasingly more powerful. Chapter 39-33. Immortal Regalia. The paragon of the Biendu slowly took out an old-styled box made from rare celestial sandalwood. Everyone could smell a pleasant and comforting fragrance, akin to being bathed in starlight. It was obvious that the thing inside was extremely precious. However, they were caught off guard after the paragon took it out. It wasn't an awe-inspiring treasure or anything, only a rag. This was a shocking contrast to the precious material used for the container. The rag's old age made it impossible to tell the original color. It became white after numerous washes before storage. There were tiny holes resembling termite damage. The edges were messy with broken threads as well instead of clean cuts. It looked as if it was ripped off of someone's robe, looking more useless than a tablecloth. No one would pick it up if left on the street since they would think that it was trash. On the contrary, it was obviously important since it came from a paragon. Furthermore, he had a solemn expression as well. Therefore, no one laughed at him. They simply focused on observing the cloth. What could this piece of cloth do? What was its origin? They couldn't come up with an answer. This thing is not from our world. 8 Tribulation Blood King finally spoke. I've never seen this type of thread before. The crowd became shaken, realizing why it was special. The king was knowledgeable due to his power and the resources of his sect, yet he had never seen it? Indeed, it's from outside. The monk of wisdom agreed. My horizon is broadened after seeing this divine artifact. 5-colored sacred sovereign nodded. 3 grandmasters had nothing but praises for the cloth. It became clear that its appearance was deceiving. The paragon didn't look conceited while holding something so precious. He smiled bitterly and revealed, we obtained this from the depths of Black Tides, losing several wise ancestors in the process. This was a shocking statement to those aware of Black Tides. The inner region was extremely dangerous, but the top ancestors of the Biendu were no slouches. Alas, several still lost their lives in order to obtain this cloth. The Biendu paid a staggering price for it. Does it have a name? A hoarse voice came from the carriage in war camp. The speaker wanted to hide their identity. It doesn't, we simply call it the Immortal Regalia. The paragon answered. Immortal Regalia? Others exchanged glances. Something looking like a rag being given this high classification would be hilarious in other circumstances. No one was laughing now. The paragon carefully wrapped the cloth around him. In reality, it was too tiny to fully wrap around him. He deliberately shrank down in order to have full coverage. This became another funny scene, but the crowd remained silent. The paragon then leaped towards the immortal weapon on top of the mountain. Eyes widened while watching this. Even the grandmasters didn't want to miss a single detail. Once he got close enough, a ray shot out to meet him. Careful! One crowd member shouted while others became nervous. They all knew just how powerful these rays were. However, when the ray hit the cloth, it looked like a regular ray shining the material instead of killing the paragon. It's working! Many shouted. Immortal Regalia indeed. Using a piece of cloth to stop the immortal ray. How miraculous! One ancestor murmured. They're both from outside, that might be the reason? One big shot said. The paragon himself heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this treasure was effective. He became excited after seeing the nullification. This was his chance to grab the weapon for his clan. He drew even closer and reached out for the weapon. In this split second, the latter exuded numerous rays. They also shined the cloth without piercing through. This assured the paragon even more. However, the rays didn't stop there. They seemed to be sentient and started moving around. One eventually found a tiny hole in the cloth and drilled inside. Ah! The paragon became grievously injured and ran with everything he got. Bam! He smashed onto the ground in front of his clan's camp. His juniors immediately took off the cloth and saw how bloodied he was. Nonetheless, he managed to survive. It's an emergency. These men immediately brought the paragon away to heal him. The spectators didn't expect this development. Even the cloth didn't work. The immortal regalia has imperfections. It's not a perfect defense. One big shot saw the event clearly. Chapter 39-34. Heaven Devourer Scaled Gauntlet. Everyone thought that the Biendu Paragon had a good chance of obtaining the treasure, but their expectation was betrayed. An immortal ray made it through a tiny hole and nearly killed him. The clan found this immensely regrettable. If only they had obtained the immortal weapon. If it was possible, they would try to repair their immortal regalia. Unfortunately, it wasn't something from this world, so this was out of their reach. They had tried before in the past with numerous methods only to fail. Damn it, so close. A crowd member expressed his disappointment. Their chance of obtaining the immortal weapon afterward was slim to none. Nonetheless, they still wanted to see its true power. Boom! A mighty divinity erupted and swept through the area, stopping the crowd from wallowing in regrets. It came from the group of clouds, exploding continuously like the end of countless suns. It could flatten the land and destroy the strongest cultivators. Righteous Supreme! Someone shouted after feeling this power. The Supreme channeling his power suffocated the crowd, causing them to tremble in fear. They could already imagine a god up above. Just one hand wave could annihilate everyone, including the high elders and ancestors. Many cultivators couldn't help prostrating on the ground, unable to handle the pressure. His power was obviously many levels above those present. Righteous Supreme is starting. Others stared at the sky with reverence. If he can't do it, no one can. Even someone like 8 Tribulation Blood King had no arrogance in his eyes. This was the case for the other grandmasters as well. They became serious in eager anticipation. Righteous Supreme was famous alongside Buddha Supreme. Both were comparable to 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Nonetheless, Righteous Supreme didn't dare to act carelessly against this immortal weapon. Boom! The sky turned dark as a tornado manifested into reality, ready to crush space and the world. The oppressive pressure on the crowd intensified and became unbearable. People had trouble breathing and even standing up. A dried and aged hand came out of the tornado, looking feeble in terms of appearance. However, it exuded extremely thick chaos laws. The laws coiled around the hand and formed numerous barriers, completely sealing it from the rest of the world. This was the only defensive measure by the Supreme. The crowd heard clanking noises first before seeing a golden radiance. A sun seemed to be rising from the ocean and blinded everyone. In this case, a golden gauntlet covered the withered hand. It had yellow snake-like scales with runes on the surface, seemingly depicting a rising sun. Boom! The world shook violently as if it was firmly under the grasp of this hand. Everyone else felt the same way, that their lives were in someone else's hand now. Heaven Devourer Scaled Gauntlet. An ancestor shouted in astonishment after seeing this. Heaven Devourer Tao Lord used his own scales to create this treasure. Others became visibly moved after hearing this. Everyone knew that the Tao Lord was a serpent demon who managed to reach the top. His skin would shred whenever he reached a certain level. The remnant skin was then used to create a top Tao Lord weapon. Now, Righteous Supreme was already strong enough. With the help of the gauntlet, the result would be unimaginable. The large hand reached for the immortal weapon before the frozen crowd. Some were praying for his success because he might be the only one capable of this feat. Crack! A ray flew out in retaliation and struck the Chaos Law barrier, leaving a tiny hole at first. In the next second, the remaining blast left cracks everywhere. Spectators gasped after seeing this. That chaos barrier was immensely powerful, yet it still wasn't enough to stop the ray? Fortunately, the remnant ray was stopped by the golden gauntlet. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but this sweet reprieve didn't last long. The weapon shot out more rays and completely destroyed the chaos barrier. Their target was the golden gauntlet. Rays stuck to the gauntlet, making it look like a hedgehog. Some dug deep enough to nearly pierce through the outer layer. Nonetheless, the gauntlet didn't let people down. The Supreme still managed to move his hand closer towards the weapon. Bam! He finally grabbed it. Yes! The crowd applauded. He did it. Many became excited. He's the strongest in the South indeed. An ancestor became emotional. Ever since this event began, many have died without being able to touch the weapon. Righteous Supreme became the first. Chapter 39-35. I'm here. Everyone saw hope and felt that he would be the one to seize this immortal weapon. The gauntlet greatly improved his success probability. Buzz! The rays from the immortal weapon suddenly intensified after the hand made contact. Though they weren't overly bright, the spectators felt as if thousands of suns were exploding inside their eye sockets. Despair suddenly took over. Crack! They had no idea what was going on before hearing a crack and a groan from the clouds. Righteous Supreme most likely suffered a serious injury and had to let out a cry. When they could see again, they saw the immortal weapon still pinned on the peak. The Great Palm, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. They could see bloodstains on the peak and some blood dripped down the weapon as well. It became obvious that the Supreme had failed. None commented on the sudden failure. His injuries weren't visible to the crowd, but it had to be something serious for him to warrant giving up. The gauntlet failed too? One high elder murmured. The crack earlier sounded as if the gauntlet had been penetrated. Not sure if it's a full break, but it should still be damaged. That's why the Supreme pulled back. An ancestor solemnly responded. This weapon is far above the Tao Lord level. Whoever gets it will have everything. One big shot murmured. Many agreed with this sentiment. Just the rays alone defeated a Supreme protected by a Tao Lord artifact. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the greatest weapon in the world. So what? No one can control it anyway. An old ancestor had a more insightful take. This was indeed the case. Even if someone gained possession of it, they wouldn't be able to control it. Its master might be the first one to die to the rays, not the enemies. Seems like it's nothing more than a nice dream. A king smiled wryly. What a waste of effort. Another big shot added. The top masters present didn't say anything. All of them searched for this mythical weapon for so long now. Some risked their life in the process, hoping to become stronger for personal reasons and for their sect. Now, it was finally here before them. Unfortunately, they weren't qualified to wield it. Their previous effort was trying to fetch the moon out of the sea. We're really giving up? One member couldn't help but ask. What can we do? If you don't want to quit, it's right there. Anyone can try to get it. Another said. By this point, it became apparent how suicidal it was to try and get it. Righteous Supreme himself was seriously injured. Not one soul in this world can take it down. Some were still unwilling to accept this. It's not over yet. A big shot from the east mused. Worldly Immortal might be able to do it. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this title, feeling both admiration and respect. For the Eastern Kingdoms, Worldly Immortal was a guardian deity. As long as this cultivator was around, so would their kingdoms. This was a being capable of forcing Tao Lords back. No one dared to invade the East afterward. Most importantly, Tao Lords have come and gone, but this being still stuck around. It's a shame no one has seen him after the generation of Diana Tao Lord. I don't think there's any event worthy of his presence, not even this. An ancestor from the East said. The Eastern cultivator started bowing towards the direction of the 8 kingdoms while talking about Worldly Immortal. Despite his hermit nature for millions of years in the ancient Immortal Kingdom, the Eastern inhabitants knew that he would always protect them. Sure, Worldly Immortal might be able to do it. Even those from Righteous and Buddha Holy Ground didn't dare to disrespect him. His invincibility has been recognized for a long time now. Thus, he became the most likely cultivator in West King to obtain this immortal weapon.
There's another person.
Someone from the holy ground shared his opinion. Who? Others asked right away.
He cupped his fist in response. His Excellency, our Sacred Lord.
He'll definitely perform another miracle here. Sacred Lord Li Chia, an expert from Righteous, replied. I wonder. Not long ago, the crowd would say that Li Chia wasn't qualified as a comparison to Righteous Supreme, let alone worldly immortal. This was no longer the case due to his new status. I think it's unlikely. The Eastern ancestor replied. Sacred Lord Li has done some magical things, but I don't think he's stronger than Righteous Supreme. In terms of status, he was indeed equal to Righteous Supreme. This assessment wasn't insulting. Let's say that the Sacred Lord is indeed capable. He's deep in black tides right now and can't get here. A big shot from the holy ground found this regretful. Li Chia hasn't shown up since his trip to the inner region. Some thought that he was dead there. I don't buy it. If Righteous Supreme can't do it, neither can he. A crowd member snorted. No one else dared to express this opinion. Did someone say my name? Suddenly, a lazy voice could be heard. Chapter 39-36. One and only the crowd found this voice to be too familiar. Their eyes followed the source. They saw Li Chia's group slowly walking over with a relaxed expression. It's Li. His Excellency. One expert blurted, then quickly corrected himself. Calling Li Chia by his name was no longer acceptable. Your Excellency. Five-colored sacred sovereign got on his knees.
The monk of wisdom placed his palms together and did the same. It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Excellency.
With these two prestigious cultivators taking the lead, the rest of the Holy Grounds members did the same. Someone as prideful as 8 Tribulation Blood King had to follow the crowd. Li Chia was the real deal, the true lord and representative of Sacred Mountain. War Camp and the Biendu followed suit as well. A fair number of cultivators from Righteous and the East prostrated. As for the big shots, they cared more about face and only bowed from a distance. One person who has yet to appear was the guardian in the carriage. Who knows if this person was bowing in there? Rise. Li Chia glanced at the crowd and said. They finally stood up and stared at him. The Sacred Lord returned alive from the depths. One expert was shaken but refrained from discussing this too loudly. Most experienced the same astonishment, including the strongest ancient ancestors still in hiding. When people sent him off, most thought that everything pointed towards disaster. They didn't expect him to actually return. After all, the inner region was extraordinarily perilous. The ancient ancestors themselves had no confidence traveling to that region. Thus, Li Chia proved his ability once again. His Excellency is truly divine. One expert praised. I told you, miracles always appear around him. He came back completely unscathed.
Another acted as if he knew all of this already, firing after the horse.
His return allowed hope to resurface again. They wanted to see an attempt from him for this weapon. Sacred Lord, the immortal weapon is before us. Please display your might and take it, turning it into a holy artifact for the holy ground. Someone from the last generation politely beseeched. Everyone waited to hear his response.
He had a faint smirk on his face as he stared at the weapon. Yongling, who was next to him, took note of this peculiar smirk, not understanding the insinuation. He was obviously familiar with this so-called immortal weapon since he was the one who broke it during the battle back then. He then sauntered towards the peak while everyone had their full attention on him. Can he do it? They became nervous, especially the disciples from the holy ground. The latter broke out in cold sweats. This wasn't only an issue of seizing the immortal weapon. It pertained to the prestige of the holy ground. Righteous Supreme had failed, so if their Sacred Lord could do it, he would be one level above Righteous Supreme. The holy ground would then rise above Righteous Sect as well. They thought that this was a perfect opportunity for glory. It ought to be, an expert stated, albeit without confidence. The issue was Li Chia's age compared to Righteous Supreme's, definitely a considerable disadvantage. Nonetheless, the Holy Grounds members still hoped for his success while swinging their fists in the air. This act served to bolster their own confidence while cheering for Li Chia. By this point, Li Chia stood at the base and didn't head for the peak like the others. Okay, spectators, time to move back. I won't be responsible for any injuries.
Li Qie smiled and casually told the crowd. They exchanged glances and many hurriedly retreated to a safe distance before stopping. Li Qie grabbed an iron chain and started pulling. Clank! The chains became agitated like slumbering dragons being woken up. Since they started shaking violently, the rust spots fell off, revealing their true form. Each was radiant but wasn't made from precious metal. The spectators noted that they were just Tao laws created by numerous profound runes. Each law represented a supreme grand Tao that has lasted for an eternity. Just one alone would be able to suppress any monster for eras. Someone tried this before. An expert became surprised. Sure enough, a few wanted to pull the peak down using the chains. However, the chains didn't react in this manner. It's because they didn't understand the grand Tao enough. The sacred lord, on the other hand, is able to stimulate these Tao laws. An aged cultivator explained. I actually guessed from the start that they were Tao laws, not chains. That's the only way to suppress an immortal weapon like this. So I was right. An ancestor became excited and loudly claimed. His Excellency just does things that no one else can. An expert from the holy ground praised. Chapter 39-37. No problem obtaining the weapon down. Li Qie roared and pulled down hard. Clank! The chains clanked before the mountain floating in the air was dragged to the ground, resulting in a violent shake. The mountain was perfectly fine, impervious to the smash and the high temperature. The immortal weapon was even closer than before. Nonetheless, no one could get close, let alone seizing it. He slowly walked over while everyone watched with bated breath. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were 1,000,000 times more nervous than him. A ray started flashing once he got close enough. Watch out! An expert loudly warned him. These rays were just too frightening. Ancestors and high elders couldn't withstand a single move. Moreover, Li Qie had no activated defensive technique and merit law. One ray could potentially take his life. However, the chain-like Tao laws flashed and seemingly locked the weapon even tighter. This prevented the first ray from attacking Li Qie. Spectators relaxed just a little bit as he came even closer. This prompted the weapon to retaliate again, shooting out a thicker beam this time. Dodge! Many was scared out of their mind and shouted at him. There would be a hole in his body if he couldn't dodge in time. Not even a god would be able to save him then. Li Qie's hand became resplendent and affected the Tao law he was holding again. The Tao law began exuding what seemed to be the essences of the Tao. All of the laws became stronger and tightened around the weapon, stopping the beam at the source. The weapon still didn't give up and continued vibrating, wanting to get out of the suppression. Alas, these matchless Tao laws rendered struggling futile. I can't believe it. Eyes widened as a result. Everyone thought that Li Qie would use another top weapon to stop the beam. In actuality, he simply controlled the Tao laws to stop the immortal weapon. This granted him safe passage until he grabbed the weapon. He got it. The crowd erupted, not wanting to miss a single detail. He was the second to touch the weapon after Righteous Supreme. Tension and anxiety intensified since this was the climax. Clank! The immortal weapon let out a hymn, causing a total weapon harmonization. Clank! 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 The audience firmly gripped their own weapons so that they wouldn't fly out. It became a struggle between the light of the immortal weapon and the Tao laws. The latter left it no room to breathe, let alone exert its power against Li Qie. His resplendent hand released an ocean made up of top grand Tao, mighty enough to rule the myriad realms. Of course, the spectators didn't spot this at all. They only saw his hand becoming bright and thought nothing of it. The dual-pronged pressure from Li Qie's grand Tao and the existing chains damaged the immortal weapon and crushed its resistance. Eventually, the vibration and shaking subsided along with the harmonization noises. Okay, get back, I'm taking it out. Li Qie warned the crowd again. Earlier, the crowd had already moved back. They thought that this was a safe distance already. Nonetheless, they still heeded his warning and retreated once more. Clank! The Tao laws coiling around the weapon suddenly loosened. Up! Li Qie added more strength in order to lift the weapon out of the peak. The rust on the weapon began peeling off, piece by piece. Its rays became free again and began rampaging without showing any mercy. They weren't bright compared to some visually impressive techniques. Nonetheless, Just the flashes alone could pierce through this world. Ah! My eyes! Some spectators began screaming in pain. Run! One ancestor reacted quickly and got far away. Those standing too close still felt a throbbing pain in their eyes even though the rays didn't hit them. The weaker cultivator's eyes began bleeding profusely. Fortunately, these rays only lasted for a split second. Xueqi had it under his control now. Alas, spectators were still horrified. Just looking at the flashing weapon alone instilled massive damage to their eyes. Some were actually blind now. An actual slash from this weapon could easily sever a corner of the world. Most moved back twice after listening to Xueqi, thinking that they were safe. They had underestimated the potency of this weapon and were left speechless. Chapter 39-38. Black Tide Saint. Once the flashes disappeared, the crowd could finally stare at the weapon. The damaged blade was long, narrow, and white in color. Its material was unknown to the crowd. That's the ultimate weapon. Others swallowed their saliva while staring at the weapon in Xueqi's hand. No one could stay calm before its sight, whether it be regular cultivators, ancestors, or even the hidden big shots. They all understood that Dao Lord weapons couldn't compare to it. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted to seize it from Xueqi. Our sacred Lord is peerless. The heaven favors our holy ground. Many members of the holy ground started cheering. Favored by the heaven indeed, this is a blessing for the holy ground. Prosperity will come soon. One expert took pride in this. Right, his momentum is unstoppable. He'll absolutely become the next Dao Lord. Others started chiming in. Since others including Righteous Supreme have tried and failed, this meant that Xueqi was the best. The holy ground won over Righteous in this contest and this momentum should carry forward. Moreover, Xueqi was so young yet already so terrifying. He could become a Dao Lord in the future, not to mention possessing this immortal weapon. That's why the members of the holy ground felt so confident in their bright future. Those from the other powers became emotional as well. They thought that the holy ground would rise like the sun. None would be able to stop them. In fact, it wasn't limited to this region either. Xueqi could lead the holy ground and sweep through 8 desolaces. I can't believe he actually did it. Those lacking confidence in him at the start were astounded. How many weapons in this world can compare to this one? A hushed voice came from the clouds yet everyone heard it clearly. Its powerful divinity made them feel uncomfortable. Righteous Supreme. Everyone knew who the speaker was. The members from the holy ground became vigilant and wondered about his goal. Would he try to seize the immortal weapon? No one could resist the temptation, not even Righteous Supreme. Silence took over the scene. Few could hold a conversation with the Supreme. Even the Grandmasters were considered juniors. It's unbeatable for sure, unique in history and born because of black tides. Someone actually dared to respond. This voice seemingly came from the inner region of black tides. Each word lingered in the listener's mind. They couldn't block them out. Some felt the sky suddenly turning dark due to black tides rushing over them. This was a bizarre and creepy feeling. Once they calmed down, they stared in the direction of the voice. They saw a palanquin in the Biendu's camp that wasn't there before. It was black from top to bottom. However, the curtain at the front had a special symbol consisting of the tides and was made from special fabrics. The top had black beads for decoration. Each of them exuded a dark golden luster, creating a unique appearance. It became abundantly clear that the person sitting inside had prestigious status. Only an authoritative figure could ride something so precious. Who is that? The crowd noticed ancestors from the Biendu guarding it as well. Even their paragon didn't have this treatment. Saint, it is good to see you doing well. Righteous Supreme spoke. So that's Black Tide Saint. Others became aware right away. One ancestor lowered his voice. The strongest ancestor of the Biendu. Those nearby became shaken after hearing this. This person was one of the strongest heavenly sovereigns back many generations ago. I heard that he's the 3rd strongest out of the 8 saints, only behind Righteous and Vajra Saint. A mighty ancestor said seriously. The crowd became increasingly impressed with his power. Thank you for the kind words, Supreme. Righteous Saint's fall was truly regrettable. The voice in the palanquin could pierce through the world. Senior brother was fine with losing to a stronger cultivator. Righteous Supreme paused for a moment before answering. The listeners became startled since they weren't privy to this information. First, Righteous Saint died in battle despite being the strongest. Past historians even believe that he was far stronger than the other 7. His power played a large part in the Alliance's decision to invade the East. Alas, the ancient Empress still took him down? This wasn't a story told to future generations. The second interesting piece of information was Righteous Supreme being his junior brother. Most only knew that Righteous Supreme had lived for a long time. Now, they had a clearer idea of his actual age. It's a shame that I was only a novice back then and couldn't meet all the saints and sovereigns, Righteous Supreme said.
I'm sure you'll have a chance to meet them soon enough.
Black Tide Saint responded. I agree. I wonder how many came here today. Righteous Supreme laughed heartily. This comment stirred the crowd and made their legs tremble.
It seemed that more than one saint survived the war and actually managed to live to the present day.
Black Tide Saint wasn't the only one present. Some of his contemporaries were already here. Chapter 39-39. Come, Cauldron. The 8 saints and 9 sovereigns shouldn't be underestimated for losing the war. In fact, they were unstoppable. The experts and ancestors from the East were continuously forced back, unable to stop their momentum. Their fame reached an all-time high, soaring like a rainbow across the sky and instilling fear upon the world. Alas, this stopped with the appearance of the ancient Empress. Future generations assumed that they died during the war. After all, they disappeared from the public and were gradually forgotten. Today, Black Tide Saint's emergence reminded everyone of their past prestige and power. The conversation thus far revealed that more saints and sovereigns were still alive. The high elders and ancestors in the crowd took a deep breath to regain their composure. As for the still-hidden masters, their expression became serious. More powerful rivals have been revealed. Who is still alive? Someone murmured. Righteous Saint isn't, that's confirmed. A big shot replied. If more saints and sovereigns are actually here right now, I have to commend their patience. A king quietly said. This was indeed the case. The immortal weapon was right there. Even Righteous Supreme couldn't help giving it a shot, yet these ancient beings remained in the shadows. What was the reason for this? What were they waiting for? The crowd speculated that they wanted to take advantage of the situation.
The risk of obtaining the immortal weapon was too high, but if someone actually managed to do so, that would be their chance to take advantage of the situation.
All eyes turned towards Xueqi and the immortal weapon. The pressure was on him. There's no way. He's the Lord of Sacred Mountain. One ancestor from the Holy Ground murmured. At least half of the group were ancestors from the Holy Ground. Despite their prestige and status, they were still under the jurisdiction of Sacred Mountain. Xueqi was absolutely their leader. Scheming against Xueqi was considered rebellious, treacherous, and disgraceful. It would turn them into enemies of the public. Nonetheless, the temptation of this immortal weapon was overwhelming. Furthermore, these top masters had immense influence in the Holy Ground as well. If they were to team up against Xueqi, how many countries and sects would pick their side instead? This possibility worried the crowd members. Who would they side with? Sacred Mountain or the ancient cultivators? They began calculating the pros and cons. Some glanced over at the black palanquin, wanting to see Black Tide Saint's stance. In history, the Biendu has always been loyal to Sacred Mountain. In theory, this saint should be loyal as well. However, he chose to stay in the palanquin instead of coming out to greet Xueqi. Contrary to the anxious crowd, Xueqi didn't look like he knew about the potential danger at all. He didn't listen to the conversation between Righteous Supreme and Black Tide Saint, only focusing on the immortal weapon in his hand.
To the crowd, it looked as if he was drowning in the joy of obtaining the weapon and forgot about everything else.
Go, leave now. A loyal ancestor muttered under his breath. Some experts started placing their palms together, praying for Xueqi to run away. It would be fine if he could make it back to Sacred Mountain on time. Alas, Xueqi didn't run.
He gently rubbed the weapon for a while before speaking. Broken but still a good embryo.
The crowd exchanged glances. Xueqi didn't sound overly impressed with this priceless treasure. His reaction was rather mild. Cauldron, come.
He suddenly shouted and raised his hand in the air.
Runes started to form. The crowd had no idea what he was doing. They suddenly heard explosions from the horizon.
They looked up and saw something flying over with insane speed. Bam! This massive shadow slammed onto the ground, causing an earthquake. They then finally saw what it was, a gigantic peak.
What is this? A confused spectator asked.
Ha! Isn't this Myriad Cauldron Peak?
An expert from duality couldn't believe his own eyes.
Another big shot from there took a careful look and nodded.
Yes, but what is it doing here? Many who weren't students from duality have still visited the academy before and saw the peak. It didn't take long before everyone reached a consensus that this was indeed Myriad Cauldron Peak. How did he summon it? A teacher from there found this perplexing. First, the distance between Duality Academy and Black Tides ranged for billions and billions of miles. Moreover, this was unprecedented too. The peak didn't show any sign of being able to answer a summoning call before. Dean, I thought the peak was connected to an earth vein. Someone asked Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign. There have been rumors about the peak being connected to an earth vein. The latter served as the source for the fires. This allowed the fires to last for so long despite numerous weapon refinements. This no longer seemed correct since Xueqi could summon it. The sovereign only smiled and didn't answer the question. Meanwhile, Xueqi had reached the top of the peak, the scorching place filled with molten iron and furnace slag. I wonder what the Sacred Lord's intention is. Everyone had the same question. Xueqi didn't run away after obtaining the immortal weapon and summoned this peak instead. None had an idea of his goal. Chapter 3940. Refining the immortal weapon. Poof. The main cauldron unleashed a devastating fiery torrent upward. The entire peak was lit ablaze as well, with all the other cauldrons activating. It became the mountain of flames in the legends, fully engulfed in fire. The inferno showed the crowd its scorching temperature. Some couldn't tolerate the heat waves and had to retreat far away. Of course, most were still curious about Xueqi's intention, also equally impressed about the raging inferno. Even the students and experts from duality have never seen the peak like this before. It's magnificent. An expert was startled. Also unprecedented. The Tao Lords refining their weapons back in the ancient eras still didn't produce a spectacle like this. A big shot said. Meanwhile, molten liquid surged and rampaged beneath the inferno. The heat was strong enough to melt the remnant pieces, resulting in vapor and steam filling up the air. Remember, these remnant materials were left behind by top Tao Lords and heavenly sovereigns. They still couldn't burn these dregs away during the process. However, this unprecedented inferno gradually vaporized them. Spectators were horrified. They knew that if they were caught in the inferno or the boiling liquid, they would be vaporized as well. Mighty weapons and materials stood no chance, let alone their body. Splash! As this process continued, the molten liquid became purer since more impure dregs have turned into vapor. This new state of liquid was far superior than the previous. As the inferno intensified, the crowd was smart enough to back the hell away from the peak. They were afraid of potential complications. What if the cauldron were to explode? The uncontrolled inferno would turn them into nothingness in the blink of an eye. By this point, the molten liquid was reduced down to only filling up half the main cauldron. However, the inferno still didn't subside. The temperature continued to increase. Going on top of the peak was suicidal at this point. Alas, the remaining molten dregs were stubborn and wouldn't break down. Strangely enough, this liquid was indigo instead of bright red. It looked quite pure, seemingly having undergone 1,000,000 refinements. It looked quite pretty as it emitted bright and clear rays, akin to the reflection of the moon on the ocean surface during the night. Gentle and beautiful. Can anyone tell me what's going on? One cultivator asked. Everyone knew that the remnant metals have lasted numerous refinements from top masters before. Moreover, they were completely useless. However, this end product seemed to be different and special. How did they turn into this liquid? Another wondered. Maybe this is the paramount metallic essence. One old ancestor murmured. Can you elaborate, ancestor? A disciple nearby asked. It's a theory in blacksmithing. The ancestor replied. It states that not all metals are fully refinable. This is especially true for the particular precious ones. They contain tough metallic essences, albeit in minuscule amounts. Most consider them to be impurities, so they are removed during a regular refinement process. So what we refined thus far had plenty of metallic essences? The disciple became surprised. Obviously not.
The ancestor gave him the side eye and continued. Metallic essences only exist in immensely precious metals. For example, metals that are worthy of becoming Tao Lord weapons. He then stared at the molten liquid in the main cauldron and explained. Keep in mind that this is still only a theory or an idea from top blacksmith masters.
It's hard to prove it because the dregs are too tough for further refinement. You're saying that the wastes up there are potentially metallic essences? The disciple asked. The ancestor shook his head because this was only an unproven theory.
No wonder why the young master was melting the remnant dregs.
Yongling also watched attentively. Though she didn't know the liquid's true nature, she was still aware of its value.
It's futile trying to guess the young master's intent,
the old servant said. He was in charge of breaking down the remnants in the past and had a faint idea. Now, this still exceeded his speculation. At this point, Li Qie tossed the immortal weapon into the molten water.
What? Wow, wouldn't that damage the weapon?
Some spectators were astounded. Ridiculous.
This doesn't make any sense, putting the weapon in together with the liquid waste.
Another bellowed.
Zzz. The immortal weapon looked as if it was melting, but this wasn't the case. The rays from it started becoming chaotic.
Something magical occurred next, a crystallization process from the water. It started at the damaged spot with the condensation of metallic essences. They seemed to be recreating the missing part. Meanwhile, Li Qie grabbed the special hammer from the anvil. Boom, boom, boom. The hammer pulsed with a cluster of lightning bolts, looking magnificent. Bam! He then smashed the molten liquid with it. Normally, liquid would start splashing after being smashed by a hammer. This didn't happen in this case. It was as if the hammer was hitting a burning anvil. Fiery sparks splattered everywhere while lightning bolts infiltrated the liquid like swimming dragons. Smashing and cracking noises happened repeatedly. Li Qie was putting his strength into reforging the immortal weapon. He's fixing the missing part. Everyone finally knew what Li Qie was up to. The members from Duality exchanged glances. Li Qie had started burning the remnant dregs a long time ago. Was this all in preparation for today? That would be too frightening. The young master can see 100 moves ahead of anyone else while we can only see the next. The old servant reflected. Chapter 39-41. Big shots showing up. People who saw Li Qie's prior actions at the peak were shaken. For example, 5-colored sacred sovereign. He had started the refinement process even before the tidal recession or any sign of the immortal weapon. No one found logic in anything he did. They thought that using the main cauldron for refining waste metals was ridiculous, similar to a monk still searching for hair on top of his head. Many even mocked him. But now, it became obvious that Li Qie predicted everything, from the tidal recession to him being able to grab the immortal weapon. Others thought that he could read the future. Something truly unbelievable. However, the sovereign knew that this was just perfect planning. The old servant was right. Li Qie was many moves ahead of anyone else. A truly frightening disparity. As for the sovereign, he realized that Li Qie was at an unreachable height. Bam! 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 Bright flashes and detonations occurred with each smash.
The lightning bolts became thicker and more violent. The same with the rays emanating from the molten liquid. It was as if the liquid was flowing towards the gate of an immortal world.
The rays made people want to rush closer. He's fixing or recreating it. I can't believe that such a method is possible. The crowd was astounded. Not long ago, they thought that just obtaining the weapon would be the biggest fortune possible. None thought about actually fixing it. Li Qie didn't only think of it but was actually carrying it out. Either way, it'll be unstoppable once finished. An expert murmured.
Perhaps this weapon will be greater than heaven.
An old ancestor focused on the pulsing light and said, "Better than heaven?" Other ancestors became emotional. "I think so. I saw heaven in Sword Kingdom once during my youth. I think heaven is one level below this." The ancestor said earnestly, "I'm so jealous of Sword Continent. We don't have anything like that in West King." Another big shot became emotional. "That's why our West King can't compare to Sword Continent and the other realms." A different peer added, "How does it compare to the 9 heavenly treasures?" A king brought this up. The powerful group exchanged glances.
A high elder among them shook his head. The 9 treasures are legends that haven't been seen before.
No one knows what they're like. True, but we're looking at the immortal weapon right now. It has to be peerless once completed. Another nodded in agreement.
This is history in the making.
They became emotional and felt their heart beating faster. Its completion is inevitable. What do you think, Brother Black Tides? A cold and distorted voice sounded.
Everyone looked over and saw an old man wearing a golden imperial robe.
He looked gallant while holding a pagoda.
His long beard reached his chest, looking like a great general.
Who is that? Most didn't know him, but since he addressed Black Tide Saint as brother, he was obviously someone important. They noticed that the disciples around him were from the Li clan. They looked proud with their chest arched forward, seemingly confident after gaining a strong backer.
The Li, it might be him.
A high elder from an ancient clan narrowed his eyes.
You're right, Celestial King.
Black Tide Saint responded. Celestial King?
I know who he is, the strongest ancestor of the Li.
The high elder shouted.
Oh.
Other big shots have all heard of this notorious title. Who's that? A youth had no idea and became curious. One of the 9 heavenly sovereigns, Celestial King Li. His ancestor solemnly responded.
People finally understood why he could speak to the saint as if they were on the same level.
His appearance wasn't too surprising due to the prior conversation between Righteous Supreme and the saint. He simply didn't want to reveal himself until now. It became too tempting.
The Li just got a lot more powerful.
Those from the holy ground reflected. This took the clan to the next level. Masters like 5-colored sacred sovereign and the monk of wisdom remained calm. Perhaps they already knew that these ancient beings were still alive. Only regular cultivators had no idea.
Whoever possesses this weapon will dominate the era.
A voice in tune with the Tao spoke.
The crowd shifted their attention again and saw a Taoist standing in the camp of the Zhang. The disciples there had the same arrogant expression, their chin aiming up at the sky. He wore a Taoist robe, simple yet embroidered with golden strings. His eyes pulsed with auspicious energy, seemingly capable of piercing the world and seizing the soul. Master Zhang. Another sovereign. The old ancestor recognized him and still became emotional despite already expecting this. The crowd then understood why the disciples from these 2 clans had those annoying expressions on their face. No wonder why the Li and Zhang are so influential in Vajra.
A big shot from the holy ground reflected. Everyone knew that the 2 clans were strong supporters of Vajra.
They were extremely strong with deep roots everywhere. There were many reasons for their power and influence, but the fact that these 2 ancestors were alive might play a large role. How many others are still alive among the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns?
Someone wondered. Vajra is showing its fangs. Another thought after seeing 2 more top cultivators. Chapter 3942. Heavenly Tribulation. Celestial King Li revealed his identity first and then Master Zhang did the same.
Everyone knew that this was no coincidence and the atmosphere became awfully tense.
Could this be a reunion for the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns? The last time they were together was for an expedition against the east, wanting to divide the 8 kingdoms. What would be their goal this time around? All eyes couldn't help but converge on Li Qie and his weapon, more so the latter. These top masters were clearly here for the immortal weapon. However, their sacred lord had it now. What would be their choice? The crowd wondered how many of them survived against the ancient empress. Were all the survivors here? Is a fight going to break out? A few cultivators started thinking about this undesirable outcome. When the immortal weapon first appeared, these top masters didn't do a thing. Only Righteous Supreme became impatient and gave it a shot. Now, they showed up one after another after Li Qie successfully tamed the weapon. Li Qie destroyed those 2 clans' mansions at the capital. Someone from the holy ground reminded. Thus, there was an existing feud between Li Qie and the 2 clans. This trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. No one dares to be lawless, at least not because of it. An ancestor shook his head.
But they might for the immortal weapon.
His friend, a high elder, quietly responded. Others took a deep breath after hearing this. As the sacred lord, what Li Qie did to the Li and Zhang clan could be construed as taking care of internal business. Not to mention outsiders, even these 2 clans wouldn't dare to demand justice. Otherwise, other sects would chastise and mobilize against them for doing so. But would this immortal weapon make them abandon everything else? Meanwhile, Xie didn't pay attention to these big shots at all. His sole focus was on refining the immortal weapon. With each subsequent smash, the molten liquid gathered on the damaged part and slowly became solid. The immortal weapon was being finished, so the immortal rays became brighter. The cauldron looked like a portal to an immortal world. Lightning bolts and bright flashes engulfed the area around it, resulting in a magnificent spectacle. Buzz! The immortal divinity permeated across the region. People suddenly saw visual phenomena through the cauldron, soaring phoenixes and young immortals greeting guests. Immortal materials could be seen as well. Some spectators were fully immersed in this paradisiacal scene. What will this weapon look like at grand completion? Many big shots exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, the sky turned dark with black clouds looming ahead. The clouds became thicker and denser, eventually spinning around to form a maelstrom issuing loud explosions. The black maelstrom grew in size, seemingly opening the sky vault to let down a terrible tribulation. Rumble! The blasts were deafening and discomfort the listeners. What the hell is going on? They became horrified at the cataclysmic maelstrom. A tribulation is descending. One ancestor said seriously. Other cultivators gasped because tribulations rarely happened, especially heavenly tribulations. Only a few Tao lords experienced the latter during their Tao ascension. Now, there was a chance of this being a heavenly tribulation, so the crowd became frightened. Why is it happening? Is it really a heavenly one? One expert loudly shouted. Should be. An old ancestor solemnly said. The immortal weapon might be excellent enough to alarm the heaven, resulting in a punishment. Even the top existences shuddered after hearing these words. A punishment from high heaven would only descend when something unallowable was taking place. This weapon shouldn't exist? One expert asked. That's just a testament to how heaven-defying it is. Another quietly answered. This is unprecedented. Vajra Tao Lord had experienced this before too while crafting an incredible item, at least according to the legend. A king from the Holy Ground said. Vajra Tao Lord wasn't the strongest among his peers. However, he was known to be the best blacksmith. It shouldn't be surprising that he could create something inciting a heavenly tribulation. Boom! Boom! Lightning started to gather in the center of the maelstrom. Look, it's actually happening. Spectators realized that it was indeed a heavenly tribulation. Will His Excellency be able to stop it? Some became worried. I don't know, he's occupied right now. Another responded. They saw Xie being fully busy with the crafting process. How could he handle the tribulation as well? Excuse my tardiness. A powerful voice with a strange metallic ringing could be heard. Though it came from the horizon, everyone still heard it clearly right away. They then saw multicolored lights appearing from afar, looking like the reflection of a crystal. The lights turned into a rainbow, allowing one to cross through two worlds. One end was at black tides while the other was to the east. Thus, a newcomer arrived on the scene. Resplendent radiances of various colors blinded the crowd. It was as if they were staring at a mountain of treasures. Chapter 3943. Crystal God Monarch. A middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. He had a tall and sturdy figure, surpassing everyone else. Celestial King Li had an impressive stature but looked like a dwarf compared to this man. It was clear that his body wasn't made from flesh and blood. This wasn't strange in the cultivation world due to the countless races. However, the majority maintained a physical form consisting of flesh and blood. In history, this type of body was the most suitable for cultivation. On the other hand, the man looked like a Cornelian carved in humanoid form. In spite of this, his expression and actions were vivid and smooth. The circulating halos around him were eye-catching as well. As they rotated and illuminated his body, different colors were reflected back to the spectators. The rotation seemed calculated and harmonious. He wore an ancient royal crest on his head and exuded a regal aura. The crest actually seemed to be a part of his body as if it was there during his birth. It was the perfect ornament for this man. He was born to be noble and lofty, always commanding respect and love from others. Who is he? Some spectators forgot about the tribulation for a moment after seeing him. They could tell that he was a formidable being. He looked relatively young in terms of appearance, but this didn't deter his imposing pressure. Welcome, God Monarch. Black Tide Saint greeted him.
I know who he is now, he has to be Crystal God Monarch. An old king realized who this person was right away after hearing his title. Indeed, he is our supreme God Monarch. Greetings, Your Majesty. A big shot from the east immediately bowed. The eastern cultivators prostrated before the great cultivator while outsiders became startled. Everyone has heard of the title, Crystal God Monarch. The East had 3 great legends in history: Worldly Immortal, the Ancient Empress, and lastly, Crystal God Monarch. The monarch might not be on the same level as Worldly Immortal but was still world-renowned. He came from the celestial crystal race, blessed with both talents and nobility. Rumor has it that he successfully defended one of South Conch Dao Lord's 3 attacks. This was enough to go down in history. Though he looked young, he was far older than nearly everyone in the crowd. The hiding monsters were still his juniors. Gentlemen, I can't miss this exciting event when everyone is already here. Do excuse my tardiness though, since I'm farther away and not up to date with news. The monarch smiled and said. It was strange for these undying monsters to be so cordial with each other. After all, they were enemies once. As he was making casual talks, he stared at Li Qie and the immortal weapon. Bam! 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 Meanwhile, the concentrating Li Qie didn't pay attention to the tribulation gathering above. Boom! One violet bolt descended. It didn't hit Li Qie yet but still pierced through the peak, creating cracks spanning for thousands of miles. Just one bolt alone showed its devastating potential. What if the entire tribulation came down? The crowd thought that it made sense for even Dao Lords to be afraid of them. Gentlemen, what do you think about the incoming tribulation? The monarch glanced at the sky first, then, whether purposely or otherwise, at Li Qie. Some listeners took a second before understanding a shift in the atmosphere. Of course, only those on the same level as him were qualified to speak. Righteous Supreme, Black Tide Saint, Celestial King Li, Master Zhang, and some others. Celestial King Li and Master Zhang didn't respond, seemingly waiting for something. Gods and immortals still can't survive a heavenly tribulation. The saint was the first to break the silence. Some thought that Celestial King Li and Master Zhang were waiting to see the saint's stance. They have fought together on the battlefield. Outsiders didn't know the extent of their relationship. Yes, frightening indeed. The monarch's eyes narrowed. The conversation contained a few key pieces of information for the attentive listeners. For example, the immortal weapon would be up for grabs again after Li Qie's death. Or, even if Li Qie could survive it, he would be in a weakened state. That would give them a great opportunity to seize the weapon. Thus, some top cultivators began to imagine the various scenarios. Sure enough, the monarch's group had the best chance of winning. This tribulation is a disaster warranting precaution. We need to prevent it from spreading. Celestial King Li stroked his long beard and said. Master Zhang nodded in agreement. Yes, we should be responsible for limiting potential casualties. Am I right, God Monarch? Indeed, do you agree with us so far, Saint? The monarch replied. I am always ready when it comes to helping the world. The saint pondered for a bit before answering. The other hidden masters took a deep breath after hearing their conversation. 5-colored sacred sovereign and the monk of wisdom became serious. These 4 have come to an agreement and created an unbelievably powerful alliance. Chapter 3944. Start of the Tribulation. Crystal God Monarch, Celestial King Li, Master Zhang, and Black Tide Saint have formed an alliance to the crowd's chagrin. The scale has tipped in their favor. They had an absolute advantage right now. Supreme, what is your opinion on this? The monarch looked up at the clouds. The crowd suddenly froze after hearing this question, eagerly awaiting a response from the Supreme. What should he do? One ancestor wondered. The odds were already stacked against Li Qie. If Righteous Supreme were to join too, gauging his power was rather difficult. He was famous alongside Buddha Supreme and considered one of the strongest ancestors in the south. No one knew if he was stronger than Black Tide Saint and Crystal God Monarch or not. However, his senior brother Righteous Saint was the leader of the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. His power far exceeded theirs. Righteous Supreme, being the junior brother and all and possessing top talent, should at least be as strong as these cultivators. His decision to join could firmly decide this issue. Li Qie wouldn't stand a damn chance. However,
No response came from the clouds. Righteous Supreme neither accepted nor refused the monarch's invitation. Even if the Supreme wants to stop them, I don't think he can. An old cultivator said softly. The Alliance had more than enough power to suppress the Supreme. Boom! Suddenly, another loud explosion came from above. This time, a golden lightning bolt descended. Here we go, a lightning bolt from a heavenly tribulation. The crowd became alarmed. Boom! The bolt struck Xueqi and spilled blood. It coursed down to the ground and left behind a deep pit. The sacred lord is in danger. Countless members of the holy ground bellowed. The loyal members wanted to help Xueqi, but unfortunately, the golden bolt was just too powerful. Willingness wasn't a substitute for ability. Buzz! Rays exuded from him and formed a massive barrier around the entire peak. Xueqi then continued with his task. Rumble! The tribulation above finally had enough and sent down waves of heavenly lightning bolts and earthly flames at Xueqi. The power of this assault could instantly reduce the world into lava, to the horror of the crowd. However, the light barrier managed to stop the first wave. Yes! Most spectators started cheering. Our sacred lord is invincible. The members of the holy crowd turned red while loudly cheering. His Excellency got this. Some waved their fists wildly in the air. Boom! 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 The bolts and flames still couldn't make it through the barrier. The rays empowering the barrier seemed to be originating from the source of the Tao, the purest type of light. Thus, though it wasn't a special technique and lacked divinity, the tribulation still couldn't break through. Those from the holy ground loved seeing this development. They fully supported their sacred lord after his status became known. After all, Sacred Mountain stood at the apex in the holy ground. Black Tide Saints group discreetly exchanged glances after seeing this. They didn't expect Xueqi to be able to stop the first wave. Moreover, the crowd's reaction looked unfavorable as well. Boom! An explosion capable of starting a new world detonated and interrupted the applause. Black clouds and the lightning pond above expanded, forcing the horrified spectators to retreat further. A while ago, the tribulation was limited to the area above Xueqi's head. Now, it encompassed the entire region. This forced his loyal supporters to keep a safe distance from Xueqi, not wanting to be accidental victims. I've never heard of a heavenly tribulation like this before. The knowledgeable ancestors found this astonishing. Yes, this is new. An ancient ancestor from a powerful gate said solemnly. Once the tribulation expanded enough, it illuminated the world with a golden radiance. The maelstrom in the middle sent down 4 tribulation pillars. They landed and formed a square around Myriad Cauldron Peak. They had different colors: dark red, gray, dark green, and blue. Tribulation flames engulfed them. Each wisp of flames could burn time and space. What are those things? Even the big shots became horrified. They haven't seen these pillars before, but the destructive nature of the flames was obvious. What kind of terrible tribulation is this? Another murmured. Chapter 39:45. Terrible tribulation. The 4 tribulation pillars and their horrifying rays could pierce through anything. Others didn't dare to stare because the rays could pierce through their soul. Clank! The rays began coming together to form energy spears, fully surrounding Xueqi. Buzz! Another group created multiple paintings. The appearance of each turned the world dark as if an apocalypse was coming. The diagrams loomed above Xueqi and turned into an ocean of lightning and flames. It seemed eager to reduce Xueqi to ashes. Everyone knew that there was a maelstrom of tribulation above. However, these diagrams brought the battle closer to Xueqi. They became horrified because his surroundings turned into no man's land. No one would be able to survive. A tribulation right in our world. I've never seen anything like this before. It doesn't matter how strong and capable a cultivator is, they still have no chance of surviving. One expert trembled with fear. 2 tribulations have emerged, one in the sky and one directly above the ground. This was completely unprecedented for the cultivators present. This is a tribulation that only comes for Tao lords, right? One pale youth stammered. His ancestor shook his head, proving their Tao success and becoming a Tao lord won't necessarily herald a tribulation. It's a low possibility. Crack! Crack! The tribulation above started again. The maelstrom released a torrent of lightning bolts.
A golden one had an overwhelming divinity and destruction.
The dark one was sinister, looking like silks and strings that could pierce its target's body. Another had a blood hue. Its essence contained an unstoppable murderous intent. No living beings could ever survive the numerous bolts.
Shit!
Many were scared out of their mind while screaming, but it was only the beginning. The bolts exploded on the way down, wanting to erase Xueqi from existence. The explosions then morphed together to form a single beam that melted space and time along its trajectory.
Boom!
Meanwhile, the ocean of tribulation on the ground didn't waste time and also activated. It erupted and created a tornado of lightning bolts and flames. The tornado spun around Xueqi while the beam descended from above. How can something like this exist? The crowd was astounded. Even the top masters such as Righteous Supreme and the old servant turned pale. They thought that they would only last one round at best before disappearing from the world. What thing necessitates this level of destruction? Someone murmured.
The immortal weapon must be too powerful.
Another replied. I don't think so, one didn't come down for it before this. A third speaker said with uncertainty. Maybe the crux of the issue is the sacred lord. One cultivator said. The immortal weapon is still just a weapon. Its master decides what to do with it, good or bad. The voice was indistinct but everyone still heard it clearly. Who can stop someone wielding this weapon from committing heinous acts? No one. The listeners thought that this made sense. The wielder could massacre billions in an unstoppable rampage. If there's evil in the heart, the person in possession of the immortal weapon will absolutely rampage. That's why this tribulation is coming down to end this. The voice became emotional. A disciple from the holy ground didn't like this assessment. What the hell are you implying? That our sacred Lord is evil? I'm not the one implying. The heavenly tribulation is here for a reason. The voice spoke again. Some wavered after hearing this. One expert said with hesitation. There's logic in this. An evil person wielding this weapon can definitely turn 8 desolaces into hell. The sacred Lord isn't someone like that. The disciple sided with Xueqi. Who knows? He has shown malicious tendencies before. Someone in the group said. Right, he killed plenty back in the capital before. Millions from the Li and Zhang. He's a butcher. Another remarked. It's dangerous for him to have the immortal weapon. He'll kill anyone who dares to oppose him and a scene of carnage will show up all over the world, not just in West King. Sects will turn to ashes. More began kicking a man while he's down. It will be too late for regret then. Another instigation spoke. More and more bought this belief because that explained the terrible tribulation currently happening. Chapter 3946. Idiotic barking. The instigators managed to move many of the audience. Moreover, the stronger experts coveted the immortal weapon. This simply gave him a justification and an opportunity. A scourge to the world must be eliminated. Another unknown soul shouted loudly. No one knew who said it, but the words could be heard by all. Eliminate the scourge. Others felt the urge to shout as well. Nonetheless, a minority from the holy ground still supported Xueqi. They shouted back, the sacred Lord is our leader and spiritual totem. Scheming against the sacred Lord is opposing the holy ground. Does the holy ground wish to harbor someone who can cause untold misery? The world will not allow this. Someone else loudly retorted. The holy ground needs to take care of its mess and rid itself of evil members for the sake of justice. Another shouted. That's right. A vocal group supported this notion. By this point, some members of the holy ground were swayed to the other side. They thought that Xueqi could become a source of disaster. Get rid of evil members for the sake of justice. The chant gained immense support and only intensified as time passed. Xueqi's few supporters couldn't be heard at all due to the waves of opposition. As the adage goes, wealth beckons trouble. One ancestor quietly murmured. Some of the crowd actually believed in this notion while the instigators only wanted to obtain the immortal weapon. Saint, you are an ancestor of the holy ground. We are ready to listen to your direction with regard to our future. Please make a decision. Another unknown crowd member roared loud enough for everyone to hear. The deafening chants stopped since they decided to wait for the saint's response. Though they shouted about wanting Xueqi's head, they still needed a leader. This was especially true for the members of the holy ground. After all, Regular ancestors couldn't deliver a judgment on Li Qie. Someone of higher status had to do so. In other words, only characters like Black Tide Saint or Righteous Supreme. However, Righteous Supreme wasn't appropriate for this occasion since they were from rival sections. Black Tide Saint became the focus since he had enough authority and status. Few here could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, so he was the most qualified to sentence Li Qie. People forgot about the explosions from the tribulation since they cared about the sentencing. In a sense, this could decide Li Qie's fate. Upholding justice and equality is everyone's responsibility. I will shoulder this mission. Black Tide Saint finally broke the silence. Though he didn't directly accuse Li Qie of being evil, his attitude was extremely clear. Members of the Holy Ground can't sit idly by and watch. Celestial King Li added. Yes, eliminate evil with haste. Master Zhang didn't waste any time. Eliminate evil with haste. Those prepared in the crowd immediately shouted. Eliminate evil with haste. Loud chants began again. Li Qie's supporters had no chance of contesting the majority. It's unsalvageable. One expert from the Holy Ground lamented. Eliminate. Eliminate. The chant became orderly, turning into a slogan. Some started taking out their weapons while glaring at Li Qie. Alas, no one made a move. First, Li Qie was still the sacred lord. Even the ancestors from the Holy Ground wouldn't dare to attack him. This was putting aside his actual power and abilities. As long as he remained the sacred lord, any offensive action would be considered traitorous. As for those from Righteous in the East, they had a bigger reason to remain passive. If they were to fail, Li Qie would definitely lead an expedition for revenge later. Moreover, he would still have the immortal weapon then. Their lands would be massacred. That's why they waited for the top dogs to make a decision first. Blind fools. Someone snorted and said. Though the chants were deafening, his disdainful remark was still overwhelming and forced everyone to listen. Talk to my blade first before. An old man holding a saber appeared. Clank. His sharp aura and energy forced everyone back even though the saber was still sheathed. He looked unbeatable and prideful, not putting anyone else into his sight. It was none other than the old servant. He glared at the crowd and no one dared to meet his gaze. Who is he? Others only knew him as Li Qie's servant. Mad Blade. Guan Tianba. A few already knew who he was long ago but didn't reveal it. The third. The third. Others gasped after hearing this. Guan Tianba had worldwide fame. People even referred to him as the Third Supreme. The crowd didn't expect someone of his stature to be Li Qie's servant. I can't believe it. Another found this astounding. Yongling's mouth was wide open. She knew that he was strong, but he turned out to be one of her heroes. Guan Tianba. Who dares to test my blade? He laughed heartily and challenged the crowd. His dominant style was obvious after a single glance. The inconspicuous servant has returned to his imperious self. Chapter 3947. Mad Blade listeners normally shuddered upon hearing the title, Mad Blade. In terms of fame and prestige, he might not be on the same level as Buddha and Righteous Supreme back then. However, he was still considered the Third Supreme. His power shouldn't be inferior to them. Most importantly, he was far younger in comparison. This meant having vigorous vitality and greater battle endurance. One main difference was their interaction with others. The other two Supremes acted like normal ancient ancestors. They rarely cared about mundane matters or showed up in public. On the other hand, Guan Tianba was always itching for a fight, raising his blade against all provokers. Virtually all famous cultivators during that generation had a taste of his aggressive temperament. This resulted in many tales about him. Back to the two Supremes, they would ignore disrespectful comments from a junior since any retaliation would be considered inappropriate and beneath them. As for Guan Tianba, he would actually attack the junior's sect and demand an explanation. He never cared about anyone's background or status. This still seemed to be the case as he stood stoically. His saber energies pricked the crowd. They no longer dared to chant against Li Qie. After all, this was a top master ready to fight even the juniors for offending him. Thus, opening one's mouth was akin to courting death. Both the instigators or those falling for the scheme didn't say a thing. Just his pressure alone fully intimidated them. None dared to look at him directly. The atmosphere became oppressive as a result. They felt suffocated by his rampant aura. Boom! Suddenly, someone appeared out of nowhere. His footsteps crushed the space beneath. A golden radiance illuminated all 8 directions and stopped Guan Tianba's saber energies. This allowed the crowd to heave a sigh of relief. "Fellow Taoist Guan, you're being overbearing." The newcomer spoke with a voice similar to that of a god, awe-inspiring and commanding respect. This old man wore golden armor with ancient and sacred symbols. He seemed to have come from a distant past. He had yet to activate his power, yet his innate aura felt peerless. His glare alone could inflict untold destruction. Despite his impressive appearance, the golden cauldron he was holding stole the crowd's attention. Chaos energy surrounded it along with the sounds of the Grand Tao. Its inactive form was still enough to crush the firmaments. Even a fool understood what it was. A Tao Lord weapon. "He has a Tao Lord weapon." Many were shaken to see this. Possessing a Tao Lord weapon was a sign of status. Who is he? Many juniors didn't recognize the old man but knew that he was important, so they spoke with a hushed tone. A few ancestors recognized him but didn't dare to utter his title. However, Guan Tianba had no such qualms and stared at the old man. His eyes narrowed before he burst out in laughter. "Vajra Saint, seems like nothing happened to you." "Humph. Finally showing up today? I visited your ancestral shrine but didn't see you there." Vajra Saint. Others became astounded after hearing his title. He was the illustrious cultivator in the holy ground before Buddha Supreme. His counterpart was Righteous Saint. These two were the strongest among the 8 saints and 9 sovereigns. Of course, Righteous Saint held the #1 spot. Furthermore, Guan Tianba's comment revealed several pieces of information. It looked like he had visited the ancestral shrine in Vajra and defeated other ancestors. However, the saint never answered the challenge. "Vajra really has a Tao Lord weapon," one cultivator from the holy ground said. "No wonder why they have been in charge for so long." The Li and the Zhang had capable ancestors too. Alas, they chose to be loyal vassals of Vajra. This Tao Lord weapon might be a big factor in their choice. Putting Sacred Mountain aside, very few powers had a Tao Lord weapon in the holy ground. Potential candidates were Heavenly Dragon Temple and Duality Academy. Therefore, Vajra maintained a firm grip despite having an incapable ruler in archaic Sun King. A Tao Lord weapon was simply too intimidating. Nonetheless, Guan Tianba showed no fear while facing a mighty senior. The crowd thought that he lived up to his fame. "My old bones couldn't handle the trouble." Vajra Saint wasn't angry at all and explained, "It's just that I have no choice but to join the fray this time." Chapter 3948. Vajra Saint spoke calmly but with an unshakable conviction. The words seemed to be carved in the air. "Well, let's see if my blade is sharper or your cauldron is tougher." Guan Tianba never backed down to anyone. Vajra Saint's eyes narrowed and shot out rays. This was akin to being chained and looking up at an executioner with his blade raised. Anyone would be horrified at this moment, ancestors included. Alas, they couldn't avert their gaze from a potential battle between Mad Blade and Vajra Saint. Though they weren't from the same generation, they were the top dogs in their respective time and could act as its representative. This was a battle between 2 generations. Who will win? Cultivators became curious about the result. In my opinion, Vajra Saint has the overwhelming advantage. Putting cultivation aside, his cauldron is just superior to anything Guan Tianba has. An elder from a clan quietly spoke after a brief rumination. "Are you forgetting that Guan Tianba is far younger?" "Sure, he's not that young relative to us, but the saint has 1 foot in the grave. He's a vigorous youth in comparison, having ample lifespan and vitality. How many times can the saint activate that Tao Lord weapon?" A different old man whispered. The group agreed with this as well. A Tao Lord weapon was undoubtedly strong. However, it wasn't the saint's own weapon. On the other hand, Guan Tianba and his saber were virtually one and the same. He could unleash 1,000 slashes without a problem. As for the saint, his vitality wouldn't allow him to use the Tao Lord weapon in a prolonged fight. Since it wasn't his, activating it required an immense amount of vitality and energy. His lifespan must be depleted by this point. The only thing keeping him going was his vitality. Once his vitality went down, the years would start flowing again. Thus, the saint might be stronger, but Guan Tianba could also delay the battle long enough. Time was on his side. However, before the saint could answer, Righteous Supreme spoke instead. Brother Guan, you have improved quite a bit. I have prepared a board. Would you like to play a match with me to make up for last time? Listeners were surprised to hear him. Crystal God Monarch had spoken to him before, but he didn't respond. But now, he asked Guan Tianba to play a chess match with him? Of course, this was a polite way to challenge someone. Guan Tianba had challenged Righteous Supreme before? One listener speculated. An ancestor nodded, very likely considering Guan Tianba's disposition. He was ready to take on the world during his prime. They haven't heard of a battle between these two, but it sounded like there had been a battle before. Guan Tianba most likely lost as well. Guan Tianba's eyes narrowed. He replied, "Have it your way, Supreme." He then took one step towards the sky and disappeared into the clouds. No one could see through the clouds because they were most likely created from a supreme treasure. It was an independent realm above. They found being unable to watch this battle a damn shame. It would have been a brilliant fight. With Guan Tianba gone, no one else stopped Vajra Saint from fulfilling his goal. People's focus returned to Li Qiye, who was still under heavy fire. The terrible tribulations have drowned out the peak and Li Qiye couldn't be seen. Who knows if he was still alive? Looks like the outcome is clear. His supporters found the situation to be hopeless. The mighty alliance grew stronger with the addition of Vajra Saint. These five could sweep through the region uncontested. Even if Buddha Supreme were to come back to life, he still wouldn't be able to stop them. This spelled how grim it was for Li Qiye. "They're usurping," a royal lord from the holy ground quietly said. The crowd took a deep breath while becoming emotional, especially the members of the holy ground. Vajra wants to replace Sacred Mountain. Most understood the current development but didn't want to say it out loud. For millions of years, Sacred Mountain still reigned over the holy ground despite being elusive. In history, numerous sects desired their position. Vajra was no exception. Alas, it wasn't possible before. In the present day, this was a great opportunity. Sacred Mountain seemed weakened in both actual power and prestige. Moreover, their current leader was stuck in a precarious situation. Most importantly, they had a legitimate excuse to take him down. The circumstances were perfect for replacing Sacred Mountain. The vast holy ground was too desirable and tempting. Vajra couldn't help taking this risk. Some spectators watched with a heavy heart. Though they wanted to help Li Qiye, they couldn't change the tides in the slightest. It's time for someone to uphold this responsibility. Vajra shall take the vanguard. Vajra Saint stared at the center of the tribulation and declared, "You're right, ancestor. Vajra wishes to be a defender of justice." A voice came from the iron carriage. "Brothers, prepare to spill blood for this great cause." Creak. The door of the carriage slowly opened and an old man came out. He looked rather ordinary. His exquisite clothes attracted more attention than him. Chapter 39-49. Though the materials weren't particularly rare and expensive, the craftsmanship was perfect and could be seen in the embroidery. Archaic Sun King. Many became astounded after seeing the old man and started looking around in confusion. From the beginning, they thought that the man inside the carriage was the guardian of Vajra, not Archaic Sun King. Why is he here? He wants to lead the troops? An expert said. Others didn't respect this prominent figure, thinking that he was lucky to win the throne. Black Tides was a dangerous playground for tigers and dragons right now. A fool like him shouldn't be here. Plus, he couldn't lead war camp anyway because of his shallow cultivation. The best-case scenario would be him not holding them back. Ha ha ha. Five-colored Sacred Sovereign couldn't help laughing. Must have been tiring playing two roles. You're finally dropping the facade. What? Most became astounded after hearing this. The Key King is the guardian too? One guy stammered. In the last millennium, everyone thought that they were two separate people since there was no resemblance at all. One was a foolish king while the guardian was a grandmaster, a mighty cultivator of the holy ground. If someone else were to make this claim, it would be met with doubt and skepticism. However, Five-colored Sacred Sovereign wouldn't falsely claim this.
He was a grandmaster as well and had access to more information. He did a good job hiding this for so long.
One ancestor smiled wryly.
No wonder.
Another suddenly realized that this made sense. Initially, most thought that it was tragic for Vajra to have such an incapable ruler.
However, if this was truly the case, there was no way that Vajra would have been able to maintain its authority for so long.
Thus, the crowd quickly accepted this revelation. It only took them by surprise at first since the king did an impeccable job hiding it. In fact, some top experts and ancestors have been thinking about this issue for a while. The guardian of Vajra was too secretive and mysterious.
Thus, a few actually made the connection.
It's just that they lacked substantial evidence. That's why Sword Hero couldn't become the king. An official from the court smiled wryly. The officials and royal members once felt indignation for Sword Hero.
They deemed him to be the superior candidate, whether it be in terms of cultivation talent or ability.
Nonetheless, he still lost the competition. Rumor has it that archaic Sun King only won because of Sacred Mountain. Now, it became apparently clear that Sacred Mountain had nothing to do with this.
A grandmaster was indeed worthy of becoming the king of Vajra.
Sovereign. Archaic Sun King smiled and shook his head. I never denied this before. People simply misunderstood. This was indeed the case. The king never claimed to not be the guardian and vice versa. Plus, why couldn't one man be both the king and the guardian?
I see.
The sovereign chuckled and coldly said, Treacherous wolf, do you think Vajra can take over the holy ground? Vajra's goal was as clear as day to the spectators. It's just that they couldn't break the veil of pretense, only the sovereign didn't hold back. Sovereign, that's a close-minded perspective. The king responded, Vajra is only thinking about the people. Any source of disaster should be swiftly dealt with, regardless of his status and nobility. Thinking about the people, huh? The sovereign glanced at War Camp and said, Missing some personnel, I see. Few in number, sure, but we make up for it with courage and determination. Blood might spill and heads might roll, but not a single soldier will back down when it comes to upholding justice and peace. The king laughed and rallied his men. Eliminating evil is our responsibility. The members of War Camp roared back. Today, Vajra shall fight to protect the holy ground. The king confidently declared. The spectators weren't fooled by his heroic rhetoric. They knew that this was his best chance to kill Li Chia. Amitba, it's not too late to turn back. The monk of wisdom placed his palms together and said, The sacred Lord is supreme. He is the guiding light of the holy ground. Your treachery and betrayal will be answered with merciless retribution. The monk's words brimmed with strength and Buddhist affinity. Listeners couldn't help becoming serious while feeling enlightened. Heavenly Dragon Temple maintained their historical stance and chose Sacred Mountain. This loyalty earned them great rewards in the past. Sacred monk, loyalty blinds you. The king said, You will become a sinner if anything happens to the people. Heavenly Dragon Temple will be condemned by all. Amitba, turn around to see the shore.
The monk interrupted him and continued, If you will not withdraw your troops, we'll have no choice but to consider you as a traitor and eliminate Vajra.
He made it clear that the temple was ready to defend Li Chia until the last man standing. Some members of the holy ground took a deep breath after seeing his firm stance and prayed for his success. They still wanted to support the Orthodox branch but were too afraid to speak up before. It's too bad that Elder Samantabhadra is no longer around. Vajra Saint stared at the monk and said, Otherwise, the temple would be able to play a main role today. Elder Samantabhadra was the strongest monk in Heavenly Dragon, being the master of both the Monk of Wisdom and Untethered Monk. The temple was indeed weaker compared to the past. They lost their strongest monk and their successor, Untethered Monk. It seemed weaker than Vajra right now. Heavenly Dragon, stand with me. The Monk of Wisdom ignored him and commanded his juniors. Chapter 3950. Rumble. High monks descended from the sky after hearing the command. Their kasaya pulsed brightly and hymns could be heard. Heavenly Dragon Temple clearly came prepared. The Monk of Wisdom wasn't alone. The temple was ready to stand with Sacred Mountain regardless of the odds. Their loyalty has been proven time and time again through actions. Traitor, your head is mine. The Monk of Wisdom didn't waste time and reached for the king. Though he was normally a benevolent monk who would turn the other cheek,
This had crossed the line. He turned into a Buddhist warrior, merciless when dealing with the enemies. His technique of choice was one of the 6 Buddhist Tao, fingers of the living. He opened both palms. His fingers bloomed like a raging lotus from hell. Let's see what you can do. Archaic Sun King glared at the incoming monk and roared. He became engulfed in a golden radiance. A sun materialized behind him and crushed the spatial fabrics. It headed straight for the monk. Boom! The area around the impact exploded in a blinding manner. Loud footsteps could be heard. When people regained their sight, they saw the king being pushed several steps back. His face was red and his chest heaved up and down. He clearly lost the previous exchange. Yes, Li Qiye's supporters cheered in their mind. Many still preferred Sacred Mountain over Vajra dynasty. The Monk of Wisdom's power is immense, worthy of being the number 1 of the 4 grandmasters. One ancestor commented. With more time, he might be able to catch up to his master. It's a shame that his senior brother chose to leave instead. Another king brought untethered monk up. Perish! The Monk of Wisdom roared thunderously and swung his hand downward. The sky seemingly collapsed as a result of the devastating attack. This technique was Grand Palm, another of the 6 Tao. Golden Cicada Buddhist child had employed this technique against righteous Sion before. However, the Monk of Wisdom's version was far stronger and contained the rage of a Buddhist warrior. Ancestors were astonished, thinking that they wouldn't be able to block it. Archaic Sun King's expression also soured. Enough! Someone fiercely shouted and unsheathed their swords. A torrent of swords flew towards the monk's hand. It was none other than Attendant Hong. With this opportunity, the king set up his defensive move and summoned a treasure that emits a lion's roar. It became a divine mountain to block the palm strike. Rumble! The 3 started an earth-shattering battle. The monk didn't have any trouble dealing with this master-servant duo. He borrowed the momentum of the land and only became fiercer as time passed. For His Majesty, the generals in war camp commanded. The legion began forming formations in the form of dragons and tigers. Their bloodthirst was palpable. This was indeed a fierce legion that had fought all over the world. Merciful Buddha! The high monks from the temple chanted before getting ready for battle. Kill them all! Their first line mentioned mercy, yet the next was a murderous battle call. The contrast was quite interesting. These monks began leaping towards the formations and didn't hold back. They didn't show mercy when it came to defending the holy ground. There was an adage in the southern West King. One needs to get through Heavenly Dragon first before reaching Sacred Mountain. It rang truer now than ever before. Loud explosions detonated along with bright Buddhist lights. War Camp had capable formations and experience, allowing them to stop the onslaught of the monks. However, as time passed, the monks still had the advantage despite being fewer in number. Each monk was just far stronger compared to the individual soldier. Vajra versus Heavenly Dragon. This first-round battle included the strongest fighting forces in the Holy Ground. This is the time to make a choice. It'll be too late afterward. Vajra Saint glared at the crowd, successfully intimidating them. They naturally understood that they needed to pick a side, either Vajra or Sacred Mountain. Otherwise, it would be too late later in the case of a successful rebellion. As one of the strongest ancestors, Vajra Saint looked like a god and didn't join the battle yet. His sole target was Li Qiye. Nonetheless, his aura still instilled unbearable pressure onto the crowd. Some ancestors had no choice but to make up their mind. The clans from Metropolis have always served Vajra dynasty. If they were to refuse, Vajra would exterminate them after taking over. Warriors, follow me, we'll uphold justice. An ancestor from the Du shouted and led his members into battle. Several other clans followed them to fight against the high monks of Heavenly Dragon. They chose to stand with Vajra. Of course, they still didn't dare to talk about killing the sacred lord, so their battle chant consisted of upholding justice. Time's running out. Other ancestors and high elders talked among themselves. They didn't need to make a choice right away, unlike those from Metropolis. Nonetheless, they knew that it was inevitable. Buzz! A 5-colored radiance manifested as the sovereign stepped forward and declared, "I stand with the sacred lord, who dares to stop me?" His eyes were fixated on Vajra Saint despite being weaker. Chapter 3951. Despite not being a match for Vajra Saint, few in the present could actually take the sovereign on. Moreover, Duality Academy was a behemoth in 8 decimalaces as well.
"You're not a match for me,"
Vajra Saint nonchalantly uttered, only giving the sovereign a quick glance. Just these few words indicated his power and prestige. They rendered the crowd breathless.
No one questioned his claim either.
Vajra Saint was definitely stronger than 5-colored sacred sovereign. This was before taking the Tao Lord weapon named Vajra Cauldron into account. "Sacred sovereign, if you need a partner, I am free right now." A third party with an impressive violet aura interjected.
8 Tribulation Blood King. Others knew who he was right away.
The king wasn't only the sect master of Myriad Blood Sect. He originated from the Nightwalker tribe in Divine Ghost Division. His stance also reflected the division's choice.
"Divine Ghost wants to rebel too?" an expert quietly said.
The rift in the holy ground gradually grew larger. So far, Duality Academy of Metropolis and Heavenly Dragon Temple chose Xueqi. On the other hand, the core division in Vajra and Divine Ghost Division made up the other side. There were 4 major divisions involved already.
Only Mortal King Division has yet to show its attitude.
This battle could divide the holy ground into 2 separate entities in the future. This is what happens in every power struggle. One neutral spectator murmured, looking quite solemn.
The crowd was occupied with thinking about which side to pick.
"So be it, Blood King." The sovereign didn't waste time and summoned 5 swords of different colors for an attack.
Whoosh! Scars were left behind from the ferocious attack.
"Let's do this." The Blood King wasn't afraid in the slightest and laughed, ready for battle. His vitality surged along with his violet aura.
He summoned an 8 Tribulation Seal to deal with the incoming slash.
Boom! The destruction from the impact horrified the crowd. The 4 Grandmasters live up to their fame.
They shared this thought.
These 4 rarely took action, but when they did, the resulting ferocity and devastation were always magnificent. The Blood King and the Sovereign exchanged numerous blows in no time at all while going upward in the air.
They looked like mortal enemies who didn't hold back.
Of course, they were indeed mortal enemies now, since one side had chosen to rebel against Sacred Mountain.
"Brothers, it is time to contribute for the right cause. For justice."
The ancestors from the Zhang and Li actually rallied their men against Xueqi.
For justice.
The members from the 2 clans began surrounding Myriad Cauldron Peak.
How impudent! Yongling, who was nearby, became alarmed.
Alas, she was powerless against the horde, akin to being an insect before a rampaging army. The spectators watched with bated breath. Could Xueqi deal with the 2 armies while still being assaulted by the tribulations? "You're not getting to the young master," Fanbai, who was standing behind the nervous Yongling, shouted. In reality, this didn't stop the armies at all, since they thought nothing of 2 little girls. Fanbai lowered her head and started chanting and forming mudras. A majestic aura gradually formed around her, seemingly coming from the primordial age. It was boundless and violent, capable of harvesting billions of lives. It felt different from other auras, natural and a bit similar to raw energy or murderous energy. Her erupting aura finally attracted others' attention.
This girl, how does she have this type of aura? Even some ancestors became startled.
This was surprising because she wasn't an expert at all. The aura didn't match her cultivation.
Buzz!
Buddhist rays suddenly emanated from her body and illuminated the region. The ground seemed to be covered by a kasaya. Countless Buddhist runes appeared around her. She looked like a treasury right now. Thousands and thousands of Buddhist Tao were hidden inside her.
Amit Ba!
The chant echoed, but it didn't come from Fan Bai.
Amit Ba! Amit Ba! Amit Ba!
These chants came from the core of the holy ground as something had activated there. The unsuspecting crowd then saw the same rays shooting all over the holy ground. They had a similar target, Fan Bai. Once they illuminated her, her white dress became golden. This turned her into a Buddhist deity, looking holy and dignified. The power of the land poured into her like a tsunami. Something unbelievable happened next. Majestic figures emerged behind her and started chanting as well.
Buddha,
Vajra, and Diana Tao Lord. Shock overwhelmed the spectators. These supreme figures began blessing Fan Bai and lent her their power. "It's the foundation of our holy ground." Some became uncontrollably emotional and were moved to tears. Nonetheless, the question became, why did this immense power appear on Fan Bai and not the Monk of Wisdom? Chapter 3952. With her head lowered, her eyes closed, and her hands forming mudras, Fan Bai gained the power of the Tao Lords from the holy ground. Rays from all over the land continued to illuminate her. She became a Buddhist lord, ready to enlighten all living beings. Just one simple stance completely transformed her to the crowd's confusion. All Buddha shall bow before my supremacy. Yongling quietly repeated this phrase while having knowledge of this particular merit law. On the other hand, all the other spectators found this astonishing. The big shots like Vajra Saint and Black Tide Saint felt the same way after seeing her visual phenomena. This was the first time seeing something like this for them. How could this average girl harmonize with the foundation of the holy ground? The members of the holy ground became emotional after seeing their forefathers. These beings were the pride and symbol of their sect. Who is she? Someone asked. In fact, no one would question if they were told that she was the successor of Sacred Mountain. That would be one explanation for this development. She's been following the Sacred Lord. One ancestor spoke softly. Those who have seen her before assumed that she was Li Qie's servant. Maybe she's really the successor of Sacred Mountain. Another expert boldly speculated. Many agreed with this because the successor of Sacred Mountain should be able to possess this peerless ability. Boom! A boundless Buddhist barrier emerged and stopped the two armies' path. Break it down. The ancestors of the clan channeled the power of their entire troops. The vitality and Tao power of all the members gathered into a single attack aiming at the barrier. Rumble! They unleashed one wave after another. Fan Bai staggered backward as a result. Her radiance dimmed down. It became clear that she herself was still weak. Though she was borrowing the power of the foundation, she couldn't use it to its maximum potential and was having a hard time dealing with the barrages. Alas, she wasn't in the position to give. She gritted her teeth and channeled her ability again. Her own radiance intensified while the weakening barrier became tougher than before, seemingly unbreakable. She was ready to die buying time for her young master. Take it down. The two clans weren't weak either and continued to attack under the command of their ancestors. The contest began once more. Fan Bai trembled during the struggle but didn't give an inch before the two armies. You can do it. Some crowd members secretly cheered for her. Unfortunately, beads of sweat streamed down her face. Her weak cultivation didn't allow her to keep up. Chi-, the Maharaga that had been sitting on her arm suddenly flew outside. Ah! Ah! Miserable screams could be heard along with blood splashing from the forehead of many soldiers from the two clans. Stop that thing! The ancestors roared and summoned their weapons, aiming them at the little creature. Everyone assumed that it was only a pet. However, it had killed several thousand soldiers by now, completely uncontested. That little thing. Vajra Saint slightly frowned after seeing the baby fight against several ancestors. It was far from reaching adulthood or it would be horrifyingly powerful. It managed to direct the attention of the ancestors away from Fan Bai. This helped her handle the weakened barrages. Nonetheless, the spectators on Li Qie's side were still tense. The main characters such as Vajra and Black Tide Saint have yet to do anything. Once they joined, all of Li Qie's supporters would lose right away. Boom! A five-colored radiance blinded the spectators as it tried to fight against a flood of violet energy. Both five-colored Sacred Sovereign and 8 Tribulation Blood King have finally used their best techniques. Sunraiser Pentasword and Omnipresent Violet Tribulation. The Sovereign's Sky-Splitting Slash and the Sovereign's technique were recognized right away. They're going all out to end this fast. Cultivators gasped after seeing this decisive exchange from two grandmasters. However, Vajra Saint noticed something strange and his expression soured. How dare you! He roared and leaped upward. What is this? Archaic Sun King shouted as well. At the same time, Attendant Hong became aghast yet still tried his best. Break! They all shouted in unison. The whole event happened faster than the blink of an eye and caught spectators off guard. Ah! Blood splashed in the air. It turned out that the Sovereign and King's technique wasn't targeted at each other but rather, Attendant Hong who was busy fighting against the Monk of Wisdom. Attendant Hong was quite strong but he wasn't a match for these two. Thus, he was instantly reduced to blood. The two didn't stop either and directed their attack towards Archaic Sun King instead.
Archaic Sun King alone wasn't a match for the monk. With the death of his loyal attendant, the monk managed to suppress him right away. Plus, even if he could use his best technique, it wouldn't have been enough to deal with these two anyway.
I'm finished, he muttered before inevitable demise.
Chapter 3953. Boom! Something crushed space like glass. Little spatial fragments crumbled before dispersing. A figure appeared in front of Archaic Sun King and saved him from the fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been sent to hell from the combined attack of 5 colored Sacred Sovereign, 8 Tribulation Blood King, and the Monk of Wisdom. Nonetheless, this person was still one step late. The resulting blast wave sent the king flying while vomiting blood. On the other hand, the trio also staggered backward. The space-crushing move earlier was truly formidable. All of this happened too quickly. From the first exchange between 5 colored Sacred Sovereign and 8 Tribulation Blood King to the death of Attendant Hong and the attack on Archaic Sun King. People didn't know what was going on before it already ended.
The power of the various moves rendered them breathless for a brief moment.
Once they regained their wits, they saw that it was Vajra Saint who saved Archaic Sun King. The biggest victim was none other than Attendant Hong. He didn't even have the chance to resist, only managing to let out one last cry. He was only beneath one man and above all others back in Vajra, someone who can call for rains and winds. Alas, he died like an insignificant insect, leaving nothing behind in this world. Previously, everyone assumed that the Blood King was representing Divine Ghost Division to support Vajra. This appeared to be a ruse in order to catch Archaic Sun King off guard. They would have been successful too if it wasn't for Vajra Saint. The most impressive part was how they managed to fool everyone. It seemed that the Blood King and the Sovereign were actually going all out against each other. This was the only way to fool the saints. I see. 5 colored Sacred Sovereign, 8 Tribulation Blood King. You two put on quite a brilliant show. Archaic Sun King finally got time to breathe and calmed his churning vitality, seemingly amused by this.
What else can we do but to resort to this unsavory method?
The Sovereign said. Sacred Mountain is and will always be the orthodox branch. The holy ground does not exist without it. Thus, we will do anything possible to kill traitors like you. The Blood King calmly stated. Ambushing or a sneak attack was unbecoming of famous cultivators like them. Alas, the situation demanded them to do so. Personal reputation didn't matter when it came to defending the orthodox branch. In fact, some respected them for sacrificing personal prestige for the bigger picture. The Blood King was right. Sacred Mountain was the holy ground. If Vajra took over, this region would become a different sect. Only the name would be the same. It's a good strategy. Unfortunately, you miscalculated. Archaic Sun King laughed. The Blood King and Sovereign remained silent at first. The king eventually responded. Men propose but heaven disposes. Their goal was rather simple. Killing Archaic Sun King. With him dead, all the Grandmasters would be on the same side. Heavenly Dragon, Metropolis, and Divine Ghost would back Sacred Mountain. Vajra dynasty would be isolated as a result. Alas, Vajra Saints stopped their plan from coming to fruition. Many members of the audience felt bad for them. Now, they wouldn't be able to focus on dealing with Vajra and Black Tide Saint. That scenario was also grim, but at least they had a fighting chance. Is there nothing that can turn the tides? A supporter of Sacred Mountain said helplessly. Heavenly Dragon and Divine Ghost should still have slumbering ancient ancestors. I wonder if they will come out, that's the only way. An ancestor responded. What a disaster for our holy ground. One expert mourned. It was abundantly clear that Vajra had an overwhelming advantage. Stronger characters needed to appear or the holy ground would have a new leader. A tense confrontation between 3 Grandmasters and Vajra Saint seemed inevitable. The latter was strong enough to fight all 3 without a problem. Unfortunately, you're not my target, or I would love to see the new generation. Vajra Saint smiled and shook his head. I have more important business to take care of today. The Grandmasters were indeed far younger compared to an old man like Vajra Saint. Referring to them as part of the new generation wasn't an exaggeration. Sorry to bother you, God Monarch. Vajra Saint asked Crystal God Monarch.
I will do my best, Saint. The monarch laughed heartily and took Vajra Saint's position. The three grandmasters remained serious. They didn't dare to underestimate this famous cultivator. To battle.
8 Tribulation Blood King ordered.
To battle. The men from Divine Ghost Division rushed towards war camp without any hesitation, wanting to slay the traitors. The students and experts from Duality Academy did the same and jumped into the battle. This new force seemed too much for war camp to handle. Children of the Biendu, show them your might. An ancestor from the Biendu ordered his clan members to help Vajra. A large-scale skirmish ensued between the various sections.
Last chance to pick a side.
The winners will be bestowed titles and lands. Archaic Sun King personally led war camp since he was no longer occupied with fighting the grandmasters. He reminded the neutral parties that time was running out. For justice. A few of them finally made a decision and joined the battlefield. The situation was still exceedingly favorable for Vajra. Though they had fewer men, Vajra and Black Tide Saint more than made up for this. Picking the losing side would result in being considered traitors after Vajra took over. That's why they chose the less risky route. Chapter 3954. Kill them. Battle cries and screams echoed continuously. Two camps existed among the still neutral spectators. One side supported Sacred Mountain while the other chose to follow the flow and joined Vajra in battle. For the first side, though Sacred Mountain never directly bestowed anything for them, they still knew that the holy ground existed because of Sacred Mountain. If one were to envision the holy ground to a tree, Sacred Mountain would be the roots. Their sex would be the branches and leaves. Thus, there was an intimate connection between them and Sacred Mountain. Their ancestors, more or less, had something to do with it. Their merit laws were most likely derived and originated from there as well. Moreover, their sects were established in the holy ground and supported by its foundation. This made it far simpler because establishing a sect in an uncultivated land was extremely difficult. In a sense, the non-interference Sacred Mountain was still the reason for their prosperity. In fact, it gave them more freedom to do what they wanted. Because of this, Sacred Mountain was recognized and accepted by virtually all sects in this region. Many understood that once Vajra took over, the holy ground would never be the same. They would become direct tributaries or even puppets of Vajra, only to be taken advantage of. That's why some of them knew that Lichia had no shot in this battle yet still chose to fight for him. The skirmishes became fiercer as the combatants fought to the death. On the other side, the three grandmasters have begun as well. I've heard of the talent in Buddha holy ground. Crystal God Monarch smiled and said, "Let's see what you three are capable enough to get through me." Buzz. An unmatched radiance engulfed the monarch, making him look sparkling and translucent. The legendary heavens will art from the ancient era. An ancestor blurted. The crowd noticed something special about the monarch's state. He seemed to be completely impervious to anything while being shrouded by this radiance. A peerless merit law belonging to the celestial crystal race. An aged sacred ancestor became serious. The name is Heaven's Will Crystal Physique, right? A curious expert asked his senior. Many have heard of this legendary technique before, but only a few had seen it in person. Correct. It is extremely magical. No attack can harm its user. The ancient ancestor nodded. Doesn't that mean he'll never be defeated regardless of the opponent's power? The junior took a deep breath. Indeed, that's why, according to the tale, he managed to survive a fatal strike from South Conch Dao Lord. The ancient ancestor elaborated. So it's actually true? The juniors nearby found this astonishing. It's not because the god monarch is comparable to South Conch Dao Lord. The physique is just too magical and the Dao Lord couldn't break it. The ancient ancestor said. Wow. A junior replied, if no one can break the monarch's physique, he's not afraid of anyone then, virtually unbeatable. It's not that simple. The ancestor shook his head. Nothing comes that easy in life. Rumor has it that his physique can only last for 3 days and 3 nights, no more. The Dao Lord just needed to hold him for that long and he would be dead. The juniors exchanged glances, thinking that 3 days and 3 nights were long enough to accomplish many things. This physique is extremely difficult to cultivate as well. That race only had a few people succeeding in history. That's why the monarch is special. A different ancient ancestor said. Putting aside the limitations, the juniors were still impressed by this defensive technique. Make your move.
Let's see if you can make a miracle happen. The monarch laughed heartily after activating his physique. The trio exchanged glances and thought about the situation. They were plenty strong enough to deal with this monarch in a normal fight. However, defeat was inevitable in this case. A fatal strike from a Dao Lord wasn't enough to take down this physique. Therefore they had no chance either. Nonetheless, the only thing they could do right now was to buy time for Li Qie. Let's do this. The sovereign commanded his 5 divine swords again, slashing vertically and releasing sword energy along the way. The Blood King roared and used his treasure seal again. It descended like a meteor with unstoppable momentum. Amit Ba. The monk of wisdom chanted and summoned the Buddhist affinity. Images of Buddha appeared and empowered him. His power reached its limit and he unleashed another grand palm. The ground around its target instantly caved in. The spectators felt their chest being pressed in as well. The trio gave it everything they could without holding back. Boom! The blast caused violent earthquakes. Even the stars above were shaking. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to harm one strand of hair of the monarch. He stood there, completely nonchalant. Incredible! The spectators shouted. That combination attack would have eliminated any ancestor or king, but the monarch was perfectly fine. This was the expected result, but seeing it unraveling was still astonishing. The trio exchanged glances again, realizing the futility of the situation. They could only take a beating, unable to retaliate. Chapter 39:55. My turn. The monarch laughed and waved both hands. The radiance around him became a bright red. His current state made others see him as a large piece of ancient ruby rather than a regular cultivator. If his background wasn't already known, they would have assumed that he used to be a demon gem reaching the Tao Realm Annihilator. He roared. Rumble. People heard explosions coming from above. Once they looked up, they saw the sky darkened with meteoric gems coming down. They looked unique and bright with a drill-like shape. The edge was extremely sharp and cut through the air, issuing loud gusts. Their accuracy was immaculate as well, only targeting the trio. It only took a second for them to reach the 3, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. One gem alone could destroy a sect and leave nothing behind. The trio roared and released their vitality. The Blood King still used his seal. The sovereign moved his swords back into a defensive stance. The monk's Kasaya created a massive Buddhist wall. The world started spinning, on the verge of breaking apart. This resulted in the spectators becoming dizzy. Rumble. Though the trio's defensive measure was nothing short of impressive, the meteoric gems still crushed through the defenses and pushed them back. They felt their vitality churning and blood flowed out from the corner of their lips. The 3 grandmasters are losing against the monarch. Experts took a deep breath after seeing this. He's a heavenly sovereign who had fought against South Conch Dao Lord before. They still have a long way to go. An ancestor didn't find this surprising and said softly. The grandmasters were considered powerful in the present day. Alas, they have yet to reach the level of these undying beings. A considerable length of cultivation time was necessary. Meanwhile, Vajra Saint didn't bother watching this fight or the battlefield. In reality, he thought that the outcome of these skirmishes didn't matter in the slightest. Boom! Tribulation bolts were still striking Li Qie's barrier. Their power made ancestors look like ants. The fact that the barrier lasted this long was miraculous. Nonetheless, its light dimmed down, no longer as bright as the start. It won't last for much longer. Celestial King Li happily said. This was a great development for them. Sure enough, cracks finally appeared on the barrier. Yes, any time now. Master Zhang was sure of Li Qie's death. Being struck directly by those bolts was a death sentence. Not even an immortal would be able to survive. The Sacred Lord won't last much longer. Li Qie's supporters turned pale after seeing the cracks. However, Li Qie's body lit up like a fiery spark. The cracks on the barrier started coming together again. The Sacred Lord will be able to last a bit longer. Some supporters started cheering. Of course, the saints didn't feel the same way. What if Li Qie actually managed to get through the tribulation? He would have the immortal weapon then and all traitors would have their clans exterminated. We need to obey the will of the heaven. Vajra Saint said. I agree. Celestial King Li immediately responded. We are ready to follow your lead, Saint. Master Zhang stroked his beard.
Let's get started then. Vajra Saint nodded while his eyes gleamed murderously.
So be it, it's time to get rid of this evil. Black Tide Saint's voice came from the carriage. The curtain of the palanquin curled up neatly and an old man walked out.
He was dressed in black from top to bottom and had a fierce glare.
People sensed an aura similar to that from Black Tide's ocean emanating from him. Black Tide Saint, Celestial King Li, and Master Zhang posed behind Vajra Saint, ready to follow their leader. They're taking action. An expert blurted out. These four were renowned cultivators. The auras coming from them now were as intimidating as can be. The supporters didn't dare to help Li Qie. Putting the dreadful tribulation aside, these four could annihilate all of them in the blink of an eye. They blamed it on the heaven wanting to destroy Sacred Mountain. No one could salvage this situation. Rah! A beast roar greeted the four as they walked closer towards Li Qie. It was none other than Lil Black and Lil Yellow. Both chose to protect Li Qie. Boom! Something bright flashed, then two beastly auras swept across the region. The two revealed their true form. The Stygian King and Earthbreaker Bion. Some were elated to see this. Animals. Black Tide Saint's eyes turned cold. The group started thinking about how lucky Li Qie was to have Mad Blade and these two beasts as companions. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.